Hi, Steve.
Welcome, everyone. I'm happy to be welcoming everyone to the 465th meeting of the National Science Board. This meeting is now convening at 11 a.m., May 5th, 2020, via video conference and live streamed on the board's YouTube channel. While I'm disappointed that we cannot meet in person, I am heartened that we have the technology to convene remotely with smiling faces on the screen. And we should note that the NSB started funding basic research in video encoding decades ago. Even though we've been using Zoom on a regular basis in recent weeks, and you've received a more thorough Zoom protocol document via email last week, let me remind everyone of some general practices we'd like to follow as we conduct this meeting. To maintain an orderly conversation and facilitate accurate closed captioning on our live stream, please use your hand raise icon on the participants list when wishing to ask a question or make a comment. You can also raise your physical hand, but it is not certain to be seen. And staff will be monitoring this feature to ensure that people are acknowledged. Please use your video, board members, as much as you possibly can when participating in the meeting. Others, please leave your video off unless you're speaking. In terms of your audio, please mute your audio when not speaking so that we can minimize background noise and interference. Unless prompted, please keep chats to everyone to a minimum during the presentations. If you want to write a private message, please select the individual's name in the chat function to send them a message directly. If you have questions beyond clarifying questions, please save them until the end of the presentations. And when called on, please identify yourself and unmute your audio to speak. Staff will be monitoring these functions and will inform the committee chair. There will also be a timer to help keep us on track throughout the day. You will hear a 2-minute warning as the time is nearing expiration for sessions and presentations. Please mind the timekeeper. And finally, as this is NSB's first fully virtual May meeting in our 70-year history, I thank you in advance for your patience. So I'd like to begin with a round of welcomes. First, we're delighted to have with us today and tomorrow the announced members of the class of 2026. In addition to our current colleague, Roger Beachy, who has been selected for reappointment, the new members include Suresh Babu from the University of Tennessee, Aaron Dominguez from Catholic University of America, Dario Gil from IBM, and Heather Wilson from the University of Texas at El Paso. We are glad you could join us, and we look forward to the time we can meet in person. We will be honoring those members who are finishing the terms tomorrow afternoon. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce, or for many of you here to reintroduce, NSF's acting director, Kelvin Drogemeyer. Kelvin was a member of the NSB for 2 terms while serving as the Vice President for Research and Regents Professor of Meteorology at the University of Oklahoma. He was nominated to the board by President George W. Bush and then by President Barack Obama. Each time he was confirmed by the Senate. He was the board's vice chair his last 4 years. Since early 2019, he's been the director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Last month, he agreed to serve as the acting director of the foundation for an interim period until the administration's nominee for director, our highly esteemed colleague, Panchanathan, can be confirmed. Welcome, Kelvin.
Thank you so much, Diane. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here and to also be part of this incredible organization again and be part of the NSF family. You know, Diane, you and I served together on the board, and I really thoroughly enjoyed that. And I want to thank you for your extraordinary leadership as chair, and also thank Ellen for her leadership. You've done a really amazing job in a very challenging time lately in particular. You know, I've been always a champion of the NSF mission, the type of research it supports, you know, basic fundamental research, discovery research funded by the federal government. You know, it's the bedrock of innovation and really the key to our economic and national security. And, you know, when I think about it as a professor, and I know all of you agree with this, one of the most important assets that we actually have as a nation is the creativity and the passion for discovery and the fundamental innate talent of our current and future researchers. And, you know, NSF's mission fundamentally, when you think about it, is unleashing that creative talent. And it's been doing that for 70 years very, very well. And what I really especially also love about NSF is it's a role model to the world. Because 70 years ago, the United States created in NSF an independent agency that awards public funds based on rigorous merit review and the scientific interests of the United States. And truly, NSF is an amazing national treasure. NSF also, as you know, and it's right here today gathering, has its own independent board, a governing board. And it not only develops policy for the foundation, but it also provides independent policy advice to the president and Congress. So it has as a kind of a two-headed mission and on all matters of science, engineering, research, and education. And I'm especially excited to see the new 5 members that President Trump has announced joining us today. It's very, very exciting to see them announced ahead of the final board meeting where the class that is graduating is departing. I think this hasn't been done in decades. So really a kudos to President Trump for doing that. And so it may seem kind of unusual, given the words independence that I used a moment ago, to have a current White House official, namely me, being the acting head of NSF. But I want to assure you that I wear 2 hats very, very separately, and that my role here in no way diminishes NSF's independence at all. It's simply a reflection of the current situation and issues of timing. And I know you join all of us in being excited about Pancha's nomination, the NSF director. He's a nationally recognized innovator in education, skilled leader in interagency partnerships. I've known Panch for a good many years and had the privilege of serving with him on the National Science Board, as many of you have. And also, he's, like myself, a former vice president for research. I'm a former, he's about to become a former, I think. And there is no bigger fan of Panch, perhaps except for his family on planet Earth and myself. In fact, I was very heavily involved in recommending him for the position of the NSF director. So I really do hope now, especially that the Senate is back in town, that they move quickly to confirm Panch. And I really look forward to working with him and with all the board members on all the great things that you do. So thank you so much for the opportunity to make a few welcoming remarks, Diane. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Kelvin. I think all of us on NSB appreciate that the administration is providing us with an exceptional scientist to provide interim leadership at NSF. Kelvin is a scientist of unparalleled integrity, has a deep love for NSF, and is uniquely suited for this role given his years of service on the board. While we all recognize the format of this meeting in this virtual space is not our preferred mode of conducting these sessions, we are happy that we have a rich agenda comprising important business such as the board leadership elections and authorization of the awards of the new mid-scale research infrastructure Track 2 program tomorrow, and information and discussion items such as NSF's COVID-19 response later in this session. In addition to these, the board is very proud to unveil its Vision 2030 report. I will not say much right now, as we will be focusing on it in a few moments and throughout the agenda today. The report has been a labor of passion for many board members for nearly 18 months now. I'm delighted with the outcome and look forward to sharing it with you all later in this session. Kelvin, I'd like to give the floor back to you for the director's remarks.
Thank you so much, Diane. Appreciate that. And Panch, I think it won't be too long and you'll be sitting where I'm sitting, having been confirmed by the Senate. Of course, the pandemic, unfortunately, has delayed appointments across the government, but in fact, the Senate today is actually working on confirmations and is leaning into that. So my hope is in the coming weeks, you will be confirmed. I know you've got strong bipartisan support, and that really, I think, reflects the very best upon you. Let me just say right up front that there are really 2 things on my mind today that rise above everything else. We have a lot of things that are very important to talk about, as Diane said, but the first one that's very, very important is that we place the highest priority at NSF on the safety and well-being of our incredible staff. The Office of Information and Resource Management, led by Wanzi Gardner, did an amazing job of transitioning over 2,000 people, get that, 2,000 people to full telework, complete telework in a phased manner that really took into account NSF's unique mission and the needs of our employees. We're absolutely laser focused on stewarding these employees while making preparations to reopen the building, again, with the safety and security of our folks in mind. That's a top priority. And so, of course, we follow the guidelines of the federal government. And so there's a planning team that is doing an extraordinary job of looking at how a phased reopening will occur when the time is right. We're not there yet, but when the time is right. And really nothing is more important than our staff, because each and every one of them plays a very, very important role at NSF. And in fact, Diane and I took time to recognize our staff this week for Public Service Recognition Week, which is really a wonderful a time to shine a bright light on the folks who do so much great work. And oftentimes people don't know who they are. They're not recognized necessarily. So it's a great time for them to really receive the recognition they deserve. And unfortunately, we couldn't do that in person, but we do look forward to the day when we can actually get together and acknowledge all the staff awardees in person. So that's my first point. Staff, very, very important. We're taking good care of them. They are our number one priority. Second, we have teams all across NSF that are planning not only to restart the research supported by NSF, but to maybe take another step even further, to reinvigorate research by lessons learned in this crisis. The Office of Management and Budget, OMB, has provided very good, helpful, clear, and reasoned guidance to grantees. We've been communicating with OMB and with our grantees to make sure that that this guidance is understood and followed and interpreted appropriately. And OMB has also given agencies incredible flexibility, which is extremely important at a time like this, where there is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Every agency is different. And NSF has really leaned into applying this flexibility throughout the crisis to make sure that our grantees are being taken care of as best as we can. We also know that universities face tremendous challenges. Kent Fox here, president of the University of Florida, knows this well. Also Bud Peterson, former president of Georgia Tech. We're facing extraordinary challenges in terms of reopening universities and also reopening research laboratories. So we will continue to work with our universities to look at reopening in a smooth and thoughtful way. And I really want to give a shout out to Allison Lerner and a whole Office of the Inspector General for their great sensitivity during this time of crisis. You know, they have delayed audits, they've extended deadlines, they've provided really thoughtful counsel to NSF and its grantees to make sure that we uphold the highest standards of integrity and ethical behavior that are very, very critical to maintaining the trust that the American taxpayer places in NSF at all times, regardless of a pandemic. So Allison, to you and your team, thank you very much for that. We also have seen the incredible role played by science in the current crisis. And the other day I heard a commercial, a radio commercial, I think it was from a pharmaceutical company, that really lauded the value of science at this point in time. And Amanda Greenwell in our Office of Legislative and Public Affairs, OLPA as they're known, has really done an extraordinary job of communicating the science outcomes from NSF funded projects. And, you know, as I came into NSF, and of course I'm familiar with NSF, been on the board for 12 years, was on the board. But, you know, when I came into the organization, I really started reflecting on the impact of each of the directorates and also offices in NSF, the impact they've had on the current crisis and the research that's being funded now through the RAPID program, but also historical research. And when you look at that, it's really extraordinary. I think it speaks to the fundamental intrinsic value of NSF to the American economy, to the American people, to the American science and education enterprise. For example, you look at the Bio Directorate, it's led by Joanne Tornow. It funded research grants in genomic sequencing. Remember the old, way back in the day, the Human Genome Project, in protein folding, cellular dynamics, and things like that. We were able to really rely upon all that incredible knowledge and technology to sequence the SARS-CoV-2 virus in literally a matter of hours. It's really just unbelievable how that happened. Math and physical sciences, social, behavioral, and economic sciences, and SCIENCE collectively played incredible roles in the development of models that predict the spread of the virus. And this is based on human interaction, social behavioral interaction, known facts about the virus, and at the family level, the state level, the community level, and so on. And output from those models, I think, as you've seen in the president's briefings and other briefings, are playing a very important role in helping guide policy making and decision making. So, you know, tremendous input and value from NSF in those areas. Engineering Directorate, I mean, look at what we're doing today. As Diane said earlier, you know, the video capabilities, video compression technology. Engineering has funded work in advanced manufacturing and material science. We've had entire industries retool very, very quickly to use 3D printing to produce face masks. And then now we are providing ventilators to other countries because we're just, you know, overflowing with ventilators through the great work of engineering. So that directorate in particular has played a great role. Geosciences, thinking about the seasonality of the virus and the impacts of temperature and humidity on the virus. Survivability on surfaces, very, very important. And of course, education, human resources is all about you know, the learning modalities and things like that. Of course, the entire nation has been turned into a homeschool experience, as Karen Marangel reminded us not too long ago. It's really incredible. We're going to learn a lot from that. But the technology and the capabilities and the learning tools that we have are really extraordinary. Other offices, Office of International Science and Engineering, very important. As you know, there's a lot of international research going on in COVID-19 and also in SARS-CoV-2. And the fact that we have been positioned for years and doing a lot of international research meant that we were able to just step up the game very, very quickly and respond to some of these very, very important issues of developing therapeutics and testing them in clinical trials across countries where we can get better statistics, looking at vaccine development and so on. So, NSF has been, extraordinarily important in this crisis. And I just wanted to say thank you to all the researchers, to all the folks at NSF, present and past, who've really given so much of their time to steward this incredible organization. But as you know, we look beyond the current pandemic. Ponch and I like to get together and have conversations about the future. We get excited about the future. And so as we were kind of thinking about this and talking about this, and also the tremendous positive nature in which France left NSF when she left NSF in as she departed, NSF is a very, very solid organization. And frankly, I think some of the darkest times, like we're going through now, the greatest times of challenge, are the times when a light like NSF can shine the brightest. So, these kinds of challenging times are not the time to hunker down and be safe. It's a time to be bold and have transformative thinking, and making sure that science really stays at the forefront, that we reinvigorate our science enterprise, and that science will help guide us through the current crisis as it's doing now. So, it's that type of thinking that I think is so beautifully captured, and we'll talk about this in the next 2 days, in the NSB 2030 vision document. It's beautifully done. It's really extraordinary. And, we don't want to have the foundation lose momentum. And I think that's going to be a guiding North Star for us. Also want to let you know that I've been attending lots of conversations with NSF. I have daily conversations with the Chief Operating Officer, Fleming, and also the Chief of Staff, Brian Stone. We have weekly meetings with the assistant directors and the office heads, and I participated in an all-day retreat in April with the ADs. And, it's truly amazing when you look at NSF, it's not missed a beat. It's still processing lots of proposals. There are reviews going on. We've applied the flexibilities to the workforce, and you're going to hear more about this. But I think it really says something a lot about an organization when about 2,100 people are displaced from their physical location, and they're teleworking, and they're still doing the nation's work. They're still doing the science enterprises work, really processing all the great proposals coming in and funding them. So I've come up to speed on lots of different things. I won't go into more detail there, but just to say, that these kinds of discoveries are very, very important. Things like the Convergence Accelerator, the great thinking that the board and the NSF leadership did some time ago that positioned us to really be ideally suited in our science enterprise to really address the challenges of the current crisis. So a lot of papers are getting published and so on, and OPA's provided a really nice roll-up of everything. But also want you to know that I've been doing more than just participating in meetings and being a passive listener. I do what I challenge other people to do all the time, and that is to think boldly, to think innovatively, to make sure that every day we wake up and ensure that America remains a global leader in science technology. We don't have a minute to lose in doing that. So I've met with other agency leaders in my role as NSF Acting Director, DOE and NIH, looking for ways that we can collaborate more effectively. And there's tremendous effective collaboration already, but also chatting with senior staff about new opportunities that we could explore. I'll be holding a town hall with NSF staff here in just a few days to talk about how everyone is doing. We need to hear people's voices, and I did a video that I sent to them, but there's nothing like a two-way conversation just to check up on these wonderful stewards of this incredible enterprise to see how they're doing. And we miss them all so much. So with that, I just want to say I'm really looking forward to having Ponch be confirmed. I am so blessed and humbled to be serving this capacity. I appreciate the president's confidence in me and his realization that we didn't want to have a gap in the leadership here at NSF, that having a Senate confirmed presidential appointee in this position is important, because NSF is a very, very critical organization to our economy, to our national security, and to the future of America. So with that, Diane, I'll turn it back over to you with great thanks, and to all my board colleagues. It's great to be back with you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelvin. Is there any quick question for Kelvin? Okay, in that case, thank you very much, Kelvin. And we are ready to turn to.
I'm sorry, Diane.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Kelvin for taking this on in an interim capacity. He's got a whole lot of things going on, and it's incredible that he was willing to do this as a further testament to his commitment to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're now ready to turn to a key highlight of this board meeting, which is the unveiling of the Vision 2030. Bruce, would you please share their presentation? Thank you, Bruce. So thank you everyone for joining us today as we unveil the board's Vision 2030 report. We have been looking forward to sharing this with you. As we get started, I want to acknowledge the leadership and dedication of Roger Beachy, who is chair of the Committee on Strategy, provided the inspiration for this undertaking, and who chairs the board's Vision 2030 task force. This report provides a vision of where US science and engineering enterprise must be in 2030 and lays out the actions that the board, the National Science Foundation, and others can take to achieve that vision so that America remains a global leader in science and engineering. Our goal was to write a vision that is big, bold, and actionable. We hope this report inspires all of us to join together to take the actions our country needs. The board's work on Vision 2030 reflects the two dimensions of NSB's statutory responsibilities. In its NSF governance role, the board and the NSF work together to pursue the foundation's mission to promote the progress of science, advance the national health, security, and welfare, and to secure the national defense. Board members identify issues critical to NSF's future and help establish agency policies. As advisors to the administration and Congress, the board issues reports and statements, thinks broadly about the S&E enterprise and NSF's role within it, and works towards fostering the long-term health of science and engineering in the United States. The Vision Task Force spent the past 18 months developing Vision 2030 to guide the work of NSB, NSF, and the S&E enterprise through 2030. In creating this report, we listened to stakeholders around the country and within NSF. In 2019, the board held 12 listening sessions with individuals hailing from nearly 70 institutions, including minority serving institutions. We met with students, seasoned and early career researchers, administrators, inventors, representatives of academic and scientific associations, NSF staff, and others to hear their thoughts and ideas. Listening sessions and locations are highlighted here in bold, and you can see that for each session, we had participants representing many institutions and groups. We asked participants the following questions. What do you see as the emerging trends affecting the practice of science and engineering in the next 10 years? And in 2030, what will we wish we as a nation and as NSF had done to adapt to these trends? We then distilled their input and that of other stakeholders and combined it with data from science and engineering indicators to determine the prevailing trends and crucial areas. For the last 70 years, US leadership in science and engineering has shaped the American way of life, but today our research enterprise is at a crossroads. Science is still the endless frontier, but we are not the only explorers. Trends show that S&E is now a truly worldwide enterprise with more players, more opportunities, more competition, and more potential for collaboration. Since 2000, global research and development investments have tripled. While the US remains a leading player, other countries have seen the benefits of investing in research and education and are following our example. As a result, our share of global R&D investment is declining, as shown in the yellow in this figure. Vision 2030 underscores that the US must respond with urgency to new realities. We cannot afford to rest on our laurels as other countries continue to up their game. In the coming decade, the US will need to adapt its S&E and educational enterprise to keep pace with the globalization of S&E, the growth of knowledge and technology-intensive industries, and demand for STEM talent. American K-12 student performance in science and mathematics is mediocre and stagnant relative to peer nations. And despite some progress, women and minorities remain underrepresented in many S&E degree programs and jobs. Yet demand for STEM-capable workers keeps growing, driven by international opportunities and competition, and by rapid increases in the number of jobs that require STEM skills. Our nation's future prosperity and security, as well as the creation of opportunity for the next generation of Americans, depends on our investment in our S&E ecosystem. As our country tackles multiple challenges, we must make strengthening our S&E capacity a top priority. The board's vision for 2030 is that the US remains the world innovation leader. To that end, we envision a future where the US science and engineering enterprise offers unparalleled opportunities for all American students, researchers, workers, and entrepreneurs, and that we continue to attract the world's best minds. Where the US has made investments in R&D that fuel innovation and empower our businesses to succeed globally. And where government, industry, and academia partner and coordinate to deliver R&D priorities and speed the translation from discovery to innovation. And the scientific values modeled by US scientists and engineers, such as openness and accountability, are practiced globally. And finally, we envision a future where NSF continues to support the best research and people to create knowledge that benefits us all. We are serious about turning this vision into action. As we welcome new board members and transition to new board leadership, we are making plans to develop an implementation plan by the July NSB meeting. With that, I would like to hand it over to Roger Beachy, who, as I mentioned, chairs our Vision 2030 task force. Roger? I believe you're on mute.
Apologies. Thank you. Thanks, Diane. Thanks very much. As we know, the U.S. science and engineering enterprise and the ecosystem is built on federally funded fundamental research, and it has led to innovation in new industries through the years, revolutionized healthcare, promoted peace, created the mobile and digital world, and transformed nearly every aspect of Americans' lives. Science and engineering, particularly fundamental research, conducted transparently and openly, that benefits the entire world, and we benefit from others. Yet if the US is to ensure a strong economy and our national security, it is vital that a significant share of future scientific breakthroughs and world-challenging innovations be made here in the US. In this new era, the National Science Board sees three key questions that we must address as we look forward into the future. First, we ask the question, how can America keep its lead in fundamental research? Secondly, we ask how American discoveries continue to empower US businesses and enterprises to succeed globally. How does that happen? How can we make it? How can we increase the frequency, the payoff? And thirdly, how can the US increase STEM skills and opportunities for all Americans? Addressing these questions will require all entities of the US S&E ecosystem to engage. This ecosystem relies on the integration and cooperation of private industry, academic institutions, and government agencies. In the coming months and years, the NSB looks forward to engaging with all partners in this ecosystem around four key elements that are critical to US leadership in science and engineering. First, the practice of science and engineering. In a highly competitive global science and engineering environment, the US must stay on the leading edge of the practice of S&E. As we face greater international competition, we must speed the movement of research from the laboratory to product. We also need to be more strategic about investments, embrace new research tools and modalities, foster an inclusive and ethical S&E enterprise, and welcome, as well as capitalize on, the globalization of S&E. In this process, we must preserve what works well in our own system while being able to be open to change and new possibilities. The second is that we must focus on talent. Our nation's greatest resource is its people. To remain competitive, the US must be a STEM talent powerhouse. To be ready for 2030 and beyond, the US will need a research and development workforce that pushes the frontiers of knowledge, and a STEM-capable US workforce in which many more Americans have the skills to thrive in a knowledge and technology-intensive economy. To meet these needs, the US must take a two-pronged approach. We must expand domestic talent and continue to attract global talent. And we must do more to retain both groups in the workforce into the future. In order to lead in 2030, the US must be aggressive. And we must be aggressive in multiple ways, but first of all, in cultivating the fullness of the nation's domestic talent. Now, we've referred earlier to the indicators as a prime driver for this report. The indicators data show that participation of women and underrepresented groups has increased slowly in S&E over the past few decades. There's been some movement, but the total S&E workforce has grown faster. Progress in creating a diverse and inclusive S&E enterprise has not kept pace with demographic trends or with the increasing centrality of science and engineering to our economy, to our national security, and the jobs of the future. America's diversity is a strength, and that's a great strength. Leveraging that strength by broadening participation in the US S&E enterprise will be crucial to fostering individual opportunity and thus a thriving economy. For our science and engineering workforce to reflect our nation's population in 2030, to close this talent gap that we all recognize, we must accelerate progress in increasing the participation rates of currently underrepresented groups. This will require an all-hands-on-deck approach, and the NSB welcomes the opportunity to collaborate with stakeholders across agencies, across regions, to develop a more inclusive workforce. The third area that we recognize as being important for a strong S&E enterprise is infrastructure. The best talent, including American talent, will go to where the S&E opportunities are the greatest. Without the data, the software, and computation, networking capabilities, and hardware of all types and all disciplines, we simply won't be competitive. We need to invest in research infrastructure to sustain our global leadership. At the same time, we must also be strategic, leveraging current and future infrastructure to create opportunities for researchers in all parts of the country and in a range of different institutions. Part of this can be achieved by catalyzing regional research hubs and finding ways to link researchers with networks elsewhere. This has been an important component an important feature that was raised in many of our listening sessions, especially those that in which underrepresented groups were present. The lack of accessibility to the infrastructure that's necessary for catalyzing new knowledge was palpable, and they're asking us for our help. The fourth area is building meaningful partnerships across the agencies and across industry. America must strengthen existing partnerships as the US faces new competition from countries that organize their science and engineering enterprises much more centrally. If we are to make the most of our investments in fundamental research, it will be crucial to strengthen interagency coordination and add more partnerships with the private sector, with state governments, and with philanthropic organizations. We must also foster international partnerships to encourage collaboration in S&E research and to ensure the provision of research infrastructure that is extremely costly and requires one or more countries and groups to participate in these facilities that are worldwide. I'll now turn the rest of the presentation to Ellen Ochoa, our vice chair, who will talk about the vision roadmap. She was extremely helpful in the development of the roadmap. Ellen, over to you.
Thank you, Roger. NSB's roadmap lays out actions that the board will undertake over the next decade to achieve our vision. NSB is committed to working with stakeholders in the science and engineering ecosystem to implement the roadmap. And the roadmap focuses on 4 areas: delivering benefits from research, developing STEM talent for America, expanding the geography of innovation, and fostering a global science and engineering community. In the next few minutes, I'd like to highlight some of the roadmap actions in each of these areas. A more detailed implementation plan will be coming this summer. I'd like to start with the first roadmap area, delivering benefits from American research to American people. The NSB has endorsed the principle previously that all NSF-funded research and education must further the national interest by contributing to the NSF's mission. While several agencies invest in fundamental research, NSF is the only agency whose sole mission is to do so across a wide breadth of science and engineering disciplines. NSF's support for curiosity-driven research has provided the basis for technologies and benefits that could not have been anticipated at the time of initial funding. To enhance the return to US taxpayers from these investments and empower the nation's businesses and entrepreneurs to compete globally, the US must build on progress from the past decade, improve coordination, and speed translation from discovery to innovation. For our part, the NSB will convene university, industry, and state partners to help understand barriers to and best practices for partnerships and the translation of fundamental research. This will inform NSB's ongoing work with NSF in evolving the agency's partnership strategy. NSB will also work with NSF senior management to conduct an organizational review of NSF to ensure that NSF stays responsive organizationally and programmatically to the changing practice of science, including the growth of convergent research and team science. The goal is to better enable NSF to carry out its basic research mission amid a changing global science and engineering landscape. The organizational review could include potentially restructuring directorates and exploring ways to update, improve, or enhance funding models and programmatic offerings. We also want to consider structures that could foster the translation of NSF-funded discoveries to innovation and position NSF to continue to respond to national priorities, such as quantum information science and artificial intelligence. As part of delivering benefits from research, NSB plans to consider how the broader impacts criterion could better meet societal needs. At our February meeting, the board's Committee on Oversight agreed to start this process. In the next decade, the nation must focus heavily on developing America's STEM talent, including researchers and a STEM-capable workforce at all educational levels. This will require the engagement of all players in the science and engineering ecosystem. NSF has a key role to play. One area NSB will explore is what more NSF can do to infuse findings from NSF's funded STEM education research into educational practice. During our work on the vision, we heard from early career researchers about the need to keep our science and engineering enterprise attractive relative to both jobs and other lines of work and to opportunities abroad. In response, the board wants to look at what NSF can do to make conducting academic research in the US more attractive. This includes exploring ways to improve retention among women and underrepresented groups and ensure that these groups are achieving leadership roles in the science and engineering ecosystem. We're also interested in exploring ways to fund long-term, non-tenure track researchers and changes to grant structures that could reduce administrative burden. NSB will also be continuing our work on the skilled technical workforce, including working with the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, NCSES, to get better data on this critical part of America's STEM-capable workforce. Even as the US invests in domestic science and engineering talent, it must continue to be a talent magnet, attracting and retaining the very best minds from around the globe. Therefore, NSB encourages the adoption of clear and consistent visa policies to foster stability and advance the U.S. science and engineering enterprise. As we seek to expand the STEM-capable workforce, we must do more to create STEM-related opportunities and jobs across the country. Empowering American workers, entrepreneurs, and businesses will require strategically building science and engineering capacity and infrastructure across the nation and actively seeding and nurturing innovation clusters. To this end, NSB will conduct a review of current NSF strategies to expand access to and training in science and engineering in every state. This review will be informed by input from state and industry stakeholders and focused on identifying ways to develop capacity and further establish science and engineering hubs throughout the country. This will include looking at whether EPSCoR needs updating and focusing on how NSF's investments in critical research infrastructure, including mid-scale infrastructure, can foster regional hubs. Our conversations over the past year have stressed the need for all areas of the country to have access to high-speed broadband. Such access would enhance collaboration among researchers and among higher education institutions, and improve access to databases and high-performance computing. While our original focus was on post-secondary education, the COVID-19 induced move to online education at all levels during the past few months has really underscored the importance of broadband access to education at all levels. And this will definitely require partnerships. STEM-capable workforces start with accessible, affordable, and high-quality STEM education, and such workers are in demand in every state. NSB will explore ideas for a new federal program for public post-secondary education institutions, including 2-year and 4-year institutions, to prepare STEM-capable Americans everywhere. Such a program could be a great opportunity to build partnerships between state and local governments, educational institutions, and industries. The US has to compete and collaborate to remain the global leader in science and engineering research and provide the seed corn for innovation. In this era in which many more countries are investing in their science and engineering enterprises, we're committed to modeling the core values of scientific integrity, objectivity, honesty, openness, fairness, accountability, and stewardship. We believe that openness and high ethical standards in science and engineering are critical to fostering engagement among like-minded partners throughout the global science and engineering enterprise. As part of setting the standard on values, the US research enterprise must do more to create a welcoming and inclusive culture. At the same time, NSF's strategic planning needs to increasingly take into account global developments and the activities of NSF-like funding institutions abroad. It's crucial that we enhance our capability to look outward to ensure that NSF's offerings are comparable to peer agencies abroad and to avoid the US being technologically surprised. NSB is strongly committed to developing and expanding NSF strategies and partnerships to grow the nation's international collaborations and ensure that we're a reliable partner on the global stage. In the coming years, we look forward to working with the NCSCS to obtain more data on international collaboration and global talent flows. And with that, we'd like to thank you for your attention today. The board welcomes feedback on the vision report, and we invite you to email any ideas or suggestions to nsbvision@nsf.gov, which is shown on the lower left of the slide here. Because while the report is now available, the real work is just beginning. Thank you.
You're muted, Diane.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for being here for this rollout of Vision 2030. At this point, we will now take a break in this open plenary session until 12:15. Board members are invited to the coffee lunch breakout room if you would like to chat. We will reconvene at 12:15. Thank you. For board members, there's a button at the bottom of your screen that says join breakout room. So if you go down to the bottom of the screen, you should be able to find that.
Thanks, comma. You're very kind. Period. As I said in my opening comment.
So Resh, do you have on your little thing at the bottom, do you have a, can you go back to the meeting now, do you think? Could you, if you see a breakout room at the bottom of your screen, or you could go back to that if we had to send you back?
I'm assuming you.
I should get out. I should leave.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. I'm just asking if you have a.
I do have the breakout room thing at the
Okay,
bottom.
good. Yep, good. That's what I was-
Brad, I don't have it.
okay.
The
I'm
same
gonna,
situation.
next time we have to do this, Ponch, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kick you into our staff room real briefly, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
reassign you to the coffee room and see if that does.
Okay, sounds good, Brad. We'll do it.
We'll play with that next time.
Yep, thanks.
So Brad, I was able to go to the breakout room in the middle and come back.
Okay, good. About 3 people couldn't, and so I was trying to figure out what the problem was, why some could and some could not. Still haven't figured out
Okay.
why that is, but
I think that we're all back successfully. And so we will reconvene. We all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has had significant impacts on the entire science and engineering enterprise across the globe. As a major funder of S&E research and facilities, NSF is intimately engaged in the response to this situation. So this afternoon, we're fortunate to have with us NSF Chief Operating Officer Fleming Krim and members of his leadership team to provide us with a briefing on NSF activities in this area. Fleming, the floor is yours. You're on mute, Fleming, I think. Or we don't have your audio anyway, or at least I don't. I still can't hear you. I wonder if you're connected to audio on the lower left corner. I think, at least on my screen, there's an ability to.
There you
I think,
there you are.
okay.
Yes.
So hold on for just one, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Bruce, can we have the slides up, and then I'll make a couple of comments and then hand it over to some people, some other folks. So COVID-19's been on everybody's mind and has been changing all of our lives. And of course, we've had considerable attention here at NSF to it, both in terms of the internal operation of NSF and in terms of our interaction with the external community. So what we're going to do today is to try to provide a high-level overview, and we're going to take about maybe half the time for that. But in particular, we want to hear from you. We want to hear about your concerns, your ideas, what you're hearing from your colleagues. So we'll try to give you this high-level overview, and then we want you to talk to us about what's on your mind. So if I could have the next slide, please. We're going to talk about the response to COVID-19 that has been kind of our operational response. You're going to hear from Wanzi Gardner, who is the office head for the Office of Information Resource Management. And Wanzi's going to talk about what we've done internally and some of the external guidance we've provided in response to the and our use of the flexibilities that we have. Then Sylvia James and Steve Meacham. Sylvia is the deputy in EHR, Steve in OIA, who have been leading our recovery planning task force, are going to talk to you about the broad outlines of some of the questions that we see before us in helping the external community recover. They have been leading a group early on in this process. We created this task force, and they've been thinking about trying to look down the road a little bit and thinking about the various issues we were going to face and thinking of scalable responses to those issues. You're going to hear from Jim Ovested talking about major facility recovery. Jim is going to give a high-level overview in this session. We also in some other subsequent sessions, such as the A&F session, we'll hear a bit more detail about that from Jim. So Jim may defer some of your questions to those subsequent discussions. And then Joanne Turno, the Assistant Director for Biological Sciences, is going to talk to us about COVID-19 research that we are funding, primarily but not solely through the RAPIDS mechanism. She'll tell you about that, but she's not going to just talk about what's happening from the Biological Sciences Directorate, but talk about what's happening across all the foundation. Could I have the next slide, please? So now let me hand it over to Wanzi Gardner, who's going to talk to you about the OIRM response to COVID-19. Wanzi?
Thank you, Fleming. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board during this unprecedented time of uncertainty and upheaval to our workplace, our families, our communities, and our world. We have taken swift action in response to the spread of coronavirus disease 2019, better known as COVID-19, to ensure the safety and well-being of our employees, and we remain committed to sharing clear and transparent information as we continue NSF operations. Before I move on to slides, I want to share a few updates to our state and federal response to COVID-19. The Office of Management and Budget and the Office of Personnel Management issued a memo to federal agencies on April 20th to provide a framework for the safe and phased return to normal operations. The White House also published guidance to further define the gating criteria in each of these three phases. Our internal NSF working group, comprised of leadership from across the agency, is actively working on developing recommendations for a phased return to the NSF workplace while maintaining practices which have proven successful in fighting COVID-19 virus. The phased return is a developing issue, and I will continue to provide updates to the staff. Next slide, please. Employee safety and well-being is our #1 priority. We moved to a virtual workforce in the week of March 16th. Building management began a continued deep cleaning of high touch points throughout the building and floors where a positive case was identified while staff worked off-site. We closed several building operations such as the fitness center, locker rooms, and cafeteria, while we moved other operations to appointment-only services such as the ID card office, mail delivery, and print shop to decrease in-person touch points. And finally, we closed the ID card office altogether to minimize face-to-face contacts. My office serves as a central point for information on confirmed cases and possible exposure cases in order to message staff, provide guidance, and ensure locations of possible exposure are properly cleaned. Our Division of Administrative Services hired a safety and occupational health manager about 2 years ago. He has proven invaluable to this process. To date, NSF has 4 confirmed cases related to staff and contractors. Out of an abundance of caution, we suspended access to the NSF building for all NSF personnel until further notice, with only a few mission-critical exceptions. Next slide, please. To help our staff during this pandemic time, we increased our work-life flexibilities to the largest extent possible. All NSF employees are now eligible to telework regardless of whether they have a telework agreement or not. In addition, employees may telework while dependents are present. We've extended our flexible work hours from 6 a.m. in the morning to 10 p.m. at night. We've also allowed our employees to earn credit hours on weekends to make up for leave needed during the traditional work week. And NSF led the federal enterprise by allowing federal weather and safety leave for dependent care up to 20 hours per pay period. Our Employee Assistance Program established an Employee Assistance Response Center open to all NSF employees and their dependents, and continues to provide counseling via phone or any one of our virtual tools we have in place. We continue to provide timely employee resources on Inside NSF, such as EAP, Work Life for You, mindfulness and resiliency webinars, and tips for struggling parents. Next slide. Our next priority is to sustain our mission support for NSF operations. In doing so, we expedited rollout of Zoom, averaging over 600 Zoom meetings per day. And we added licenses when it became apparent there was a significant demand for Zoom. Our team has created and shared tip sheets, user guides, and offer virtual training sessions to help staff come up to speed on these virtual tools. We've enhanced our capacity for virtual access to the NSF network. In doing so, we suspended password expiration dates and allowed username and password logins to ensure NSF systems were not interrupted due to password and PIV card expirations. Our team continues to share teleworking tips and resources for remote access. Our HRM team and our Division of Information Systems collaborate on the process to virtually onboard mission critical staff. New staff are required to utilize a personal computer and to provide a soft token to access the NSF network via virtual desktop technology. In addition, working with the Office of Personnel Management and the Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency, we've waived the fingerprint requirement for all new staff until we return to the building. We've implemented IT system changes to extend project report due dates and overdue dates in systems and extended the financial closeout for all awards with the end date of 30 November through 30 April 2020. For our staff, we've extended the deadline to submit performance appraisals from April 30th to June 5th for our general workforce and non-executive AD personnel to allow supervisors and employees to become more acquainted with and comfortable with our new virtual systems. We've instituted online training for our collective bargaining agreement, which was assigned to staff just a couple weeks ago. And once we return to our facility, we'll have question and answer sessions in person so we can make sure the supervisors and staff are all comfortable with our new collective bargaining agreement. We've also accelerated the release of our electronic document routing system across all our NSF directors and offices, allowing internal document review and coordination to continue during our virtual workplace. The Directors Award ceremony scheduled for 7 May of 2020 has been postponed. Recipients will still be selected for all award categories and will be announced virtually and celebrated in person upon our return to the work site. Next slide, please. Since the onset of COVID-19, my office has worked in lockstep with the Office of the Director, the Office of Budget, Finance, and Award, the Office of Legislative and Public Affairs, our Deputy Assistant Directors and DADs, Deputy Office Heads, and the Office of General Counsel to ensure NSF provides both internal and external guidance to move forward on our NSF operations. On our internal guidance, we quickly established an internal site called COVID-19 Guidance for Staff, providing a single information site containing communications from the NSF Director, internal policy guidance, updated FAQs from NSF staff, federal guidance from OMB and OPM, and direct guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidance. In addition, we've held supervisor town halls on March 25th, and our latest will be on April 30th to provide information on continuing new workplace flexibilities and to answer any questions about the memo and the phased return to the building. These question and answer sessions will also be posted on our internal site. Next slide, please. BFA has also taken swift action to provide guidance to our external community in concert with OMB guidance to federal grant-making agencies. NSF has issued a number of Dear Colleague letters to solicit proposals for rapid research on COVID-19 and associated FAQs. NSF has already awarded a number of rapids as a result of using base funds and supplemental funding received from Congress. My colleague Joanne Turner will talk more about this later in her presentation. NSF continues to communicate with our partners through our external website. We share FAQs to address issues raised by the community regarding NSF implementation of OMB memoranda. Our guidance is aimed at proposers, awardees, panelists, and includes statements regarding an impact on existing proposals and submission deadlines. NSF has also developed topic-specific guidance for use by institutional review boards, institutional animal care, and use committees that addresses documentation requirements during the pandemic. Going forward, the OMB guidance will be reviewed and updated every 90 days. And NSF is working with OMB on additional interim updates for emerging issues. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. And I now turn over to Sylvia James.
Thank you, Wanzi. Next, I would like to share how the Recovery Planning Task Force, co-led by Steve Meacham and me, is exploring strategies to help the grantee community. As you are aware.
Before you get started, could I just
Sure.
make a quick comment? This is Kelvin. Is that okay, Diane? May I do that? Is it okay to make a quick comment?
Certainly.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted to say, I think you see the great care and thoughtfulness in Wanzi's presentation there of all the different things and considerations that were taken to help with the the displacement of the workforce. It's just really quite amazing. And I also want to say that the staff, they're taking care of one another. There's actually a pandemic poetry session that James Colby and Charisse Carney Nunez led, and also Al Wilson, who's been at NSF for something like 25 years, did a meditation and stretching session. And I asked him, I said, so how'd that go by Zoom? You know, he said, well, he had to adapt. I'm okay with the meditation. I don't know that I could do the stretching part, but I just want to say that that folks are helping each other, which I think is really a hallmark of a great organization. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out there and thank Wanzi for his good work.
Thank you, Kelvin, and thank you, Wanzi.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Drugmeyer. As you're aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a major impact on all aspects of the science and engineering enterprise. It is a major disruptor of science and education research and STEM education at all levels, from K-12 to early career faculty. Next slide, please. Some of the far-reaching ways in which the impacts of the pandemic challenged the research enterprise are depicted on this slide. Researchers, both faculty and students, have had to abruptly halt their work, sometimes resulting in the loss of data, samples, and many years of work. Some major facilities have had to curtail operations, and in doing so, shut down equipment that is costly to restart. Financial pressures on academic institutions may create a number of stresses for the research enterprise. Early career job opportunities may be reduced. Institutions may lose the significant gains made in broadening participation, as reduced support for undergraduate and graduate research may disproportionately impact more vulnerable groups of students who often depend on work study and part-time employment for financial support. Without steps to mitigate impacts across the research enterprise, some institutions may struggle to stay afloat. Finally, U.S. science thrives on international collaboration and the foreign students and postdocs who come to work here. However, we may find that foreign partners postpone or de-emphasize their international collaborations as countries and communities focus on their own immediate needs. While NSF has also faced challenges, we are fortunate that our merit review process is holding up remarkably well. We are still receiving proposals, reviewing them, and making awards. Our transition to 100% virtual panels has made it easier for some people to participate. We are fortunate that this time of year traditionally coincides with a lull in proposal submissions as academic researchers wind up their year. We are monitoring submission rates to check that they continue to follow the usual seasonal cycle. Clemencia Constantino, who heads NSF's evaluation and assessment capability, is leading a group of NS staff from across the agency to rapidly develop better tools and to monitor indicators of our ability to deliver on our mission. Next slide, please. This headline from Science is typical of the articles that we've seen recently. In the article, AAAS documents how early career scientists face delays in completing research, graduation, and hiring, and may have difficulty obtaining funding to support their studies. The letter on the right was sent to the leaders in the House and Senate by 4 associations of U.S. colleges and universities, which you see in the header. They outline the urgent need to sustain the critical human infrastructure that undergirds the U.S. research enterprise. They describe the challenges academic institutions are facing, including sustaining the workforce, and they offer recommendations to ameliorate these challenges. Next slide, please. Recognizing the need to proactively address the large array of issues faced by our grantee community, NSF formed the Recovery Planning Task Force. The task force is charged with developing a strategy and a timeline for facilitating a smooth recovery by NSF grantees and identifying additional resources that might be needed to achieve this. The task force includes members from across NSF so that it can be aware of the challenges and opportunities in different fields and take advantage of the different perspectives of administrative and scientific staff, of individuals in the trenches and in leadership. The task force is using input from across and outside the foundation to identify challenges and compiling a scalable mitigation plan. We are examining whether new authorities will be needed. We are using a spiral planning approach. The task force's work is also cognizant of internal workload issues and the administrative burden faced by grantees. Next slide, please. Rather than go into an in-depth discussion on the issues and challenges, many of which are evident, We would like to give you a very high-level view of how we are organizing them and provide some examples on the next slide. One set of challenges that we're calling research recovery is associated with recovering the projects and facilities in which we've already invested. A second set is associated with maintaining the STEM talent pipeline. Both of these have components that are associated with people and with infrastructure. Meeting these challenges will require an increase in NSF's human resources so that we have the capacity to implement recovery actions rapidly and effectively. Next slide, please. Here are a few examples of some of the opportunities we've identified for mitigating the challenges. In the people category, there is an opportunity to expand the availability of postdoc fellowships in the face of what universities are saying is likely to be a period of reduced faculty hiring. Similarly, if universities have reduced capacity to provide financial support for graduate students, it may make sense to increase the availability of graduate fellowships. By far, the largest number of graduate students and postdocs are supported on research grants, along with faculty, technicians, and other research personnel. The research community's suggestion of making some level of supplemental funding readily available to active awards that need it is a good one. And this will help to ensure that the research that we've already funded is completed successfully. Examples under infrastructure include both physical infrastructure, such as instrumentation and mid-scale infrastructure, and human infrastructure, particularly EHR's programs that will be key for trying to retain students and faculty from more vulnerable populations. Some of NSF's major facilities are shut down or in a caretaker status. Program staff estimate that there will be additional costs associated with restarting and restoring some major facilities. Next slide, please. The task force is moving rapidly to provide a comprehensive plan in later May. While NSF has addressed some immediate concerns of grantees by providing flexibilities as appropriate based on OMB guidance, we will dig deeper into the challenges that affect projects and people, research, facilities, and human infrastructure, including the STEM pipeline. We welcome your input. We also welcome your help with communicating to the research and education community that we know that it is imperative to act and that we are positioning ourselves to do so quickly. Thank you. Next, you will hear from Jim Olvestead, more detail on the impact of COVID-19 on NSF major facilities.
Thank you. Jim.
Thanks, Sylvia. I was giving Kelvin 10 milliseconds there in case he wanted to interrupt again. Next slide, Bruce. So this is just going to be, as Fleming said, a short, high-level summary on facilities. And tomorrow in open session of the A&F committee, there is a more detailed discussion. So essentially, I'm going to try to set the stage here for that more detailed discussion tomorrow. Next slide, please. So first, I want to give a little bit of necessary background to the whole thing. NSF's major facilities are not operated by NSF. This goes back to the founding charter for NSF in 1950. They're run by external managing organizations. And most of these facilities have multiple sites and instruments. I'm counting about 70% or more that have multiple sites. Examples are NEON, which has 81 land and aquatic sites across the country. National Radio Astronomy Observatory, which has about 12 different telescope sites, including in Chile and various parts of the US. So NSF was off the mark fairly early in our major facilities in issuing guidance. And we told them quite clearly, the same as with our internal staff, that safety of the people came first. And that the managing organizations should make appropriate decisions for their local communities. And this is a really important point here. We did not dictate and cannot dictate to our facilities from our seats in Alexandria, Virginia, what's the right thing to do with a NEON site in Alaska or with a LIGO site in Louisiana. So we really left that up to the organizations. Now, OMB issued guidance in March, providing considerable flexibilities, and NSF issued its implementation guidance about a day later, which we later updated on in early April. And there was wording in there that provided significant flexibility to facilities. So this was carefully crafted, but our facilities folks read these documents and they noticed that there was language in there that applied to them, that gave them the ability to make decisions based on their own situations. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of sort of the layout of where NSF's major facilities are, but it greatly underestimates the number and the complexity. So if you look in the upper right, for instance, you'll see a little icon of a ship. That represents the academic research fleet. And the lines for those ships actually go to their home ports. But of course, the fleet, when it's doing research, they don't sit in their home ports. They're out all around the ocean in various places, sometimes very far from the continental US. If you look in the upper left, there's a little green icon there that looks like a hurricane. I'm pointing this one out for Kelvin since it's weather related. And that represents the natural hazards engineering research infrastructure facility. And there's one line there that goes to their sort of coordinating center, but there's actually 8 different research sites plus the coordinating center and the data management facility for things like earthquake research. There's a shake table at UC San Diego. If you think of Antarctica and the Arctic, you'll hear more from Kelly Faulkner about the sort of geopolitical situation for those later today. But of course, she'll also lay out that there is a wide geographic spread of the Antarctic and Arctic facilities. So there's a lot of complexity involved in trying to deal with all these major facilities, much more than just by the number. Next slide, please. So now if we think about moving into recovery, first, as mentioned earlier, most of our facilities that are in operation or under construction by early April were in suspension of status of either science or construction. Staff worked remotely as feasible. If you had a staff that were running a sensor network, the sensor networks actually continued to operate and staff could service them remotely. But if you were LIGO, for instance, that doesn't work so well. You have several telescopes also continuing to operate, several of our radio telescopes, but they're typically running with fairly small staff, and so some regular maintenance is being deferred. The winter over staff are in place in Antarctica without COVID-19. Science from the South Pole with the South Pole Telescope and the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory are continuing. So where it's appropriate, we've got the science continuing. Now, just as with the going into COVID-19, the coming out, the recovery decisions will be the responsibility of the managing organizations, again, consulting with NSF. And as I've just highlighted from the geographic issues, there will be many local complexities that people will have to deal with. Different parts of the country will be in different circumstances with respect to what their COVID-19 situation is. So you can imagine that for NEON, for instance, what they need to do in Colorado may be very different from what they need to do in Georgia. And so that will all have to be accommodated. And the flexibilities that we've been given by OMB in their initial memo and the continuation of flexibilities will be important as we go into facility recovery. So if I could have the next slide, I'd like to turn it over to Joanne Tornow now to talk about COVID-19 research.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to begin with an overview of what we know about the SARS-CoV-2 virus and the disease it causes, COVID-19. Next slide, please. SARS-CoV-2 is a member of the family of coronaviruses, some of which are zoonotic. That is, they can infect both animals and humans. Other viruses in this family include those that caused the recent SARS and MERS outbreaks. The red arrows here trace how MERS was transmitted between species. The yellow arrows show the path of SARS. It is thought that SARS-CoV-2 evolved within bats, then transferred to an intermediary species before infecting humans. This virus uses a spike protein to bind to the ACE2 receptor protein on cells in the respiratory tract. Once inside the cell, it exploits the cell's reproductive machinery to replicate. It's transmitted in airborne droplets, for example, when infected individuals cough or sneeze. While we know a small amount about how this particular virus interacts with humans, we know very little about the large number of coronaviruses, including why some are zoonotic and others aren't, how these viruses interact with the immune systems of other species, how the viruses spread between species, and how we can mitigate or stop transmission, either within or between species. However, NSF has a long history of funding related research on other viruses, and we're currently working to expand our investigation of this novel virus. Next slide, please. I'll touch on the rapids in a moment, but first I want to mention NSF's broader portfolio of foundational research that has investigated questions about the biology, ecology, evolution, impact, and mitigation of viruses, and allowed us to respond quickly to this particular outbreak. This diagram shows the programs that have, over the last 10 years, funded research on topics that are relevant to the current pandemic. This research provides a springboard for success in the work we're funding now on COVID-19. And I think you can see that these programs span the breadth of NSF. In particular, I'd like to highlight the Ecology and Evolution of Infectious Diseases program. EEID aims to understand dynamics of pathogen transmission within and across species, including humans, non-human animals, and plants, in an environmental context. NIH and USDA partner with us through this program, which also has international funding partners from Israel, China, and the UK. By understanding how infectious agents, including coronaviruses, evolve and interact with other organisms, we can better prepare behaviorally and therapeutically and better inform development of vaccines. Building on the research funded by EEID and the broader portfolio, NSF responded quickly to this pandemic. Next slide, please. On March 4th, we released a Dear Colleague letter calling for proposals focused on modeling the spread of COVID-19, understanding virus transmission and prevention, and to encourage the development of processes and actions to address this global challenge. Proposals could be submitted either to our regular programs or for rapid funding. In the last 2 months, a team of program officers representing all directorates have responded to nearly 5,000 inquiries. More than 700 proposals have been submitted, and as of April 29th, we had made over 200 rapid awards. Most were supported with supplemental funds, with some that had been awarded prior to the passage of the CARES Act paid through regular appropriations. As of yesterday, the number of rapid awards has increased to 267. Next slide, please. Most of the rapid awards break down into 6 very high-level themes that are shown here. You can see via the connecting lines that each of these areas engage multiple directorates, demonstrating, as expected, that much of this work cuts across disciplinary lines. I'd like to highlight a few of the rapid awards that we've made recently that cut across some of these themes. Next slide, please. Many of the rapids focus on developing a deeper understanding of how the virus mutates, how it engages with other organisms, and learning more about the virus's biology. For example, researchers at the University of Delaware are working to create an all-atom molecular dynamics simulation of the virus with the goal of enabling characterization of key biophysical properties relevant to its function for potential targeting and disruption. Other scientists are attempting to track the spread of COVID-19. A collaborative team from Stanford University and the University of Michigan are examining the dynamic progression of the virus, how it is transferred from surfaces to skin, how it is inactivated by solar and UV radiation, and monitoring the dynamics of coronavirus in wastewater treatment plants. In terms of detecting the disease, research at Texas A&M University is using tools from coding theory and optimization to design optimal pooling strategies to enable group testing, which could lower the number of tests needed and increase testing efficiency. To limit the spread of the virus, researchers at Northwestern University are working to create a self-sanitizing mask by using a chemical modulation strategy that focuses on altering the chemical composition of respiratory droplets on the mask to deactivate the virus. The work may also lead to new materials-based hypotheses regarding virus spread and transmission. And finally, to understand how COVID-19 is impacting society, researchers at the University of California, Irvine are conducting a study of 5,000 people to advance understanding of how Americans cope with highly stressful events, such as pandemics, and expand available information on the impact of media coverage on risk perceptions and acute stress responses to risk perception. Next slide, please. Next. Thank you. The COVID-19 pandemic represents a watershed moment for science and NSF to demonstrate our fundamental value to society by addressing the immediate and growing long-term threat of infectious disease on a crowded, highly connected planet. This virus, like those that caused SARS, MERS, Ebola, Zika, and so on, did not arise from within the human population, and addressing it effectively goes far beyond the traditional boundaries of human medicine. But this event makes clear, and society will demand, that we shift from being primarily reactive to being proactive in addressing these threats. What steps can we take to allow us to be more effective at predicting future outbreaks of disease and introducing the necessary interventions in real time to contain them, thereby preventing large numbers of deaths and economic hazards? There's a critical need to understand the molecular, organismal, ecological, and evolutionary origins of emerging infectious diseases, to develop general computational approaches to model physical and social drivers of their transmission, including mechanisms of cellular and host resistance, and to create agile processes and devices for detection, to acquire, share, and integrate the data necessary to inform response in the event of an outbreak. Undoubtedly, this will require broad interdisciplinary approaches that pull on all fields of science and engineering supported by NSF. Perhaps more than any other time in history, NSF needs to be visibly engaged in coordinating and enabling the US scientific enterprise to rise to this challenge. Next slide. Thank you. And now I'll hand this back to Diane to lead the discussion and questions.
Thank you so much, Fleming, Wanzi, Sylvia, Jim, Joanne, for this wonderful presentation that brings us much closer to understanding all of the work that's been going on so effectively at NSF. I'd like to open the floor to questions, comments from the board. I know that this is something that's on very much on everyone's minds. Across all domains, but I know that many of us at universities are very concerned about next steps. And so I think that there will be lots of questions. Artie, would you like to open the questioning?
Yes. To what extent are we coordinating recovery and restart with the other agencies, since a lot of our research depends on facilities of other agencies and the like? And similarly, with our international colleagues, we have a heavy investment in the Large Hadron Collider. So I'm asking about coordination.
So Artie, maybe I'll take the part that has to do with facilities. On the facilities where we are collaborating with others, like the Rubin Observatory and so on, we're very closely in contact with DOE. For instance, they're building the camera, we're building the telescope, and so we're working with each other to understand how they relate to each other and how one impacts the other. For something like the Large Hadron Collider, although we're in contact with DOE and CERN, to a large extent, our group is building instrumentation that's folding in with instrumentation from many, many other countries. And so for a lot of that day-to-day activity, we leave it up to the managing organization to say, okay, this is how delivery of our instrument or operation of our instrument is going to fold into your facility, because they're in a better position to do that than we are.
Thank
Part
you.
that's not facilities, I'll let somebody else answer.
Thank you. Let's turn to Fleming and then Suresh Garamella, then Alan. You're on mute, Fleming. Your video's still, your audio's still off again. We still don't hear you. I can come back to you in a moment if, okay, let's go to Suresh Garamella while Fleming figures out what's up with his audio.
Yeah, thank you. I think my question is particularly probably for Sylvia's part of the presentation. As you know, a large part of what NSF does is fund graduate students, postdocs, and early career faculty, all of whom are, were identified as being affected. I was curious, I know there were some guidelines from NIH that came out that if a university was paying everyone, then they could also continue to pay the graduate students, et cetera. But I'd like to know how much, I guess, how far the planning has gone to support grad students and such whose research is partly held up, but then we need to find some way to, keep them whole. Also, earlier career, people with career awards and other grants like that. So, thank you.
Sure. I'll start and then let Steve Meacham, who is co-chairing the task force, jump in as well. We posted on the NSF website guidance for individuals who currently have awards that specifically address this question in terms of their ability. And in fact, I think our guidance is pretty comparable to what you read in terms of what NIH is doing, their ability to continue to support their graduate students while they are looking at ways to continue the work if it's virtually. Undergraduate students, there's a special section in our guidance regarding research experiences for undergraduates. So it's something that we have addressed using OMB guidance that provides reassurance that they can continue to support the students, as you mentioned. The task force is looking at, sort of medium-term and long-term strategies that we can implement, such as some of the things that I mentioned in the slide, so that our large pool of grantees will have, again, some reassurance about what the flexibilities are associated with their current awards. Steve, would you like to add anything to that?
No, I don't think so. I think that that's an excellent answer.
Thank you.
Fleming, is your audio working now?
Well, let's find out. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First time I've had a problem with that technology, but it's okay. I wanted to make one general comment, and then I'll make a specific comment I think partly addresses Suresh's question. The general comment is that from the topics that you heard, the internal and external sort of operational response, and then the guidance for people about their awards and about the research recovery and planning that's going on, the major facilities. And then you finished up by hearing about the science. And I think it's important to realize that all of those things, I think everybody does, but I want to emphasize all those things that come before are things that we are doing so the research can move forward. And when we think of, now this is a specific comment, as we think about recovery, I think we can make a list, and our research planning task force has done an excellent job of it, of making a list of what some of the issues are going to be. It is going to take resources to do this. And we are trying to, in the face of pretty broad uncertainties right now, try to articulate what those resources will be and discuss them with people and make them known. And the Science Board is going to be important in helping to emphasize that they're going to take significant resources for us to propel the research community back to where it needs to be.
Thank you, Fleming. Alan? And
Thanks,
then we have Vic and Jerry and Kelvin.
Okay, thanks, Diane. I have a particular interest here in particularly vulnerable and remote facilities like those in Antarctica, where help is not around the corner. It's not just an ambulance ride to the hospital. And I'm not just interested in the period we're in now, but over the long haul, the next 12 to 18 months, and what particular mitigations or precautions are being taken for remote facilities where people are in place, like Antarctica, basically round the clock and round the year, even with the C-19.
So Alan, I could give you an answer, but I know Kelly's online. So Kelly, if you would like to respond to that, maybe you could.
Okay, yes, so thank you for that question. It is in fact keeping us hopping to stay on top of the challenging situation that we have in front of us, particularly since we are subject to restrictions and travel challenges around the whole planet in order to keep things going in Antarctica. So we are indeed planning out over a couple of year horizon in order to handle all of the complicated elements of this. But I think as was said earlier by Jim, our top priority initially, of course, is safety. And we've had to take a number of actions to be sure that we are not going to introduce or be the source of introduction through our community of COVID, either to the Antarctic or Arctic. And that's governed a lot of our actions and recommendations to the research community. So we are trying to put all of that information out regularly on our website and communicate with the community at a higher level that way. So I think I don't want to consume a huge amount of time here, but be happy to provide you with the specifics of the guidance we're putting out there through the board office.
If I can ask one follow-up, I really like the strategy that you described you're following to try to prevent the transmission down onto the continent at all. But what about measures in case the worst happens and it is introduced? Are there respirators and other types of equipment that might not normally be there or be there in larger numbers that are being pre-positioned? Any particular training, any larger medical staffs?
So we wouldn't normally be positioned with respirators per se. However, we are looking at all kinds of measures, the appropriate equipment and things we would do in the event a case materialized. We're doing that in concert with all other nations as well, because we're all in this together. If they misstep or we misstep, we jeopardize each other. So there is a very active group engaged in that in the international realm. And in terms of specifics, we've been looking at things like, FEMA actually has these portable ICU units that are sort of, something you could pop on a vessel and bring down. So we are very much in the planning phases of being sure that we're prepared in for the worst case scenario.
Thank you, Kelly. Thanks, Jim.
Vic.
I think this question is to Joanne Turnow. Joanne gave a good presentation on the rapid, what's happening with COVID-19 and NSF with the rapids. My question is, because there have been a number of agencies that have put out calls for everything from masks to studies, and particularly on the rapids. And traditionally, NSF has always had somewhat of a clear demarcation between the research it funds and what NIH funds. But given this time and the uniqueness of this virus, and many researchers have come up and are asking, is NSF opening the aperture up a little bit more for proposals coming in that kind of, broadly overlap some of the things that NSF is doing and NIH doing. They're concerned in some cases that some of those proposals are not pure clinical like NIH, but are kind of being denied because they'd like to see NSF kind of open that up a little bit more. Could you comment to that? And just one more question is, from your point of view, what's been the collaboration kind of in the back room with some of your colleagues further at NIH, as well at places like, Fort Detrick or DOD, which is also, putting out large amounts of money on the street and trying to coordinate your funding efforts?
Okay, so I'll take the first part first about the breadth of the kinds of things that we're supporting through the Rapids. And as this is particularly what you've described as particularly germane to the Bio Directorate, which has traditionally sort of carved out a place where we could be most impactful given in the larger federal enterprise. But it is the case that this is a national emergency, and we have an opportunity to be responsive in a very rapid way. And the program officers within Bio have taken a broad view of what has come in that is still within NSF's mission. Right? We are still within NSF's mission, but taking a somewhat broader view than we might have for the regular proposals that are submitted under normal circumstances. We've also had conversations. Now, we do collaborate with NIH and USDA through the EEID program. And so that program, things that are relevant in that space, is also another place in which some of the boundaries might be expanded, if you will. We've also had conversations with some of the other agencies that don't have necessarily extramural funding, such as, that could be helpful to some of the things that they're doing, like say CDC, for example, and looking to try to ensure that the things that we are supporting will also have a broader value across the federal government. With respect to coordinating with the other agencies, a lot of those conversations are happening in the interagency space through the National Science and Technology Council. I co-chair a subcommittee on biological sciences. A number of the agencies that you mentioned are represented there. And there has been a group really sort of focusing more in the synthetic biology space, but they've been thinking about what are the ways in which we might make our actions, our collaboration, coordination across the agencies a little bit more efficient. So that's where the venue where those conversations are happening, Vic.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Appreciate it.
Jerry. You're on mute, Jerry.
So let me just say a few quick things. And in thinking about the great presentations that you all gave, I have to give a big kudos to the staff at NSF. They're just some, and everyone, because, for example, what I saw was the flexibility for people to be able to work from 6 in the morning to 10 at night, thinking about people that have children at home. Your sensitivity to that, to me, is really, really appreciated. And because I certainly know how difficult that can be and how welcome that is. I don't know what other agencies are doing, but I just think that's really great. The second thing is flexibility with programs and the funding. And so I run an RU site in the summer, and the thought that our students couldn't come on campus and earn their money for the summer from all over the country was really worrisome. And to be able to work with NSF program managers to talk about how we could do this in a very clever way, clever, we sort of think, but to have that flexibility and welcoming of new ideas as experimentalists, that's who we are and what we look forward to. And then also in interacting, I have to kudos to the people that are operating the website, because you might think that the NSF website would be any website could be completely chaotic, but we've always been able to, in my experiences, I've been able to go on and off, and my colleagues too, and be able to get information very easily. And so kudos to them too. And then finally to Fleming, you had mentioned that NSB could help in some way. I'm sure that many of us would be happy to help in any capacity, whether it's getting the word out in some way to show that we're really concerned, we're going to work for them. Anyway, that this may be another conversation, but I think many of us would welcome being able to help in any way we can to get the message out.
If I can make a very brief comment about that, you know that one of the great powers of NSB is the link you provide us to the community in sort of with slightly different and broader connections than just say program officer to grantee. And so please seize those opportunities. Everything from talking to your colleagues to talking more broadly, it's a tremendous help to us. And I would be pleased to talk with anybody if we can provide information that you need to help tell our story.
It would be great, even a simple slide deck, that since we're all on remote, have something that we could, those of us who are interested could help with. I think
we'll work on that. Opal will help us with that.
Thanks. That sounds great. Kelvin.
Thank you, Diane. Thanks, everyone. Really great discussion. The one point I wanted to make was the importance of coordinating closely with OMB and the Hill on this, because in addition to all of the logistics and so on, of course, Congress is very interested in this. We saw the letter from AAU, APLU, AMC, and ACE. And so there's a lot of conversation happening there. And so I think coordination is really critical. And these relations with the Hill and OMB are critically important. I didn't know if Amanda was on, and maybe she could give a quick update on the engagement with the Hill in particular on these topics. Just think it would be timely to just mention that briefly, because that's such a key issue here. And if not, we could defer that till later.
Hi, yes, thank you, Dr. Drogemeyer. So happy to talk about, I think you guys have seen a lot of the actions that the Hill's been taking. The Senate is actually back in session this week. The House is deferred, coming back in for at least another week. So they are starting talks on a fourth tranche for another stimulus package. And so looking specifically at research that's going on now. So we've been in talks with both the House Science Committee, Senate Commerce Committee, and our appropriators on both sides for information that's needed there. And then we know in a few weeks, they're going to be looking at recovery. So we've been talking about what we can pull together, making sure OMB and others have a heads up so that they have the right information. We're also going to be doing a roundtable today with Health Science. They've been really interested in, again, impacts to our facilities, to the research going on with the community and how we can be helpful there. So we keep everybody updated on all of that, but there's been a lot of background information and back and forth between the Hill and us.
And OPA has been doing a terrific job with that. And we're really completely engaged with both OMB and also the House and the Senate. So really appreciate the good work that Amanda and her team are doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Maureen, and then Roger, Bob, Punch, and then we'll have to stop.
Yes, thanks again, everyone, for a really excellent kind of overview set of presentations. I had kind of two unrelated questions. The first was to commend you on the flexibility with respect to teleworking and scheduling flexibility, and to ask whether or not there's been any discussion or consideration of continuing this outside of the current pandemic as a way of providing additional flexibility for the workforce and for individuals who, ongoing may have constraints on their schedule. So that's question number one, sort of continuation of the very admirable flexibility into non-crisis times. And second, well, I really commend the flexibility of granting agencies, and in particular our granting agency, with respect to no-cost extensions and other ways of accommodating the slowdown in research. Ultimately, this is going to have to translate into grant renewal evaluation criteria that reflect or accommodate delays and perhaps failure to achieve goals that would otherwise be expected. So does anybody have any insight onto whether, again, this is under consideration and what the role of the NSB could be in helping to promote that kind of flexibility with respect to grant renewal for individuals who've been impacted by shutdowns and have had their research programs severely curtailed by COVID?
So I'm going to make two brief comments to hand this off to some other people in the group. I will let Wanzi comment some more about the flexibilities. I will simply say, you learn a lot when you have to do something. And we're learning a lot about how to telework effectively and what the difficulties are, mostly personal psychological difficulties. So I think that we are going, that everybody talks about there's going to be a new normal. And I think these flexibilities, some of which are emergency flexibilities, but extensive telework, for example, is not an emergency. And we will be exploring that, of course. And then as far as the awards go, I'm going to let Sylvia or Steve comment on that because their group recognizes just what you're talking about and is thinking about how one might proceed. So Wanzi?
Maureen, I'd like to take a shot at your question. I think your comment about telework, I think once you let the genie out of the bag, it's hard to put it back in there. So we're trying to figure out what will work look like after this pandemic is over. And I think that one thing we've shown is we've proven that we can be just as effective teleworking as we can be in the office. There's some things we're not doing as well. The point Fleming made, a lot of us are going Zoom crazy because we're having all these Zoom meetings and trying to blend schedules where we have a cutoff between work and personal life. We're still trying to discover all that. But one thing I do know is that this pandemic gives us an opportunity to look at change and working from home or remotely in a different perspective. I think there have been some naysayers before, but I've been very proud of how the staff has adapted because we already had a very aggressive telework schedule. But I do think that we should take this opportunity to look at how the nature of work and how we work in the future will be. I think there are some lessons we learned about this, as I've talked to Fleming a lot of times, being in a hybrid type of situation where you're in the office or you're home and everyone else is on Zoom or another type of system. We've got to make sure you work all that out because sometimes you can be left out. I think when everyone's teleworking, it's very easy, but how do you telework and work when you a hybrid, when some are working in the office and some aren't? We haven't discovered that. We've got a team we put together to talk about these new workplace flexibilities, how we can do. And I can say this, because of the workplace flexibilities we put in place, I think their staff is working much harder. They're much more appreciative and they know that NSF cares about them. So I do think some of the things we're doing, we probably keep for a while long, but to say what they are, I don't know right now. Thank you.
Wanzi, could I just add one comment? I really think we have tried to move the needle on participation of women in science and engineering for as long as I've been in science and engineering. And one of the major limitations on this has been the lack of flexibility. And so I really see this as a huge opportunity to create the kind of flexible workforce that could actually draw women in particular who may have childcare or elder care responsibilities more so than men into the workforce in an effective manner. So I really commend you, and I'm hoping we don't drop the ball on this.
Well, Maureen, I don't think we are going to drop the ball. In fact, one of our motivations for going to virtual panels in the past has been to allow folks with elder care or child care responsibilities to participate. And I just think we're becoming much more sophisticated about it in the course of this. So I think you're pointing to a real opportunity we have. Did Sylvia or Steve want to comment at all about grant flexibilities at all?
Steve,
Sylvia, one of you?
I'll be happy to take a stab at that.
Very briefly, because we're running out of time, but thank you.
Okay. I think Dr. Kondik, you asked in particular whether there was a need for the board to do something around the criteria that we might be applying to renewal requests. I think, so this is a topic that the task force has briefly discussed. We're focusing at the moment, I think, on trying to make the current projects whole if we can get the available resources. I think this is something that Dr. Krim mentioned earlier, that really to pick up the research projects that have been disrupted, we really require some substantial additional resources. But if we can do that, then that would diminish the scale of the problem that you're alluding to, because people would have more of an opportunity to complete their work and get their publications out before moving too far into the renewal phase. But when we do look at requests for new proposals, when we do look at new proposals that are renewing or extending a track of research, the research review criteria that the National Science Board has given NSF provide a lot of flexibility. And I think the most effective way we can address the type of issue that you raised is by the guidance that we give to reviewers. And we typically do provide reviewers with guidance in how to interpret the review criteria in the context of a particular program or a particular situation. And I think that's probably the most effective way we can use to handle that.
Thank you. Roger, and then Bob Groves, and then Ponch, and then a couple more if we can squeeze in. Let's be as brief as we can, but I'd like to hear from everyone.
I think the last question answered many of my concerns. Many of us come in from university environments and recognize the impact of the pandemic on student enrollment, on a lot of financial implications, and with a lot of financial implications. So the kind of flexibility that Steve mentioned and Sylvia mentioned about in granting it was my concern, because how to minimize as much as we can from our side that impact on the financial stability of many universities which are struggling, others are not struggling as badly, I think is really important. So keeping in mind what they're saying at the AAU and APLU and other organizations might be informative as you set your policies.
Thank you, Roger. Bob?
I'll pass.
Okay. Ponch?
I'll make it very quick. First of all, I want to say a fantastic job by the NSF team. Thank you, Fleming, Wansi, Jim, Sylvia, Joanne, Amanda, etc. Great job. So I just have only two observations. I think Roger did mention one of them. At the end of the day, our constituency is the universities, and listening to them constantly in terms of getting their inputs in terms of what is working, what is not working might be very helpful. And two avenues, in addition to the university presidents, we have 3 of them in this call in the National Science Board. And in addition to that, also to APLU and AAU to seek inputs in terms of how we might be of better service, I think would be a good thing. And the second thing I want to say is what I have been pleasantly surprised is the unbelievable innovation of our undergraduate students in stepping up and doing things which are phenomenal in terms of what they have done. I mean, our undergraduate students have printed, with 3D printers, all kinds of designs, validations, models, etc. for PPEs. So this is a time for us to energize that innovation and innovative capacity by seeing what we can do more in terms of supplements and undergraduate student enablement for doing very creative things. So there's another opportunity in addition to other things that were mentioned here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ed, you had a quick question?
No, I think Bob and Roger, or at least Bob and Roger has questions. Ed's not going to ask.
Okay. Then I think Suresh Babu had a quick point, and then Steve Willard, and then we'll stop.
Diane, Bob and Roger, I think, were on the list before them.
I think Roger already spoke, and I think Bob declined.
Oh, did he? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
Okay, thanks, team. This is great, NSF team. I really appreciate so I'm learning, and I'm a newbie. I have a question because every university is thinking about coming back online, and there are a lot of discussions going on every other university. Is there any way NSF can collect best practices and then provide support so that we don't reinvent the wheel at each and every university, how to get back to normalcy or the new normal? Is there any comments from the NSF team?
I will make a very brief comment. Diane, you can relax. You're talking about one of the things that NSF can do because we are connected to so much of the community. It's a really good suggestion. The thing is that it is not the first thing we think about doing because we don't say, oh, here's what you should be doing. We say, here's the kind of quality that you should be producing. So that's a really interesting thought, and we'll think about it. We communicate with the community through all the directorates, have pathways to all of their communities. We need to do something maybe slightly more coordinated as an agency. So that's a good comment.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you. Steve Willard, and then we will conclude.
Sure. I just want to take advantage.
A little louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this clear?
Better.
I just want to take advantage of the fact that we're so fortunate that Kelvin is our acting director. Kelvin, what is the biggest thing you think we as a National Science Board can do to help?
Well, thanks, Steve. I think the things you're talking about are right. I think coordination across the interagency and across the community are very, very important because we have to think about, you know, the enterprise as a whole and engaging nonprofits, for-profit companies, philanthropy, and so on. And thinking about where we as America are going to go. It's not just restarting the universities, it's restarting federal and national laboratories, you know, private companies, you know, depending on research, it's the seed corn, obviously. So I think a broad-based conversation is really going to be critical here. And NSF is a very important player in that. So, so I think that's one of the key things that the board needs to be thinking about. How can we most effectively do that?
Thank you.
Well, thanks everyone for this very informative and deep conversation about the world we're in right now. I want to point out to the board members that much of Sylvia's information is in the board book, so you can look at it more closely after this conversation we've just had. And it's now time for us to turn to our Committee on External Engagement with hefty thanks to Fleming, Wanzi, Sylvia, Jim, Joanne, Amanda, Steve Meacham, Kelvin, the full team, and for all of us on the board who've raised questions and added to this conversation, I thank you. So we'll now turn to James Jackson and the Committee on External Engagement. And I think you're muted.
It keeps remuting me. That's very interesting. It probably knows. Jackson muted is better. Anyway, good afternoon. Welcome to this open session of the External Engagement Committee. I'm James Jackson, chair of the committee. At this time, I'd like to ask Nadine Lynn she's a staff liaison to the External Engagement Committee, to call the roll.
Great, thanks, James. Committee members, please say here when I say your name. Vice Chair Jerry Richmond.
Here.
Maureen Kondich.
Here.
Kent Fox.
Here.
Bob Groves.
Here.
Victor McCrary.
Here.
Stephen Leith.
Here.
Pont Ponchonathan.
Here.
Maria Zuber.
Here.
Thank you. James, you may proceed.
All right, thank you very much, Nadine. I appreciate that. Before we start, I want a quick reminder about Zoom. Remember to use the hand raised icon. I assume everybody's found that, or the chat function when you want to ask a question or make a comment. Staff is going to be monitoring these and will call on you in turn. I can't guarantee while I'm trying to get through my presentation that I'll be able to see this, but I got my fingers crossed. I know they'll do a good job on this. Don't forget to unmute your audio when your name is called and you're asked to say some things. Now, let's turn to our agenda. The first three items should be quite brief, and then I hope we can devote the bulk of our time to discussing the really great vision report, engagement ideas, I think that the EE committee members and Roger, Ellen, and Diane came up with during our EE Telecon last week. It was a very good meeting, and I think people were really folks engaged in talking about various different aspects of that. So first on our agenda is the approval of the minutes for our February meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes? So Nadine is not saying anything, so I'm going to assume that.
Yep, no hands raised that I see.
All right, so no objections to the at all to the minutes, and the minutes stand approved as presented. Now let's turn to our second agenda item, and that's the National Science Board Alumni Communications Network. Now, board members may recall that we agreed to try this idea out as a pilot project about a year ago, after a lot of discussions about what we thought about that. And I think we had a lot of lively discussions about that. And the idea was to maintain connections with former board members and to share NSB and NSF resources with them, such as NSB reports. Now, congressional testimony, one-pagers, and encourage them to share these resources with their respective networks and to foster an additional source of expertise information and connections to multiple stakeholders across the U.S. My sense of this, and I've talked to some other people as well, is that the listserv is going well. It seems that the board members and alumni are really starting to use it to share updates with one another, about things that are of interest to them, and to nurture the unique connections we all share as current or former NSB members. What do others think? Are there any other ways in which we could use the listserv? Any adoption of a new thing takes a while. So I think we got off to a slow start. But I think when issues came up over the last year that were some interest, I think we did get quite a bit of conversation back and forth on the listserv. Any ideas about that or comments?
Yeah, James, I supported the formation of the listserv, but I really had my doubts about how useful it was going to be because I wasn't sure how engaged the alumni network would be. But it's actually generated quite a lot of, I would say, constructive conversation. I mean, it's not used a lot, but when it's used, it's for something that is pretty interesting. So I think as long as the people who use it are discerning and judicious about it, that it's turned out to be a useful vehicle.
Sounds good.
James, Ellen Ochoa and Victor McCrary have their hands raised.
All right, Ellen and then Victor. I assume you gave it to me in order.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so James, it seems like there's a good opportunity right now to use it with the vision report coming out. And I would expect that a lot of people on the alumni network may have either ideas or connections, especially as we talk about partnerships or having to bring in a variety of stakeholders. At the very least, just hearing a little bit about their reaction, but I think that would be a good opportunity.
Yes, I agree with that too as well. Vic?
Yes, James, this kind of echoes the earlier comments. The listserv has really, I think, been good in terms of being able to push out information. And we've seen a lot of feedback. We might, on our own, either through the staff or some of the members on the committee, also try to make it two-way in terms of maybe putting out some questions or getting some thoughts. So instead of just being one way, instead of pushing out information, like for example, Ellen talked about the vision, we might on ourselves might want to see by asking questions and that way encouraging and getting these two-way feedbacks and discussion to help us on some pertinent issues, whether it's the vision or, how do we get the vision out, or some of the other things that the board is working on both now and in the future. I've seen both recently with the Council on Research with their listserv, they've used that quite accurately with the COVID-19 situation, and a lot of the VPRs been sharing a lot of information. So I know there's all this wisdom out there in the alumni network, and we can utilize it the same way.
Sounds like
James,
that's great.
Julia Phillips has her hand raised.
Julia?
Yeah, thanks very much. This is a minor point, except that we do have new members, or at least incipient new members, and recalling that you do actually have to opt in. It will be important that they be invited at the appropriate juncture.
Yeah, I was trying to think of how we did that before. Didn't I write an invitation email? And I use that I advisedly, but if I remember right, I think that's where we handled it last time. So let's plan on doing that once everything is settled with regard to who the new members are going to be and everyone is on board. How's that? We might also want to use it as an opportunity to thank the people who utilized the alumni network over the past year, to thank them for their exchanges, ideas, and so on, and that has been greatly appreciated while we welcome in the new members to the board. Okay, let's do that. Anything else, Nadine?
No, I'm not seeing anyone else.
All right, that's really good feedback. We're taking notes on that, and we'll work on getting that done. The third item on our agenda is a quick update on recent or upcoming indicators 2020 engagement. And I'll only say quick because I think Julia is going to be updating us later on I forgot whether it is on the agenda. All those different colors kind of blur into whatever. But the Science and Engineering Policy Chair, Julia Phillips, will give a brief virtual briefing on the indicators on April 23rd to the Department of Energy's Advanced Scientific Computing Advisory Committee. And she will also brief DOE's Office of Science on May 18th. Also in May 2020, Indicators Thematic Report on Public Attitudes will be published, and there are plans to publicize it, including creating a one-pager on the public attitudes. As a social psychologist, I had my most interest in reading some of these issues having to do with regard to the public attitudes. Very well done, and I think very important, very interesting, as a matter of fact. I won't stop to ask questions here since Julia is going to be giving, right, and a much larger report. Is that later on today, Diane, if I remember right? Yeah, I think so. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Any hands raised or chat comments?
No, not seeing anybody.
All righty. Now let's turn to our major agenda item, and that's the engagement planning for the new vision report. And I think we spent most of our time, having discussions about that back and forth, and the discussions were lively and interesting. So last week, Diane, Ellen, and Roger discussed the report with officials at OSTP and OMB and the House and Senate Science Committee staff during briefings with both groups prior to the report's public release. I think that was a great idea. Congress and the administration are both key to making the vision a reality, and the board will continue to engage with them. In addition, we will need to engage and partner with many other entities that include other federal agencies, scientific societies, and higher education associations, industry groups, and private and public state entities. Last week, during the Open EE Telecom, in which Vision Task Force Chair Roger Beachy, as well as Task Force Vice Chair Ellen Ochoa, and NSB Chair Diane Savain also participated, we had a very generative discussion with lots of great ideas of how and what and with what entities the board might go about sharing the vision report in order to gather input and ideas to build the partnerships that we think we need to implement the roadmap actions. This is not something we're going to do by ourselves. Instead, we're going to need partners as we go forward. Now, what I'd like to do now is to share some of those ideas with the full board. And as I do, please think about which of these ideas resonate with you, and if you have any additional ideas. Since both board and staff resources are limited, we will also need to prioritize among these ideas so that some of these will have to be serial in terms of how we do them because we don't have unlimited resources. And we're going to need help from everyone on the board. So please let us know in what areas you may be able to participate or to assist. Now, we've grouped these into three categories. One, engaging with existing partners. Two, facilitating new relationships and partnerships. And three, leveraging media and developing engagement tools. And let me speak briefly about each of those three. So ideas that fall into the first category of engaging with existing partners include briefing and discussing the report with CNSF, a coalition of over 130 scientific societies and higher education associations, which are unified in their support of the NSF and its mission. We could do the same thing with the STEM Education Coalition, which focuses on improving the way students learn science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And by the way, I might want to add here as an appendix, I think the way in which the report has been structured, the vision report that is, that it's going to resonate with lots of groups as we go out and present this. It's great to have something which is like not dull paper that you go from page to page. I think not that paper is dull as an academic. I love papers all my life. I'm trying to get rid of them now. That's a real problem. But the fact is, though, it's the way it's put together. I think it's very exciting, and we will be able to engage people. Second, offering to present the vision report at the virtual meetings of scientific societies and higher education associations. And that is taking the vision report directly to their members. Third, sharing the report with vice presidents for research, deans of engineering, chairs of computer science departments, and other academic leaders. Next, presenting the vision during an NSF virtual town hall meetings. And I should note that as a teaser version of this, it's slated to happen this Thursday when Ellen would share brief highlights from the vision report during acting NSF Director Kelvin Drogemeyer's town hall meeting, which is already planned. So in some ways, we'll get a really off to a good start about that. And Kelvin, thank you very much for participating in that. As part of facilitating new relationships and partnerships, which is the second item, industry groups like the Business Roundtable and the Business Higher Education Forum were mentioned as possible partners. State entities like the National Governors Association, the National Council of State Legislatures, and the U.S. and state chambers of commerce were also mentioned. Teacher and education groups like the National Science Teacher Association and organizations representing middle and high schools. For all these possible engagement activities, committee members noted the importance of facilitating two-way communication and finding ways that the board can learn about the priorities of these groups in relationship to the vision statement that we've made. In addition, finding ways to make personal connections will be very important and underscores the need for board members to help us forge these connections. This is a place where we really need you and the kind of connections that you bring to the board in terms of getting this vision report out. In the third and final category of leveraging media and developing engagement tools, the committee discussed several things. This is when they got really creative here. So let me present some of these. First, developing a short and engaging video about the vision, much like the 4-minute video about NSB and NSF that we produced last year. I think the committee members and people who participated got a copy of that, but I'm not so sure, again, with the new board members and so on, we might want to send that out again because they may not have seen this. It was a great video, at least I think so, and I think very well done. Second, exploring possible opportunities for NSB to talk about the vision on TV and radio outlets, such as Bloomberg or CNBC or NPR or other outlets that are there, and pitching editorials and op-eds to newspapers and magazines such as Science. Using webinars to encourage dialogues with others in the science and engineering enterprise. I think the webinar idea is particularly a good one because once done, it's done. It can be shown again. Developing a 1-minute elevator pitch about the vision. What would you say about the vision if you had 1 minute in the elevator with someone for which you were trying to sell that? We learned that's selling foundations 101. So, we had to learn that. I hope that I've captured the essence of our very important discussions from last week. I invite others who participated in the telecon to add any ideas that I may have missed. I certainly could have missed some of the ideas. So I'd like to open it up for discussion so we can hear what others on the board think about these ideas and how you would prioritize them. As you just heard, as I read, there's a long list of potential engagement activities and a lot of enthusiasm, but we're going to need your help and active participation to bring these ideas to fruition. So if there are areas where you would be willing to help or even take the lead, please speak up. Now's your chance to do that. And Nadine, you're looking at people's hands.
So Julia Phillips has her hand up.
All right, Julia.
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, a lot of great ideas. couple of things occur to me. One is that in this tranche of briefings and engagement that we do in the near term, I think we should be inviting input for implementation. And it's really important to emphasize, I mean, there are lots of strategies, you know, they're all over the place, and they tend to sit in filing cabinets or in files on computers, and not much happens with them. And so it's going to be important to make the commitment to implement, and also for these early ones seeking input on what implementation should look like, and finally committing to come back and say, you know, once we have the implementation plan, you know, drafted, we will be back to tell you about it. A second thought is that as we think about who should be high priority folks to engage early on, there are things that have to happen that are well beyond the control or really even purview in the implementation sense of the board. And so engaging with those entities that are going to be critical partners in implementing some of the things that we point out as needing to be done is going to be really important, and it's probably going to have to be a pretty continual engagement. So not real specific, but just some thoughts.
Yeah, I think those are great. I think I take some of what you said a little lighter on the information side and perhaps a little heavier on the roadmap side, because that indeed is what is going to be important for implementation. I think we should take note of that. You know, you can fall into that trap of, you know, getting so involved with giving people information about what the content is and so on. We don't want to lose sight. This is an implementation document. This is not a document that sits on the shelf without being used. So I think that's an important issue. Other hands, Nadine?
Not seeing anyone right now.
All right. Anyone else have anything to add? If you can't use that function, you can just wave. I mean, that's good.
So Suresh Babu has his hand raised.
Oh, can I help?
Is this Suresh A or Suresh B? Which one?
Suresh B.
Oh, Suresh B. Okay.
So that was James. You asked external engagement and how can I help? I am all yours. So give me, I'll be part of your team, however I can help on taking your Vision 30 to the next level.
Well, that's wonderful. That's exactly what I want to hear, what Nadine wants to hear, and a lot of the other staff want to hear as well. But let me take this moment to apologize for not making the breakfast this morning. I work on a COVID-19 project, and we had a kind of an emergency meeting this morning. I got another one this afternoon. So, you know, that's just the way it goes. So, but I apologize for missing the meeting this morning, but I want to say hello and welcome to all the new members. You know, your input now and into the future will greatly appreciate it. Anyone else we have?
Vicki Chandler has her hand raised.
Hey, Vicki, where are you? I didn't see you before.
I'm here. Been here
Hey,
the
Vicki.
whole time.
Yeah, I saw you before.
I just had one thought, and you may have mentioned this and I missed it, but the report was greatly enriched by all of the visits we did with a significantly large number of people across the country that spent a lot of time talking with us and sharing their thoughts. Is it possible to have a list of everyone who we met with and send them a personal link to the Vision 2030 and thank them for their contributions? Is that something we could consider doing if we haven't already planned?
I would sure that would be something. And Nadine, you might want to speak to this.
Yes, well, we certainly can. We did actually notify all 300, I don't know what it was, 40 people who either were invited or participated in your listening sessions, and invited them to tune in to the vision presentation that happened this morning, and also to take a look at the report. But we could certainly follow up as well.
No, if you've already done that, that's great. I think it's just, we did benefit a lot from hearing from everyone, and it's always good to have that two-way communication. So appreciate it.
Did we get any videotape on the individuals at the listening sessions? Because that could be part of our 4-minute, discussion, little snippets from the various different things. You can't get everyone in, but that always livens things up to hear things from people directly. Go ahead, Nadine. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say you have Roger, Heather, and Steve Willard, and probably some others, but start with them.
All right, Roger.
Thanks, James. Nadine, the question is really partially for you. With the range of different groups that we've talked about exposing and sort of spreading the information to, is there quite a bit of remaking of each of decks and information for an educator group or a university group, and what's the bandwidth that you have? One of the things I think James talked about early on is how to prioritize these many great ideas. How much bandwidth is this going to require, and how much should we be paying attention to prioritizing this list?
So I guess that question was to me, Roger.
Well, it was to both. Yeah, it was in large part.
I'll just say repurposing the decks, once a master deck is created by the fabulous team, it's not that hard to repurpose it and tailor it to different audiences. But I think as Dr. Jackson said, board members are critical to making connections happen, and those personal relationships can't be overstated.
I hope we can also call on the alumni group. One of the questions that I had when you had that discussion, James, about the Alumni Communications Network, as what have we received? What are the benefits that we see that have accrued to the NSB or the NSF as a consequence of having that communications network? We all recognize its positive activities, but I hope that they also can help us and do our jobs as well as board members, as former board members. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's correct. We probably need to take a look at that list and see who's involved. Since it's going well, I think some of the concerns were legitimate that people had before. Since none of those have been actually realized over this first particular period, we may indeed want to encourage some people who haven't been participating to participate. But that's something we can talk about in terms of our email and reach out and solicit some people, because there's some people I could think of who have not been part of the network. It would be good to have. The next one was Steve, or?
Actually, Heather, and then
Heather.
Steve Willard.
All right, Heather first and then Steve.
Thank you, great presentation. And just 2 quick comments. One is to kind of endorse Julia's comment on solicitation of input on the implementation as being a way to get more people committed to the concepts in the report. So there's a very big difference, as we all know, just being briefed on something or given a link and actually asked, what are you doing that we can, what are you thinking? And it would build a broader coalition. And then the second is, when you think about priorities, we should probably think about prioritizing the network of networks. And I particularly think of the university associations. We shouldn't underestimate the influence of the American and Public Land Grant Universities or ACE or AU. And those, they connect in to so many universities that are such strong proponents of the work you're trying to do. And asking input from their boards will then spread out in their whole networks.
That's really good, and that's like getting a hold of the opinion makers and these large networks. That's a really good point, and as a priority in terms of what we're doing. Great idea. Steve, I think, was next.
And James, just so you know, there's others that I'll tell you after Steve that are waiting to.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
This is a popular topic.
Well, the vision thing is really important. I can't tell you. If we didn't have it, we'd have to do it.
Sure. Well, I was thinking about the challenge you put to us of how do you do a 1-minute elevator pitch?
Yep.
And so I thought I'd try to do one better and do 5 seconds. China. And I want to thank Diane. In the 2 years I've been here, it was not an easy decision to both publicly and privately evaluate our situation with China. You involved the Jasons and various others. And I hope we'll communicate that, because I think the relationship with China is one of the key elements of the report.
Well, I think it's a critical issue. We haven't talked a lot about how we're thinking about the vision within the international context, but I would agree with your point that we probably need to do a little more thinking about that, and how do we share it with our colleagues who are working abroad in different countries and so on. So I think that makes really good sense.
And I agree.
Thanks for bringing us our attention.
Because Diane, I hope that we will continue to follow Diane's lead.
Yep.
Because I think, as you say, it's a very important topic.
Right. Next in line, Nadine.
Next, we have Dan Reed, then Ponch, then Bob Groves.
Thanks. I just wanted to echo something that Julia said, which is as important as it is to educate our community in many ways, given some of the actions that the vision document entails, it's even more important that we energize and educate people who are not part of our community, the influence makers who are going to drive the change that we're hoping to see happen. So obviously some of those are policymakers. Some of those are industry leaders. The one thing I've learned most of all, that the most powerful voice to drive change when you're seeking it is not to be jumping up and down and yelling about it yourself, but to have other stakeholders saying it for you, because then there's real legitimacy behind that. So I think as we think about this, identifying those other leading voices that we can engage outside the academic research enterprise is really a critical piece of that. I'm happy to help in any way I can on that front.
I think that's a great idea in terms of thinking about priorities. So we're certainly keeping that on the list. We've gotten some wonderful ideas today. Ponch?
Heather and Dan very well said. Some of my points were related to that, but I was going to expand the constituencies that you were talking about, Dan, is that we listen to the people outside of the typical thing that we talk to, typical groups that we talk to, is industry community, foundations community, venture capital community. I mean, you'll get ideas that, an interagency community, because at the end of the day, when you look at the partnerships that Kelvin outlined in terms of how we want to move forward and what we have indicated in our own Vision 2030 document, if those are our aspirational partners, how might we then also get input from those partners in terms of what the Vision 2030 document means to them, and how they might help us to achieve success through that visioning and process and implementing the vision process. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. We were trying to encourage people to really kind of think out of the box. And that's why we want the whole board involved, because different board members, given their experiences and so on, may have some ideas about places we need to go that we don't ordinarily think about. So that's very helpful. Bob?
Thank you, James. Thank you for leading this group. I want to remind us that when we were talking about the vision document, we said we want to hold the board's feet to the fire over time and create a dashboard and so on. So it seems to me, in addition to focusing on how do we get the word out very quickly and spread that word, there's a temporal element to this that your committee could ponder and figure out whether there are periodic duties of the engagement committee to update these partnerships and these outreaches on how we're doing as a board and a foundation on the vision, just to keep it salient to those groups over time.
Yeah, I think that's a good point specifically to the vision, but it's also a more general point with regard to another role, an important role for the external engagement committee. What do you think, Jerry? I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we'll think about that. And for the new members on the board, there is no fire that's going to be held to your feet. He meant that metaphorically, so don't worry about that. They just talk like that. That's a part of the ritual, but it doesn't happen. Anyone else we have?
Yes, you have Victor McCrary and then Alan Stern.
Or let's start with Vic and then Alan.
Okay, thank you, Nadine. Thank you, James. Just a couple of other suggestions. One of this may involve a risk but it might allow you to get a feedback until things open up again. And then you could go out and comment. And that is, many of the societies who have had or who have planned meetings for the next 3 or 4 months are looking at virtual meetings. And you might want to go ahead and think, if you've got a deck that you feel confident in, because a deck I saw today, I really enjoyed the presentation of the vision, is to maybe get that out there and to invite comments. The ACS had to cancel their big meeting. They're not going to have another one maybe to the fall, and that's still being pondered. But some of these societies would more than welcome something like that. That could start some discussion now. Until then, as board members, we could go out to those meetings and then, have a good Q&A. Other thing I also don't want you to forget, because we talk about the shifting demographics in the country by 2030 and what that's going to look like, and really get out with the minority technical organizations from SHIP, SWE, NOBSHE, NSB, ACES. They would love to hear this presentation and also be advocates for you, because I do agree with what Dan said. You really want someone else to toot your horn. That really amplifies the message we're trying to get out.
Yeah, I think that's a point well taken. And again, it's both reaching beyond the normal bounds in terms of what we think about. And one of those things about being in a circumstance where everyone is virtual is that a lot of places and organizations are looking for content. So it really doesn't hurt to offer this kind of content at this point in time. So that's a great idea, I think. Anyone else? Nadine?
Alan Stern is your last person.
Hi, Alan.
Hey, James. Thank you for your leadership and for this wonderful report. I thought I would just suggest that there's a huge appetite in the science literate public to hear about what's going on. And I think this is an opportunity for the NSF. And I might suggest that we think about bringing in science influencers, people with podcasts, big social media followings, book authors, even old style television. And so people like Bill Nye, Chase Masterson come to mind, Neil Tyson, we can all think of more, Brian Greene. There are dozens of these, and the NSF communications office could think about holding even a webcon to just acquaint them with Vision 33 and get them excited.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. We hadn't mentioned things like the Science Channel, the History Channel, other kinds of things which have a larger kind of media following. It probably would make some sense. I can't think, whenever somebody says Bill Nye, the next thing that comes to my mind is the science guy. Isn't it awful? I mean, just think that's really part of how you think. Bill Nye, the science guy. I don't know. Anyway, that's an aside. All right, we're getting
James, actually,
okay.
James, sorry. I believe Artie Bienenstock and Emilio each also have a question or comment.
Sure.
As we go out to different sectors, some of whom we want as partners in this endeavor, we really ought to plan what we're going to ask of each of these sorts of groups, rather than just presenting the report.
Yeah, that's a point well taken, and said much more elegantly than the point I was making about less of an emphasis on content and more of an emphasis on the roadmap going forward and where do we want to see where this goes, which is where I think the emphasis probably needs to be. I mean, you can't do that without having some content, but I think Artie is absolutely correct. We're running close past the time, but one last question, I think. Or
Yes,
comment?
from Emilio.
Emilio?
Hi, James, and everybody.
Emilio.
I think one thing I don't think we've talked about, which I think is very important, at least at the university level, I think there's a huge amount of feeling of vulnerability and insecurity as a result of the really unknown opening of the fall semester and what's going to happen. in universities, not just the research, but the whole educational mission of universities. Students don't know how they're supposed to learn and continue their careers. So I think this document is very important as a reassurance from the top of the science enterprise, saying that we are confident in the future, that we have a vision for the next decade, that we're preparing to encourage people even higher up to invest in science, that this moment shows the importance of science to the whole global community, and therefore that the entire community needs to engage science more than in the past to be prepared. And I think this is a key, a very important document, but I think a way of communicating that to the university communities, maybe some longer than one minute, maybe a one paragraph communication to all websites of all universities saying, look at this is what we're thinking of doing, will be enormously reassuring.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think because we want to make the general point that science has a really important and bright future, and we actually want you to be part of that future. I think that's an important message to get out to students and others as they think about their careers. And that's what I like about 2030. I mean, it's not, we're not talking about, 2100 or whatever the case may be, but instead something which is manageable that you can wrap your mind about, that it's about 10 years from now. So I think that's great. All right, I'm going to stop because otherwise I'm going to get into trouble here with our leadership in terms of time. Now, before I adjourn, I want to take a moment to thank everyone on the committee. It's been a pleasure working with all of you, and I thank you for your dedication and time. Special thanks and acknowledgement to Jerry Richmond, our vice chair. She's been great in terms of her contributions and leadership. And I also want to thank the NSB staff who supported this committee. Nadine and Reba, and our former executive secretary, Ivy Kupek with OPA. I think the committee can feel good about what it has accomplished over the last 2 years. And it couldn't have accomplished anything, of course, without the other committees and other board members making their contribution. So I want to thank you, everyone, with that, and that being no further business, I think this open session of the External Engagement Committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James, for this great session, for your leadership of the Committee on External Engagement, so that you weren't at the ground floor at the development of this committee that developed. You were involved, Maria was involved. I mean, it's been a relatively new feature of the board since certainly my joining 12 years ago, a great one, and you've provided great leadership. So thank you.
It's been absolutely been my pleasure. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to roll off to that COVID meeting, unfortunately. So if I disappear, all right, well, I'm coming back. So I'll talk to you after that meeting. All right.
Thank you very much. And we now have a break. We're all going to break now until 2:30. And the break room for board members is open. Thank you. See you again at 2:30.
Suresh, what's the river there along by the stadium?
Oh, I knew that you were going to ask me. It's a Tennessee River. So it's a Tennessee River. It's a beautiful. If you all, I would welcome all of you to.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
And I think Victor knows this. Victor is, if he's still here.
I used to have an office that looked over that river and the bridge, and it is just beautiful. Knoxville is just idyllic. It's just really nice.
I'm sharing that because other my office room here in my house is very boring with all trash cans.
That's gorgeous.
We'll wait one more minute. We still have people popping back into the room, so we should wait till it's fully 2:30. But
Streaming's up, ready whenever you are, Diane.
thank you. It's like watching popcorn pop in the microwave. You know that you wait till the popping is slowed down. I'm watching new people join every second. We'll wait another.
Diane, there's an idea. Is an NSB meeting with popcorn.
That would be fun. I'd like that.
I got the popcorn maker in my kitchen over there.
All right.
Yeah, we have it just about every other day. My husband and I are Zooming and we break out for popcorn sessions.
Oh,
very well.
Hungry.
I'll be right up.
All right, so I have it's now fully 2:30, so I would like to turn to Julia Phillips, who chairs the Committee on National Science and Engineering Policy. Julia.
Thank you, Diane, and good afternoon or good morning for those of you on the West Coast, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Committee on National Science and Engineering Policy. Really appreciate all of your being here this afternoon, and also for all the invaluable contributions of the committee members to the work of the SEP committee. Since we're holding the meeting virtually, I'm going to call the roll so that everyone tuned into the meeting knows who is here. Committee members, I'd appreciate it if you would respond after I say your name. Bob Groves?
Here.
Artie Bienenstock? I think you're here. Are you here, Artie? Yes, I see you, Artie.
He's muted, but he's
okay. Yeah, Suresh Garamella?
Yeah, here. Thanks.
Okay. Amelia Moran?
Here.
Setharaman Pachanathan?
Here.
Daniel Reed?
Here.
Jerry Richmond?
Here.
With popcorn. And Maria Zuber?
She'll be coming back shortly. She's in the meeting at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. Our National Science Board Office Liaison is Reba Bandapadai. Our Executive Secretaries are Bathika Khan, Carol Robbins, Ann Emig, and May Aiden, who has joined us while Bathika is on detail in Georgetown University, I believe in Bob Groves' shop, as a matter of fact. We have a fairly long session today, and so I'm going to just jump right in. The first order of business, as usual, is the approval of minutes. We have 3 sets to approve. 2 are minutes from SEP open sessions at the February board meeting, and 1 set from the open board meeting, and 2 sets from open telecon minutes, both in February and in April. Are there any comments or corrections to those minutes? Hearing no corrections, these sets of minutes stand approved as presented. Okay, the next thing is an update on the 8th of our thematic reports that was part of the 2020 Science and Engineering Indicators. NCSES, that's the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, and the indicators team have been very busy wrapping up the final report of the 2020 cycle and preparing for the 2022 Science and Engineering Indicator cycle, and also improving the features of the state indicators data tool. After we hear about those items, NCSES's Deputy Director, Vipin Arora, will address concerns regarding the impact of COVID-19 on NCSES data collection activities, as well as the broader federal statistical system. First, we are going to hear from Dr. Carol Robbins of NCSES on the SEI program on wrapping up the 2020 indicator cycle and planning for the 2022 cycle. Carol, over to you.
Thank you, Julia. I'm happy to provide a brief update on science and engineering indicators, both the release of the 2020 report and the progress of the 2022 cycle, which is already underway. Before I do that, I'd like to recognize our acting program director, Sandra Richardson, who has stepped into the breach while Bathika is on her detail. Sandra comes to us from EHR with a wealth of relevant experience, particularly on undergraduate STEM education and broadening participation. We are glad to have her with us. Instead of standing up as we do live, Sandra, if you are on, would you like to say hello?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Carol, for the wonderful welcome and delighted to be here.
Good. All right. So it's good for everyone to see the faces. Okay. So while the activity for 2020 indicators is winding down, I'll tell you where things stand for the final thematic report, Science and Technology, Public Attitudes, Knowledge, and Interest. The revision plan was approved by the SEP committee in February, and in April, the board voted to approve it. The report is currently in its final QA step within NCSES and on schedule for its May 17th release. Looking back then, our first 2020 report was released in September of 2019, and the final one about 8 months later. Thanks to all of our National Science Board reviewers for working with us throughout the year. The discussions we had with you are an important part of the input for the 2022 reports. So for the 2022 cycle, we aim for a staggered release in 2021 through 2022, this time with a bit broader spacing than between the releases in 2020. To make that happen, the first reports we plan for release in 2021 are the K through 12 STEM education report, the S&E workforce report, and the academic R&D report. For these reports, our authors are currently preparing their narrative outlines so that we will be ready to engage with the SEP committee as they take on their new responsibilities. We in NCSES would like to offer the 2022 indicators report reviewers, not yet identified, with a head start on that, with some one-on-one online orientation to the indicator suite of products with our web and subject matter experts. One of the things that we found in the 2020 cycle in our engagement with SEP reviewers was that their familiarity with the indicators website and data improved their reviewing experience, but also provided them with the ability to use the data more easily and effectively. And we have some real indicators data stars on the SEP committee now. So this early training is one way we hope that we can help. NCSES will follow up through the SEP committee to set this up. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions or comments for Carol? Yes, Artie. You're muted, Artie. There you go. Now you're good.
Let me make a comment I've made before. As I try to use the various documents, I find it hard to remember where individual figures and tables are. And what I'd love to see is a list on the website of all the figures with titles, and similarly, the one with all the tables with titles. So in that sense, we would go back to the old format.
We're interested in following up directly with Artie on making sure that his experience with the website is really good, because he is one of our key data users, and this suggestion is useful. I think that we need to follow up to make sure that you all are able to use the data effectively.
Okay, Thank you, Artie. Thank you, Carol. Are there any other questions or comments at this point? I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you, Carol. As you can tell, this is a vitally important committee. I'm saying this particularly for the new members to encourage you to seriously consider whether this is a committee you would enjoy serving on. Like with all of the other committees, there is a fair amount of work associated with it, but you learn a tremendous amount. So it's a great opportunity to understand a lot more about our science and engineering ecosystem. Continuing with indicators, Dr. May Aden, also from NCSES, is the program director responsible for the indicators website, as well as the production and dissemination of NCSES products, not all of which are indicators, and she is going to discuss upcoming improvements to the state indicators tool. May?
Thank you, Dr. Phillips. I'm very excited today to share with everyone an update to NCSES's ongoing efforts around the state indicators tool. Please recall our discussion with the board and SEP committee members at the beginning of the reimagining indicators process for 2020, when we shared that state indicators would also be evaluated for potential improvements. And we are happy to report that this work is underway and are confident that the proposed changes will greatly improve the user experience and provide data and information that users are looking for. The State Indicators tool is an important part of the suite of indicators products. It provides the ability to dive deeper and compare science and engineering indicators at the state level, providing rich subnational data for research, policy, and other purposes. The State Indicators tool is not tied specifically to the indicator cycle, although it is part of the larger ecosystem and can be found on the indicators website. Indicators data in the tool are updated roughly on a quarterly basis, with the most recent data available to the team at the time the data are processed and reviewed. We are excited to report that NCSES is currently planning to update the state indicators tool, as we mentioned, with a new structural design, refined functionality, and compelling set of visuals to make the user experience better than before. We are currently working closely with our skilled staff and contractors to accomplish this. So today I wanted to give you a sneak peek into some of the proposed wireframes for the tool. I also wanted to note that the strategic thinking that went into these proposed changes, which were very, very carefully thought out and reflect best web practices around web accessibility and user experience principles. So now I'd like to share with you a wireframe or mock-up of the suggested new homepage. Okay, so I'm hopeful everyone can see what I see. So on the homepage wireframe, you will see that visitors have the ability to now personalize the experience by state as well as by indicator. Visitors also have access to improved navigation up there on the top navigation. The homepage also provides better promotion of recent data updates, and I'll scroll just to give you a sense of that. We also have the ability to showcase example comparison or other data factoids. And we are proposing to implement a new method for collecting user feedback, which I'm sure all of you would agree is very important. So you'll see a button there called Call to Action for user feedback. And so for users who just want to grab the data and go, who are mainly interested in the underlying data, we have also surfaced access to downloads on the homepage. And finally, for our new or even returning users, we provide a new About Us section right there on the homepage for them to explore supporting documentation and other background information for state indicators if that is of interest. Okay. So I just wanted to also give you a sneak peek into our proposed new state level pages. And I think several of the members were mentioning Tennessee and the river around Tennessee. So we have, ideally, we have an example here of the state of Tennessee. One of the users can effectively here build their own state profiles with select indicators. And so they're given an easy method for comparing neighboring states. And you'll see that on the right-hand panel here, starting with Kentucky all the way through Missouri. Users can seamlessly navigate to their visual data display of choice. And you'll see this in the top here, either using a line chart, bar chart, or data table. So users can select the display that is of interest to them. Users can also see quick tips to aid their understanding of the data and methodology. So you'll see a little gray box in the middle there that provides some information that could be useful. And they're also given, provided with the state comparison using line charts or any other type of visual that is of interest as well. And then finally, users can easily add another indicator, personalizing their own state profiles. And you'll see that as a add indicator bar at the bottom. So these are there are several other enhancements that I didn't talk about today that are being proposed. But however, they're not reflected in these mockups. However, we plan to implement these changes over the next several months, followed by an extensive testing to ensure we maintain the high level of data quality and performance that is needed for the tool. And overall, we're really excited to start work on this and look forward to your feedback on the new reimagined tool. So at this time, I'd like to invite any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, May. Are there questions or comments?
Kelvin has one if you have a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. No, thank you. This is really terrific. One of the things that we talked about several years ago, and you may have already implemented this, but was to build a community of users around science and engineering indicators in the sense of if people do develop their own sort of favorite templates and things like that, if there are ways to capture macros or kind of templates to where somebody can say, hey, that's really great. I'd like to take that and use it or build on it, to where you'd have a repository of these sorts of macros or scripts where other people could run them on the data. I don't know if we're there yet. Is that something you all have been talking about? Because I think it's sort of like, not quite like developing apps or having an API, but something where you build a community of users around the data because you're sharing analyses and other kinds of statistical frameworks that people have used. And instead of everybody developing their own, you could have a community repository of those kinds of things. So I was just wondering if that ever really got any traction. I wasn't sure.
So my understanding is that we are building an API for this state data tool. I'm not sure about the rest of the indicators data in the website, the more general website, but my understanding is that we are building an API and that the code that was used to develop this tool is being made open source so that we can share the code and others can replicate and use the information as needed. Regarding the use of macros and templates and scripts, I can go back to my staff, my colleagues, and ask and see if those are in the plans, but I think that's a really important idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, maybe we can stop the screen sharing at this point. Thank you very much, May. I will say when we were doing the outbrief of Science and Engineering Indicators 2020 on Capitol Hill, we had the latest state two-pagers to hand out, and they were really bestsellers. So this is a very popular tool, and as we start to talk about maybe leveling out the playing field across states and regions, I'm sure this will become increasingly important as we go forward.
Julia?
Okay. Yes.
Bob had his hand up.
I'm sorry?
Bob had his hand up.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Bob.
But I took it down, but let me, I'll ask anyway. I think one of the things that we've learned over and over when you start presenting statistical information to subgroups, the subgroups breed smaller groups. So are we getting any feedback that people want sub-state estimates or say regional estimates across state boundaries? Any user input like that?
Carol, have you received any input on that?
So I think that the answer to that, of course, is that yes, people would like sub-state data, certainly at the level of metropolitan areas, but that is a challenge for many of our survey-based data products. But I think it is true that many people recognize that there are things about the science and engineering process that do take place at the sub-state level, especially when we think about big states like California. So this is a data challenge, but one I think that is actually quite important.
Thank
So
you.
I was going to ask, is it possible citywide aggregation? Because that might then contribute to the metropolitan kind of a data gathering, right? So cities do have this data too, right?
So it depends on exactly what data we are talking about. Anything, of course, that you could code to a particular address, you could put together in city analyses, for example, patent data. So you have to think about the way that it's collected, but there are data like that, yes.
Great. Any last comments or questions about the state indicators?
Julia, John Anderson has his hand up.
Okay, John?
Thanks, Julia. I know when I was in Illinois, that state was very interested in this tool and followed it, and sometimes contacted me. Do you keep track of how many hits you get by state, or how much interest you have by state? Is there any measure of that?
So we do have web metrics that track the current state tool. Because the state data tool as it currently exists does not have specific state level pages or profiles, we've not been able to track state specific information, but overall we have information that talks about downloads and indicators. So if a particular indicator is more popular than the other, we have that information. And we do plan on implementing metrics to track. Once this new state data tool is up and running, we would like to track all information that's available.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, May. Obviously, this is an area of great interest to the board and to lots of other people. Changing gears a little bit, as you all know, we've been talking a lot about the impact of COVID-19 on NSF as well as the broader scientific community. Close to home for this committee in particular is the potential impact on Science and Engineering Indicators 2022. So to discuss that, as well as the overall impact on the federal data system, which goes far beyond NCSES, I would like to introduce the Deputy Director of the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, Vipin Arora. Vipin?
Thank you very much, Julia. And let me just pull up my screen. I've got a few slides here to share. There we go. And thank you, Julia, and thank you to everyone for the opportunity to talk to you about some of the effects that we're seeing in terms of COVID-19 particularly on NCSES information, but also on the nation's federal statistics. As Julia said, I'm Vipin Arora, the NCSES Deputy Director. Our director, Emilda Rivers, was originally on the agenda to give this talk. Unfortunately, she had an emergency and she couldn't make it. So I'll be standing in for her to hopefully quickly take you through some slides and then have a discussion and answer any questions you might have on the, as I said, on the effects of COVID-19. And I want to just point out that I would like to keep the slides are very high level, to keep it general, because I think it's very hard to generalize across the entire federal statistical system. Where I can be more specific is in reference to NCSES in particular. And I think you'll notice 4 themes that kind of underlie what I'll talk about today. And actually very consistent with what Wanzi said earlier. And so the first of those is in terms of the federal statistical system, we're all facing very similar challenges. NCSES, the Census Bureau, DEA, a lot of the federal statistical system, we're in a very similar position. And so we're all in this together facing these challenges. Number two, a lot of unknowns. There's a fair bit of uncertainty around a lot of this. And so, yeah, we are all in together, and there's a fair number of unknowns. I think you could generalize this to all federal agencies, all organizations in general, in terms of the unknowns. Three, things are evolving pretty quickly. We're closely monitoring that, but the evolution is pretty quick in this situation. And then finally, is that we hope to be as open as a statistical agency, as open and transparent as possible, and communicate whatever information we have about our data products and our information as quickly as we can, particularly with the committee members, the NSBO. We're very committed to that. So those are kind of the four underlying themes. Let me jump into a bit more specifics on the impacts. And so some of the key takeaways that I'd like to leave you with today. First is that currently we're assessing that there's a medium level impact on NCSES operations. And so particularly focused on our survey operations. And so what leads us to that conclusion is really two things. The first is that we expect or we anticipate slight delays in some of our data releases. And you can imagine some of the transitions that have had to happen from in-person, for example, processing to virtual, closing of call centers, and so on and so forth, have caused some of those slight delays. Number two is, as compared with, at this point, in previous years, some of the responses to our surveys, and not just our surveys, but this is across the federal statistical system, are lower than they have been in the past. Now that's a big unknown because we don't know if they'll bounce back in the future, but as of right now, it seems some of our surveys are showing lower responses. Key takeaway two, the overall impact there is an overall impact on national level survey operations. It's hard to characterize exactly what that is. The best and example is probably the decennial census, which is currently delayed about 4 months due to COVID-19. And then finally, the federal statistical system in general is moving to help inform decision makers and the public about the impacts of COVID-19. And I'll talk specifically about what we're doing in trying to insert some survey questions into a couple of our surveys, but there's other efforts underway in the federal statistical system as well. So those are some of the key takeaways. For those who aren't familiar with NCSES, I'd like to take a minute to introduce who we are and what we do. So we're the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics. We are NSF's federal statistical agency. And I think we have one of the coolest missions, the greatest missions out there of any statistical agency, and that is that we provide information in a policy neutral, policy relevant way on the U.S. science and engineering enterprise. And I think it's a great organization and we do it very, very well. And what kinds of data do we provide? Well, research and development, information on the science and engineering workforce, U.S. competitiveness, and the condition and progress of STEM education. Again, we're NSF statistical agency, and we provide some of the world's best data on the U.S. science and engineering enterprise. Okay, so the impact of COVID-19 on our operations, to me, the easiest way to kind of think about it is to step back and ask, who do we get information from? And generally, we tend to divide between establishments and people. This is kind of the way our division works in terms of our survey operations. And once you look at the fact that we survey businesses and universities and nonprofits and so on, I think it's pretty clear to see the immediate impact. If a business is closed or their operations, they're running at half staff or their operations are not what they once were, they're going to have trouble responding, for example, to our survey. We all know the universities, there's challenges in terms of how universities are operating now. And so the same example applies. I just like to show this because it makes it really clear the pathways through which there might be an impact, particularly on our survey operations. And so let me then jump into the specifics, and I'll talk a little bit about science and engineering indicators here on this slide. But I mentioned that we have a assessed it as a medium level impact. Again, two reasons. First is the slight delay in some of our data releases, particularly some of our surveys. And the second is, as compared to in the past, we have lower response rates. Again, that's an unknown. We don't know if those will bounce back or not. So that's focused on our survey operations. When we talk about our scheduled data and report releases, I want to point out that one of the areas where we've had some success is that we've been able to move some of our data processing from in-person to virtual. So a specific example of this is we have on-site contractors at NSF that are, in NCSES space that process data. We've been able to move them into the virtual environment successfully. And the same thing goes for some of our survey contractors that had a processing center, and we've been able to move some of them virtually as well. So I think we've had a fair amount of success in doing that. Now let me comment. The second one, second bullet there is science and engineering indicators. The final thematic report from Indicators 2020, public attitudes. Carol already talked about that. That one is on time and on schedule to be released in May, to be released this month. So we don't anticipate any delays for that. In terms of Indicators 2022, something that Julia alluded to before I started talking, I think we're in a fortunate position with Indicators 2022 because we have a very close working relationship with the SEP committee, or we have historically had that, and the NSBO, and we have the opportunity to work together to put together a schedule and contingencies to get SEI 2022 out on time. I think that relationship, that communication, and the flexibility that we have because we have some time as of right now, we think that we don't foresee a delay in releasing any of the thematic reports for 2022. Now, I started by saying there's a lot of unknowns and things are evolving fast, but given the information that we have now, that's kind of where we're at with Indicators 2022. And I know we'll come back to that, I'm sure, in the Q&A. Let me step back here and talk about the overall impact on national level survey operations. Again, I started by saying we're all kind of in the same boat in terms of the federal statistical system and the reduced response rates that I talk about that are specific to NCSES surveys. I think we're seeing that across the federal statistical system. And we don't know that, how long that'll last, if it'll last. And so, you can think of some of the reasons for this. Physical locations might have closed, call centers may have closed. There's a variety of reasons we could put up here. But one of the ways that the statistical system is working to improve those rates is in terms of using alternative data sources and even modeling to supplement the traditional methods that we have. These are areas of focus that many of the statistical system has worked on for a very long time. And so I think we're going to there's additional consideration of using them for supplementation. And I talked briefly about the 2020 census already, that extended window for field collection, and it looks like about a 4-month delay in data delivery for that. Transitioning to the final topic that we'd like to talk about is the opportunities in the statistical system to inform decision makers about the impact of COVID-19. NCSES is considering adding adding questions to 2 of our surveys. The first is the survey of earned doctorates, and that would survey folks that earned research doctorates about the impact that COVID had on their degree completion, employment opportunities, and the like. And the second is the annual business survey, and this would be a joint effort between us, the Census Bureau, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York to ask questions related to the financial impacts of COVID-19. Just highlighting one other agency, the Census Bureau is quite popular in some of our slides here. And the Census Bureau has done some great stuff related to an interactive data hub, which I've shown you a picture of, to help provide information. And they've also led, 4 or 5 different statistical agencies in putting together quick turnaround data collection related to COVID-19. And then let me conclude by talking about, just briefly about the OECD, who's got a new science barometer out, where they're asking scientific authors for their views on how their research or their science and research has changed because of COVID-19. So that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any comments or questions that you might have. Thank you very much, Julian.
Thank you, Vipin. Are there, let's see, I see Bob Groves has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joy. Thank you so much for this presentation and the timeliness of it. Just a few observations. The effects of what we're going through now will be felt months from now or years from now, right? The data now being collected as best one can will produce information that has quality properties that are really potentially quite different than what we've been counting on. So it seems to me we need some mobilization of statistical talent over these key indicators that we depend on to make decisions, to make sure we're aware of biases that may be creeping in because of lack of participation, because the respondent units are completely shut down, or at some point, actually a reconceptualization of what we're measuring given the current status. So I don't think, I would urge us to think of this as a moment where we just don't put out the same products with a slightly delayed schedule, but stop and do an outside assessment of whether we need to take a different approach. And here I think the statistical talent we need on trying to model some repairs to weaknesses in the data resources are worth mobilizing. And collectively, NSF is in touch with every prominent mathematical statistician in the world and could assemble them. So I'd urge NCSES to seek some outside help. We all need help. No one has the talent pool to solve this by themselves. Just one note on this, it isn't quite clear how the 2020 census is going to turn out. And we're going to live with that for 10 years. And that's a key benchmark foundational data set for NCSES in much of what it does. So I don't think these are normal times statistically. I don't think we can treat them that way.
Vipin, do you have a comment?
No comment. Thank you for that, Bob, very much. And I think an assessment, that your call for an assessment is very timely, and I agree with it 100%.
Terrific. Thank you. Let's see, John Anderson, did you have a question?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, Suresh Garamella.
Yeah, I have a slightly different question from what Bob asked, but I was wondering if either NCSES or NSF or NSB should be thinking about collecting data during COVID and trying to understand the impact of it on scientists. It's an unusual, I mean, as an understatement, it's a once in a lifetime, hopefully, event. And I'm wondering if it also presents an opportunity to, to conduct research on it, but also sort of sociological effects. And I don't know, for instance, if Skip Lupia's division's looking at this, but to study what's happening during this time, to collect statistics during this time, to look at the how we come out of it, etc. Could that be part of our remit? Is there something there?
So thanks for that comment and that question, Suresh. Actually, Skip and SBE as a whole is looking exactly into that. And there's that initiative, the Sean initiative, which they're trying to stand up. And I think Bob Groves could probably talk in a bit more detail about it, but I think there's some efforts there for that type of information collection. it could be different methods used, but that's exactly, I think, the road that they're going down.
Okay. Thank you. Maureen.
Sorry, Julia, just a quick follow-up. I think it would be helpful, maybe at least in the SEP, to understand where we might be going with that as it evolves, because it's a fairly short window we have to capture the leading edge of it as well. So if possible, I think either NSB or as a part of SCP, I would be interested in not simply the, say, research projects being done out of SCIP's area, but how the statistics collection is being planned, et cetera.
That's an excellent point. We're sort of, well, as of Sunday, I guess we're between committees, so we'll have to try to figure out how we do that. But anyway, excellent point, and worth following up in the near term. Maureen Kondik.
Given the massive scale of people who are going to have to make decisions about COVID, and the earlier question I think Roger posed about whether we can play some kind of a role in best practice, establishing best practice, or at least evidence-based decisions. Has there been any thinking about disseminating the information from your work to university presidents, to people who are going to be making decisions, governors, regarding kind of reactivation strategies?
So we haven't. Thanks for your question. We haven't specifically talked about reactivation strategies, but in terms of reaching out to different audiences and different stakeholders, we do spend a lot of time talking about that. So that's a great suggestion. Let me note that down and hopefully have a discussion with our team about that. Thank you for that, Maureen.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vipin. Appreciate your stepping in to cover that topic, and obviously a lot of interest. Is somebody trying to say something?
Yeah, Punch and then John have their hands raised.
Okay, we are running a little behind, so if you can be brief, that would be helpful.
Just wanted to follow up on this comment, if I could, that the National Academies is going to approve a study, I believe, on best practices and how universities are going to open up. I think there's something in the wind on that one.
Great, thank you. And Ponch?
Quick comment. I think the way I was going to say this, and I'm glad Suresh brought that up. One of the things that we are talking about here is, while we are creating the science and engineering indicators report every 2 years, these kinds of things present an opportunity for us not to even look at what we did in the past and then position papers based on that, but take the moment and see if SEP can provide something in the moment for that, rather than necessarily only looking at it as an indicator thing for the next 2022 cycle. I think a real-time response, these kinds of things can be something that SEP can think about as what are the products that we might generate.
Excellent. Well, hold those thoughts, because time permitting in this agenda, we will be getting on to some other some more forward-looking stuff. So don't forget anything you just said. Okay, again, thank you, Vipin. I really appreciate that topic, which obviously has a lot of interest around the table. As the relatively old timers on this committee probably recall, SEP had a retreat after Indicators 2018 was released. Almost seems like ancient history. But that was when we first started talking about reimagining indicators, and we developed the outlines of a vision for what we would like indicators to become. As you may recall, at that time, indicators, if printed out, it had already gone largely digital. If printed out, however, it was some 2,000 pages thick, and so not exactly user-friendly. So now we've taken the first very big step along that reimagining path with the publication of Indicators 2020. And on April 7th, just less than a month ago, we held a retreat to assess what we've accomplished and how we can build on it, and how we can assure that Indicators 2022 and the processes we use to produce it are even better. We had great participation from the SEP committee members, the board leadership, NSF leadership, as well as from NCSES and NSBO. This is clearly a team effort and requires all of those players coming together to, for us to be successful. And we had a really productive discussion. Some of the things that we discussed included identifying key takeaways from Indicators 2020, and that included things that went really well, as well as things that we would hope to improve in the future. And that resulted in a set of suggestions for Indicators 2022. We discussed ideas and goals for the Indicators 2022 process and the product, and those included topics such as the content, the format, the tools, and the functionality of Indicators 2022. We also, I think, made another big step forward in strengthening the partnership and level of communication between our committee, NCSES, and the board office, so that we could consolidate the gains of the Indicators 2020 cycle. And we also discussed and developed suggestions for policy pieces stemming from Indicators 2020 that to discuss with the full board. At the retreat, we identified a few areas for near-term action by the committee and our NCSES partners before we embark on the 2022 cycle, which, as you can hear, is already starting up at least at a lowish level. And Carol told us a little bit about that. Some of the things that we identified were revising the review process for the 2022 thematic reports to streamline it and reduce the burden on NCSES, the board, and the board office. We are engaging in schedule coordination between the board office and NCSES so that we have a high-level calendar for the 2022 cycle, and we have that in place, very early, as opposed to sort of having to develop it on the fly, as we did to a fair extent in 2020. And finally, developing a roles and responsibilities memo so that we improve the coordination and communication and understanding between all of those various partners. After discussing some ideas for proposed changes at the retreat, the committee got started right away on the first item, which was revising the review process for 2022. We all agreed that the review process for Indicators 2020 really strengthened the engagement of the SEP members, the committee members, as well as of the entire board. And that was a real plus and something we very much want to retain. But at the same time, there was consensus that the process, and particularly the scheduling of telecons, which seem to keep coming incessantly, put significant pressures on the workflow. So our goal for the revised process is to keep the engagement, which was so great in this last cycle, but to have a more streamlined process and improve our upfront coordination among the various partners. To that end, we developed an approach that I believe achieves those objectives. And you will have the revised process in your board book, and it's described in two documents. One was written by the board and the board office, and from that perspective, the other was developed from the NCSES perspective. And so that allows us to see how the process hits the workflow in both groups. And it's really gratifying to see that while the point of view is a little different, what both sides came up with was really very, very consistent. The process was considered, discussed, and formally approved by the committee at our open telecon 2 weeks ago. Giving you the conclusion up front, significant changes from the 2020 thematic report review process from our perspective, that is the committee and the board, are first, we are reducing the number of mandatory telecons per thematic report. In the 2020 cycle, it was 2 per report. We're reducing that to 1, basically removing the telecon at the when we discuss the revision plan and replacing that with written feedback and a vote, both of which can be conducted by email, and therefore scheduling should be much more straightforward. Second, we are eliminating the pre-review by the chair of the committee for any reports that are not novel. Because 2020 was such a radical departure from the previous ones, the chair personally reviewed every thematic report before it went out for further review. But now that we have that under our belts, that's not really necessary. But sometimes there will be thematic reports that may be either entirely new in terms of their content or so substantially refreshed and rewritten compared to what has been done before that it would make sense to have that pre-review. And so those will be identified up front, and we will revise the schedule to accommodate that. Together, all of that should allow more fluidity in the schedule and reduce the burden both on committee members as well as NCSES. So I'm not going to reiterate the entire detailed process that you see in your documents, which I'm sure is a relief. I'll just mention that there are a few additional key items to note, and then we'll open the floor for any discussion. Our goal for the 2022 cycle in terms of board engagement is comparable to the goal and what we actually achieved in the 2020 cycle, which is that each board member will review at least one thematic report as a designated National Science Board reviewer. In addition, every board member will have the opportunity to review any additional report that she or he would like to do, even if you are not a designated reviewer for that report, and you will have the opportunity to provide feedback concurrently with the feedback of the designated reviewers. This process emphasizes the narrative outline telecon, which is before we actually see prose, it's more of an outline, as the optimal time for the committee and the designated reviewers to provide input to the thematic report content. And ideally, for a given thematic report, the summary of the previous cycle's review of that report will be used as one of the reference points for developing that narrative outline. As you've already heard, we'll be starting the process of considering narrative outlines for 2022 very soon. So incoming SEP committee members and others, be prepared. The revised process achieves the goal of reducing the number of SEP telecons that are needed, while still encouraging all SEP members to read the draft thematic reports. And in that way, the full committee should be able to maintain a more holistic view of the entire indicator's product. One of the things that we were a little concerned about going into the reimagining was that we might miss connections between thematic reports since they don't all get published at the same time. And so the committee actually has a major responsibility to ensure that that connectivity and those connections really get made. And so there's really a lot of value in having multiple SEP members reading the drafts of all or at least many of those thematic reports so that the committee collectively can identify and suggest connections between them. It also gives committee members a more thorough knowledge of the indicator's data, and that informs and improves the board policy conversations and products. So it all fits together, and you really, the board collectively can't do one part of it without having the committee do some of the other parts. By omitting a mandatory telecon, the revised process alleviates schedule pressure by allowing more flexibility in timing of work and not having us have to be quite so tied to board members' availability for a fixed time for a telecon. The SEP chair will only do an early review for those novel reports, those that are dramatically revised or completely new. And we will work to identify cases where that is appropriate so that we can accommodate it into the schedule. Finally, the summary report, which, to tell the truth, is probably the most read part of the entire indicator's product. The review process for the summary report, the state of U.S. science and engineering, will be similar to what we did in this previous cycle. All SEP members will review the summary report, narrative outline, and draft, and provide feedback at both stages. So, are there any questions regarding this review process? Not seeing any, not hearing anything. Okay, thank you. Once board committees are reconstituted after this meeting, the SEP will work with the board office and NCSES on the other 2 action items that arose from the retreat. So, so we will have more to report presumably at the July meeting. Okay, now we move on to policy products, which is where those initial thoughts that came up are now appropriate for reintroduction. I'm turning attention to those policy products and products. At the retreat, we had many excellent suggestions for policy areas to work on in the coming year, which were informed by Indicators 2020 data and analysis, and that are of great interest to board members. We discussed a variety of topics that have surfaced in board conversations over the past few years, including in thematic report reviews, vision development, and external engagement committee discussions of potential one-pagers. And of course, far more topics of interest surfaced in the retreat conversation than can be addressed in the next year. So in our open telecon a couple of weeks ago, we prioritized several key topics, which are listed in the Future Policy Topics document that is in your board book. The 3 areas of kind of override that encompass the areas we talked about are: first, the importance of fundamental research; second, nurturing U.S. science and engineering talent broadly; and 3, the need for the U.S. to be part of the global science and engineering collaboration. These are clearly no surprise, particularly after the rather extensive conversation we've already had about the vision document. And these are clearly very resonant with the questions that are in that document. They're also very broad. So in the document, below each broad area are bullets for different angles or lenses through which each topic might be explored. Below that are more granular questions and/or data which might be available or that would be desirable to shed light on the topic. From this lengthy list, we needed to prioritize a smaller number of focused topics within those broad areas around the first bullet level. We also need to consider format, which will be informed by the topic content and target release timeframe. The time it takes to put together a policy report or other product is directly related to the complexity of the topic, as well as the need for research, new data, and analysis. And of course, the board and the board office staff, like NCSES, do not have infinite bandwidth, even in, quote, normal times. So those are all factors that we need to consider. It would be good to identify some priorities for near-term, more straightforward products that can be created this summer, as well as more in-depth, longer-term projects for later this year and into the start of 2021. So with all that said, I'd like to open the floor for discussion. What topics can be informed by Indicators 2020 that you think are most interesting and timely, and/or that enhance the message of Vision 2030 that we should work on in the near term? And I think this is also an appropriate time to talk about how our current and ongoing experiences with COVID-19 feed into that as well. So, floor is open for discussion. Well, what I will bring up one thing that a few of us were chatting about, and that is this issue of the geographic diversity and the need to engage students across the country broadly, and the impact of broadband and communications with regard to education, research, so forth and so on. So that's just one that I'll throw out there. Okay, Ellen, I think you're first.
Okay, thanks. So first of all, I would second what you just said. And I just think we have a great opening right now to really focus on that and potentially, help encourage some partnerships in that area. I was also looking at what you have under the importance of fundamental research. And even in our briefings last week, our pre-briefings of the vision, we got some questions on sort of what are the implications of the shifting funding of R&D across sectors between government, particularly the private sector, and what they're contributing in either basic or applied research, and sort of how that plays into the whole ecosystem. So, you know, if there's a way to drill down a little bit and sort of come out with something more on that topic, it seems like that's definitely of interest.
Great ideas. Thank you. Maureen.
It seems to me, given COVID, we have a real opportunity here for a lot of people who are going to be out of work and who might be considering, you know, there must be something better than this. Maybe it's time for a change. Maybe I need to retool. I don't know how we could capitalize on that, but I think, I don't know, in my experience, many people plod along in a suboptimal situation until the situation becomes really suboptimal. And that provides a lot of incentive for people to rethink their career trajectory, their education level, you know, where the opportunities for a more stable position might lie. And obviously, STEM is a place that is much more insulated from pandemics of this type. So I would just want to encourage people to think broadly about how we can take advantage of that, of the situation to promote people rethinking whether STEM is a place for them.
Thank you, Maureen. Good thoughts. Suresh B.
Mute. Okay, so I think you all talked about it. I just listening to that, including approaching rural community, asking for the feedback and everything. So what I hear also about opportunities are not there, about the signs in the long term. In the Vision 2030, is there any action item attached to it, or is it just our vision and then the action items comes from the community by itself? So can you kind of educate me, how do we go about as a NSB members?
Oh, on the vision, there is a plan to develop a plan. No, implementation comes next. Now that we have the vision and we have that roadmap, the next question is, yes, and what is the board going to do about it? And that is, I believe the expectation is that an implementation plan will be developed in time for discussion at the July meeting.
Can I ask a follow-on question on that? So the SNE,
sure, I may have to defer to someone else to answer, but go ahead.
The SNE indicators, which you are getting it from the state level and rural level, how much is the participation you're getting from the rural communities across the state? Yeah, how do we know the data quality you're getting if nobody's responding? How do we make sure they are represented? Is there any way you can guide me through the thought process?
Okay, I'm going to turn that over to somebody from NCSES. I don't know if it's Carol or Vipin or
sure.
who.
With regard to data that we currently use at the state level, much of that would be collected within official survey programs and are very carefully weighted for being properly statistically representative. So in terms of data that we currently have at the state level, yes, I think they are representative. Now, if you're asking a different question, are you asking within a state about urban versus rural? That's a different kind of issue. Is that it?
That's correct. That is urban versus rural, because in my role, I interact with the rural communities, and many of them actually ask questions I don't know how to answer because is it one-on-one or statistically relevant? Those are the information I don't know how to answer that. That's why I'm asking rural and urban too.
So actually, that's a really super interesting question. And although in indicators, as we're dealing with national and state level data, we don't present those data. Actually, the US Department of Agriculture, there's been researchers there who've done a decent amount of work looking at rural versus urban innovation. And I can direct some of that information to you if you would like.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Roger, I think you were next.
I think Ellen has answered the question. I mean, the issue of that Suresh just mentioned about prioritization. I hope that after the discussion in the following session on the roadmap, there might be some way to correlate or to coordinate the activities of these additional products that you're talking about to the priorities that are set up during that discussion for road mapping. Given the time it takes to do a report, there may be some way to schedule which becomes our priorities in a roadmap based upon the products that would come from this group. Thanks.
Thanks, Roger. Artie.
I think an issue that we really have to give a lot of thought to, although it's going to be hard, is that COVID-19 brings out is a lot of the problems that we face are global. And yet we are in an era of increasing nationalism, and that nationalism is affecting policy. And what paths we should walk given the conflict between global problems and increasing nationalism is a tricky one, and yet it really requires our thought.
Thank you, Artie. Just using the chair's prerogative for a minute, one of the things that concerns me a great deal with the current situation and our extreme dependence on foreign talent in some areas that are very important for our economic well-being, such as engineering, computer science, and physical sciences. It's going to be very important to get as much leading indicators as we can into what is happening with foreign talent flow into the U.S., which, as you know, also trickles down into the well-being of our colleges and universities and so forth. So that's one thing that is very connected to the vision, but also may be seriously affected by the current situation. So, okay, let's see. Next up is Dan Reed.
Thanks. I was just kind of on the digital divide, I was going to remark that there are opportunities to engage with other federal agencies on this. The FCC and the NTIA both collect a good bit of data on the digital divide. And I just note that part of what the current pandemic exposes is that what constitutes adequate bandwidth is a little bit antiquated by current usage and expectations. So many of the places in the country that are deemed adequate, if you actually look at true usage patterns, they're actually woefully inadequate. That has some pretty profound implications for digital inclusion.
Thank you, Dan. As someone who is very bandwidth limited, I completely agree. Okay, Panch.
So first of all, I think the evolution of those three topical areas from our retreat, I think very well captured, and I think well done. I have only one comment on the first one, on the importance of fundamental research, the descriptive thing there, where we say that especially basic research, somehow it draws attention to it more than anything else, as if that these are two different things, which they are internally for us. But for a person reading outside the word fundamental research, basic research, all of this can get confusing. So I think I would avoid sort of outlining that in the descriptive element there. Not to draw undue attention here, that's all.
Great, thank you, Panch. See, Bob Groves, do you have a question or comment? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, wow, lots of really great points and certainly an overabundance of good ideas. So thank you. Our staff will do work their usual miracle with the new SEP committee and liaise with the vision implementation group over the next month to bring forth some ideas for products, including ideas about length and format. And the committee will have that for consideration. Ideally, I would very much hope at a telecon before the July board meeting. Before we wrap up, I'd like to mention a couple of other near-term policy product ideas for your awareness and comment. First, the board has had a graduate student intern, Ed Higgins, who's been working with us for a number of months now, and he's been spearheading a one-pager on state investment in higher education based on indicators, data, and other published sources. This is a topic that's been discussed in past board reports, and it's surfaced repeatedly in board discussions, including today. The idea is to present a succinct, data-driven argument about what is in it for the state to invest in their public higher education systems, focusing on the positive economic impact of having a STEM-capable, educated workforce, things like higher salaries for S&E workers at all levels, attractiveness to industry, workforce resilience in economic downturns, and the like. The key audience, as envisioned, are state policymakers. That's a group the board has not historically had a lot of engagement with, so it's a new opportunity there. The board office policy team is working on this now, and we hope to bring it to the committee for review, edits, and comments in the near future. A second topic was suggested to us by Diane, and that is a one-pager from the Public Attitudes Thematic Report, which, as you heard, is scheduled to be published within the next couple of weeks. We know this report is of great interest to stakeholders, and it will be the last report out of the 2020 cycle. Since it was the last report, it hasn't gotten quite as much play as the other thematic reports during the January rollout and before that for some of them. And so putting together a policy neutral one-pager with some highlights from the thematic report would help make our stakeholders and others more aware of the report, something that several of our board members flagged as desirable when they sent in their notes approving this thematic report for release. This report dovetails with priorities in the vision, so the one-pager could also be used to spotlight indicators data that are particularly relevant to topics discussed in the vision and relevant roadmap items. So, like your thoughts on both of those. I think they sound more or less like no-brainers to me. Any other comments? Jerry, was that your hand? Thumbs up. Okay, excellent. Great. Okay. All right. Well, I can't believe we got.
Julia, Bob Groves.
Bob's got one.
Go ahead.
I'm so inept at hitting the thing and raising my hand. Sorry about this. Just a heads up. Since indicators assemble the attitudinal data, the Pew Research Center has been very aggressively measuring science attitudes. So we ought to make sure that whoever writes the one pager on the attitude, looks at what Pew has done at the same time just to coordinate the emphasis.
Sounds like a good idea. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, Artie.
Similarly, I think the American Academy of Arts and Sciences is compiling data, so we should hit with that as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I can see only 8 of you at any one time, so anybody whom I can't see who's raising their hand, I can't see. I am assuming that there are no more comments unless Reba tells me otherwise.
I don't see.
Thank you all. Great. Thank you, Reba. Thank you all for a really productive meeting. I really would like to take the opportunity to thank the SEP committee members for your dedication and hard work over the last 2 years. It has been a challenge, but ever so rewarding. Bob, Artie, Suresh, Emilio, Ponch, Dan, Jerry, and Maria. You really have gone over and above even what is usually expected from this hardworking committee, and I really do appreciate it. I think we, between that and our partners in NCSES and the board office, I think we can all be proud of the results of our efforts and the reimagined science and engineering indicators. And I really look forward to watching the indicators evolve and grow as we go forward, as well as seeing the policy pieces that come out from and were stimulated by the indicators products. Looking back over these 2 years, yeah.
Julia, fantastic job.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You did a
Thank
great
you.
job, Julia. It's been fantastic watching that committee change.
Yes.
And
Yes.
the work. It's
Unbelievable
wonderful.
hard work on your part. Thank you.
It's been totally awesome, and I think the best is yet to come. And I really have to give special thanks to Mathika Khan, Imelda Rivers, and Skip Lupia for championing, for herding the NCSES team, and for working together as true partners in this effort, and the board office, Reba, and all the others for the countless hours that you've put into all of the different aspects, and many times the go-between between the board members and the committee members and NCSES. All of those pieces had to come together, and I think we made some pretty cool music. So thanks very much.
And Julia, to the new members, just beware of Julia being a hard driver. It's a lot of work working with her. I'm just kidding. It's been wonderful working with you on this group, Julia. Congratulations.
Yeah, but if you really want to know what the board is about, this is one of the best committees to be part of. So, that's my last plug. There being no further business before the committee, the SEP is adjourned at 12:43 my time. I guess it's 3:43 East Coast time.
Thank you for a very informative session, but also thank you for your extraordinary leadership, Julia, and as well as the work of all of your team extended in all directions. This has been a very productive 2-year cycle. Very well done. Thank you.
Yes, it has. Thanks.
We now have a short 15-minute break, and we resume at 4 o'clock with the task force on Vision 2030. So thank you very much for this session, and we see you in 15 minutes.
How you doing, Diane?
Doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
Just fine.
Thank you very much for all the work behind the scenes. Things are running smoothly.
Good. It's a good thing I didn't have to talk much today. They've been paving my street all day. The house has been shaking and rattling until about a half hour ago.
Wow. That you couldn't have predicted.
No.
So we're waiting for a few more people to come back. We'll start in about a minute. I don't yet see, oh, I do see Roger there. That's good.
Cool.
The screen is popping up where it's nice to see the numbers of participants jumping, and I think we're just about there.
Yep.
Roger, are you fully recovered?
No, I'm waiting for another CT scan on Thursday. Then I'll know more. I'm still a ways away, I'm afraid.
Oh, gosh.
Well, you're faking it pretty well, Roger.
Thanks. Yeah. From the outside, it looks pretty good. That's the other parts that are the challenge.
Hey, Roger.
Yeah.
Just remember, it's better be seen than viewed.
Yes, it is. Thanks for the last cookie, Vic.
All right, so we're ready to reconvene. Thank you everyone for returning to our day one of the National Science Board meeting. And we're now to Roger Beachy, the chair of the task force on Vision 2030. Roger.
Thank you very much, Diane, and welcome everyone to the open session of the Vision 2030 Task Force. I'm Roger Beachy, the chair of the task force, and a great task force it was, by the way. At this time, I'd like to ask Kathy Jackart, who's been our staff liaison and the person who has helped to keep us in line to get this report done, to call the roll. Kathy?
Ellen Ochoa.
Here.
Vicki Chandler. Bob Groves.
Present.
Julia Phillips.
Here.
Maria Zuber. Did Vicki come back?
She had to go out to a meeting. She's going to try and get back later this afternoon.
Okay.
Thanks, Brad. Thank you very much for the introductions, Kathy. Even absent Kathy or Vicki and Maria, I really want to give special shout out to this group that has been such an outstanding group of individuals to work with on this task force. They've contributed enormously throughout the time and have put a lot of time and effort into it. The agenda for this meeting includes approval of prior minutes and a discussion of the development of an implementation plan for Vision 2030. Before we start, a quick reminder to use the hand raise icon or the chat function when you want to ask a question or to make a comment. I'll try to keep abreast of both of those. Staff will monitor these and then call on you in turn. Kathy, I'll leave that to you because I'll likely not catch everyone. Don't forget to unmute when your name is called. At this time, I'll ask the task force members for approval of the minutes from our open meeting on February 5, 2020, and open teleconferences on April 1 and April 23. The minutes are in tab 9 of the Diligent Board Book. From the committee members, are there any corrections or alterations to the minutes? Seeing no hands and hearing no chats, I'll take this as no objections and the minutes stand as approved. Before discussing the vision implementation plan, I'd once again like to thank everyone for their work and for Dr. Sylvain for calling this task force into its existence in the fall of 2018 now, I think. And you attended regularly the meetings, participated throughout, so the amount of effort that you put in is also need to be recognized. You were regularly engaged and very much appreciated. And I want to thank the whole board for the commitment that you have made in time and intellect and in your experience to the vision product. It's really your experiences and your own vision for where the S&E enterprise should be that have made this project what it is, and the conclusions that we came from are those of the board. I also want to thank the many people from around the country who shared their ideas with us. I think we had more than 70 participants in our listening sessions and others that provided input throughout this period of time of listening. Obviously, the vision could not reflect everyone's contributions. Nevertheless, we heard them and they enriched our deliberations. And in fact, you may see some shades of those as we then roll out and build out the frames and the action items that will follow through the roadmap. So as was mentioned earlier, a year and a half ago, we set out to develop a bold and an actionable vision that would guide NSF, the S&E enterprise more broadly, and the NSB over the next 10 years. And we accomplished that, we think. But now the real work begins. As Diane had mentioned earlier, many times, Vision 2030 offers the NSB a tremendous opportunity to influence policies for NSF and the larger S&E enterprise. Last week, Diane, Ellen, and I had the chance to brief OSTP and OMB staff and staff of the Senate and House Science Committees on the vision. We were pleased to hear how much of the vision roadmap resonated with them. They've been well prepped. They are ready for the materials that will come from us. Action items focused on partnerships, on fostering the translation of NSF research, and building a STEM-capable workforce piqued a lot of interest. Of course, each discussion also included highlighting the role of NSF as a principal U.S. sponsor of basic research. They wanted to ensure that anything we did not diminish from that primary mission of this agency. As Ellen highlighted earlier, Vision 2030 includes a roadmap of relatively high-level action items to which the board commits over the next 10 years and beyond. Each of these action items will entail several activities that are more granular than you see in this report. And it's that we want to talk about today. As notes in the minutes, the task force recently discussed ideas for how the board should develop a vision implementation plan, what it should entail, and how activities within the plan would be prioritized. So we'll take the next 30 minutes or so to share some of our initial thoughts on these questions, and then get your input as to prioritization and actual functions that we will hope to conduct over the next several months, so that in the July meeting we have a more detailed outline for you to consider. We want to keep the momentum going from you and others that we will require for our implementation or development of the roadmap in greater detail and implementing those things. Again, please please recall to remember to ask your questions with your hands, and we'll, as we go along, be just fine. To ensure coordination and so that the vision remains on the NSB's radar, the task force strongly recommends that the board develop a formal and measurable implementation plan. Such a plan needs to be flexible enough for future boards to revise it as needed. So in some ways, this is an ever-living document. As challenges come about, as new information comes to bear, as the SEI develops new information for us, we should be ready to make those, to implement or to suggest changes in the roadmap item based upon continuing new input that comes along. This should then be another way to differentiate this report from the prior vision report from 2005. The task force members also encouraged a new NSB chair to stand up a new structure, such as a steering committee or a working group to coordinate the development of the vision implementation plan. We think this should be done before the next meeting in July. We suggest that the steering committee or working group include a mixture of old and new members. The vice chair might be the logical leader for this group. There will be, and populating that group, we've heard some suggestions in the earlier sessions today of the kind of people that we might, individuals we might want to consider for inclusion on that leadership group, perhaps someone from the NSF proper. We also see this vision implementation plan, planning group spearheading the development and monitoring of the plan, but then assigning specific activities in the plan to either the relevant board committees that would lead an effort, or to task forces that or other ad hoc groups as warranted. It'll take some sub-organization here that will need to be implemented. The task force members also agreed, and as Vision 2030 states, that the board will have to work closely with NSF leadership to accomplish certain aspects of the roadmap. And so we recommend that senior NSF management be embedded in vision working groups or task forces as appropriate. We've had a good relationship between the board and the NSB, and this is another way to have real input and help us to realize what's a reality check on what really can be done within the agency, which will take outside agency help to complete the goal. We've also heard recommendations that there be outside stakeholders involved in these, in at least in a modest way in the task force or these working groups. Before going further, I'd like to stop and ask other members of the task force if they'd like to add anything more of those discussions that we've had before opening it more generally to the audience or to our other board members. Anything from Julia or I guess Vicky's not back. Bob?
Well, yeah. No, I mean, I think that we felt all along that this was not something that should, sort of sit on a shelf, either electronic or physical, but needs to really inform what the board does going forward. And that we need to balance kind of the two prongs of the board responsibilities in terms of how we, the implementation plan, things that actually directly impinge on NSF and that responsibility the board has, but also those that impinge on the overall science and engineering ecosystem in this country. So that's all I'll say. So essentially what you said.
Thanks, Julia. Bob or Ellen?
Yeah, well, go ahead, Ellen.
I don't know that I had a whole lot to add. We did have this discussion about, should this steering committee or whatever kind of consist of committee chairs. And in the end, we wanted to make sure we could accommodate new members as well. But we do think there needs to be a strong tie to committees because we expect that there will be actions that will be assigned to committees. So that, just to give a little bit more flavor of that conversation.
Bob, what's your you have suggestions about this overseeing group, the oversight group?
I just want to embrace the theme that you evoked so well, Roger, that to make this real, we have to integrate it with other things we're doing day to day, right? So I could imagine, I don't know how we grab control, but it would be nice that there be a meeting agenda item at least once a year that revisits this. And that would be useful to teach new members, what it's all about and so on. This this committee of committee chairs is another idea. Anything that keeps reminding future editions of the board that we've embraced this and we want to follow through on it is wonderful, I think.
Thank you. Comments from others on the on the board. Do you have feedback or suggestions about establishing the coordinating structure that would then monitor the vision implementation plan? Have we covered most of your concerns? And
Vic has his hand raised.
Yes, Artie. Oh, sorry. Artie, you want to start and I'll turn to Vic.
I would think that the steering committee's responsibilities are so closely related to that of the executive committee that would be the place to do it. By setting up a separate committee, you're really making it a separate function when it should be integral.
Good suggestion. Other comments on Artie's suggestion?
Can you hear me, Roger?
Yes, Vic.
Yeah, sure. One of the things I was going to say, instead of once a year, because I think you'll lose momentum, is maybe make this a consideration or a requirement or an item as part of all of the other committees in terms of when they report, tell me, how does this contribute to the vision? And I would even ask that when we hear some of the reports from some of the ADs and the directorates, you know, we have always asked certain things, like if you take the subject of broader participation, it might be also a way of also saying, how do you see these activities aligning or contributing to the Vision 2030? I think if you could do that on a very consistent basis, then this keeps this alive and going. I feel if you do it kind of on an annual basis, then I think it was Julia who said, you know, these things might end up on the shelf. So that's how you keep it living and how you keep it vibrant. And I do agree that maybe it's a chair or a vice chair or somebody who constantly kind of is the conductor or kind of keeps this thing going as a cheerleader for this.
Thanks, Vic. That's a very interesting way to keep it alive. I agree. I think all of us agree that once a year is not sufficient. This is an ongoing activity.
Oh, pardon me,
Yes.
Roger. We have a lot of hands.
Okay, I'll stop my comments. Others, please. Can you give me a list?
Yes, Dan Reed, Anila Sargent, John Anderson, and Julia Phillips.
All right, 4 is enough for right now. We'll okay, call first on Dan Reed.
Yeah, I was just going to echo a version of what Vic said. I think that particular structure is less important than it be an integral part of the process. Inertia is always the enemy of change. And if we really want to embrace the vision, we need some ongoing structural mechanisms just to ensure that there's regular reminders that, you know, we're trying to implement the vision. And I'm less concerned about the particular structure. I'm inclined to agree a bit with Artie that an overstructure probably just creates a cross thread. I don't know whether the EC is the right group, but just trying to integrate it into process, because by default, people will, with the best of intentions, keep doing what they've been doing. And if we want to drive change, we sort of need to have a goading and a positive way mechanism to make sure something happens.
Thank you, Dan. Anelia?
Oh, I was going to say very briefly that I do agree that it's very important that the chairs of each of the committees are conscious all the time of how their work is feeding in to vision. And I'll elaborate on it a little more tomorrow in the Oversight Committee meeting, but we've already found something in vision that we brought up, I think, first in part of our board summary, and there will have to be follow-up on that. And I think the interactions between the committees and the vision implementation group is going to be absolutely critical. And I think if it could be formalized a little bit, just so that we know it would happen, that would be a very good idea.
Would you see then a role for the committee chairs in the steering committee?
I don't know if it needs to be as formal as that, but I think the committee chair should certainly be aware. Maybe indeed there should be some liaison. Maybe it should be the committee chair. But I noticed already that we are already in a position where we will want to interact with the vision steering group.
Thank you. Was the next hand Bud or was it John?
We have Julia Phillips, I believe.
There was one before Julia. Sorry, I thought there was a third in there. Julia?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, a couple of things. One is, as I said during the task force calls, I do agree that the committee chairs have to be strongly engaged. You know, I'm somewhat agnostic as to exactly how that happens, although if you, and I also resonate with Artie's comment about engaging the executive committee. In my opinion, the executive committee is not, you know, is not one of the overworked committees. on the board at this stage of the game. Not that the individuals don't do a lot, but as a committee, we don't do a lot. And so I think there is an appropriate engagement there. And when we do, when the executive committee does meet to set the agenda for these meetings, for example, the committee chairs are engaged. And so, you know, that might be the beginnings of something that could be expanded here.
Thank you. Elise, you want to help or
Yes.
order this?
I think Kelvin Drogemeyer is next.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I really like the idea of integrating NSF leadership throughout the working groups, however this thing is going to be set up. I think that's really important. I also think it's a great opportunity to bring in some perspectives from the outside, as you already mentioned, folks in the private sector, you know, really innovative thinkers, especially folks who maybe are not in the sciences, but are really good at strategic plan execution and really thinking boldly and transformatively and things like that. Sometimes people say, for example, from financial services industry or other areas who have experience with very large, you know, complex ecosystems and organizations can be very helpful and see things that we as scientists and researchers and educators can't really see. So it's a great opportunity to do that. I think the board has tremendous flexibility to engage those kinds of communities. And of course, Larry and Ann, well, Ann actually in the case of the board can really provide the guidance there, but I think it's a great opportunity to bring those voices to the table.
Thanks, Kelvin. Anything more on that, on the leadership group that you'd like to see there? This has been helpful. There were really some good suggestions there, and I think we'll certainly will want to consider them as we in the sort of the rollout, I mean, the summary of this meeting. But in addition to listing we have some ideas also that from the task force as to what the implementation plan should look like and who should participate in really developing the granular activities for each of the roadmap items. The task force suggests that a formal vision implementation plan that should come out of that leadership steering group also specify board and staff leads, timelines, partners, deliverables, methods for monitoring, measuring progress, mechanisms for adapting to changing circumstances, risk assessment, stakeholders, and relevant congressional actions. One recommendation is to develop a dashboard to help measure progress along the way. So at this point, let's look at this as a board. If you think the implementation plan should include anything different, or whether any of the elements I mentioned aren't crucial, let me go over them again. Thinking about who are the staff leads, because it's going to take a significant amount of staff time. Timelines for delivery, identification of those topics that are most crucial. What are the deliverables that we think should come out of this work that we're embarking on? How do we monitor and measure progress? Mechanisms for adapting to changing circumstances, risk assessment, stakeholders, and of course, outreach to Congress. Are there additional items that you'd like to see on that list? I open the floor to both the members and widely across the board, not simply to the task force membership.
So Ellen has her hand up.
Ellen?
Hey, Roger, this may be somewhat implied, but I think we should be definitely capturing whatever is the current status of a particular action so that, you know, anybody on the steering committee or any of us can actually look. We may be waiting on somebody to do something, but just making sure we're keeping updated with the current status for the actions.
Yes, thanks. I think Kathy's there and Elise are there. Anything else that ought to be in our sphere of projection of what our goals are for what we do?
Victor McCrary has his hand up.
Vic?
Yeah, Roger, just on the vision again, great job. But my question is, and this will come from other folks, we should be prepared to ask the question, what does success look like down the road?
Right.
And when I say that, I'm not being trite. I'm just saying in 2030, if we implement this, if future boards take on pieces of this, what do we hope to realize in 10 years? Okay, both qualitatively and quantitatively, if we can.
Very well said. I think, well, we would hope that the steering committee, the oversight committee, executive committee, if it's that, that's their role in the next few months would be to help to outline that, Vic, and so that we can look back on a regular basis and see how we're doing against each of those goals.
Julia Phillips.
Julia?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was just going to say, of course, there is that section in the vision document that paints a picture. It is qualitative, but I think fairly vivid. And so maybe fleshing, so maybe that as a starting point and then saying yes, and then what does that mean in terms of things that are measurable?
And Jerry Richmond?
So the only, I agree with all of this, but the thing I get a little uncomfortable with in terms of being able to, let me just say that, Vic, for your, what do we call success? I think we call success not necessarily matching every point on this vision, but remember, we want this to be a living document. So there are going to be changes. And so our adaptability to make the vision more adaptable to a current situation or something like that. I just want us to be careful that we don't tie ourselves so much to what we wrote today while keeping the big picture in mind. That makes sense?
No, I couldn't agree more with you. I think also adaptability, that's why I also think as we think about how do we ingrain this in everything, in the things we do in our upcoming meetings, as well as maybe in part of NSF criteria, we'll know early enough than later that if situations do change, maybe some of the things we initially articulated will have to change too. So
Okay.
not only is this a living document, but it's a flexible document.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, if we do that though, we need to update the document. Right? We can't just say, oh, it's no longer, we need to, that has to be our touchstone somehow.
Yeah, I think Julia said it first as a lodestar for the board. But if we need to modify some things, I think we need to be ready for that. But it should keep us focused on the tasks ahead. One of the challenges that we'll have, of course, is that a roadmap doesn't have one or two suggestions on it. It's got a lot. So we can't do it, and we can't do it all at once. The board has other activities it must move on with as well. Not the only thing we'll do. So that means we'll need to prioritize action items that are on the vision roadmap. The task force discussed several factors or principles that the board could consider when prioritizing activities. Some of this includes timeliness. What do we think should be done first? Are there some areas that we could address that are well researched, well documented, that we can move forward with and complete more quickly than others? The level of difficulty, how many more studies are going to be required before we have the information necessary to provide the granularity to a certain roadmap item. The necessary sequence of activities. Are there some that follow another? And the new NSB chair on the NSF director's priorities. If there are priorities from which they would benefit in their own vision for the NSB as well as the NSF, that needs to be considered. The availability of partners, people who can help us in our development of a roadmap item, and the data, which I mentioned earlier. We mentioned earlier also the importance of the bandwidth, not just the board, but the NSB office. The staff works very, very diligently on each of the reports that we develop. And I know that many of them worked well beyond their stated times as NSF and NSBO staff members. So, and we don't want burnout of either the board or of the NSBO office. And the mix of activities related to the level of difficulty and balance, I think should guide us as we identify those roadmap items that are come out first and those that are somewhat later in time. We would hope that there would be some reports that would come out in 6 to 8 months. So this what may take a year and a half to write, but we don't want to have these dribble out over 10 or 12 items over the course of my of the next class tenure. So are there any I think we'll be coming back to you all with some questions and maybe some ways that you can have your input on which you think are the most important of the roadmap items to be considered. And so in implementing the developing that plan for implementation, we'll have to take into account the NSF, the NCSES, and NSB budgets. Those are all considerations. Each of these take time and effort and additional resources. Obviously, the board will also have to consider the implications of the COVID-19 situation, pandemic, at least in the coming months. And if you are to believe what we have heard in the last couple of days on the news about this being a long, drawn out flat curve of illnesses, it's unclear how all this will open up in the future. Finally, the task force thinks that the board should look for those actions that can take place relatively quickly. Not that we're looking for necessarily a quick win. That's not the idea, but a report that could come out quite promptly. That balances targets of opportunity with activities that will require some incremental patient efforts, and maybe that we should choose accordingly. In addition to what I've mentioned, are there other things that you think should help be considered as we prioritize roadmap items for activity? Because as Anelia and others have mentioned, in some cases we would anticipate that there would be cross activity between subcommittees, between committees for some roadmap items. Other roadmap items might be fully addressable by a single committee. So there may be times that it's easier to deal with a single committee rather than pulling other people together. Are there other suggestions about how to prioritize or what we should use as criterion for prioritization?
So Roger, there are raised hands from Suresh Garamella, Anila Sargent, Diane Suvain, and Marine Conduct.
Let's go in that order, Suresh.
Yeah, Roger, this is a little bit more to do with the previous bit of the conversation, but Jerry brought up a point and Bob said that if we sort of change it, then we need to change the vision. So I guess maybe to add a little to that conversation, I think we want to be guided by the vision over the next few years, but not be held back by it. So I think each time we take on some project or an approach or a direction, we'll want to identify if it's consistent with the vision or what part of the vision, or if it represents a departure. I think either is fine, but we should be intentional about whether we're actually going along the path of what the vision said or suggesting a change. And for example, the fall retreat, I'm not sure where we are with the planning of it, et cetera, but will we be doing deep dives on some topics in the vision and the roadmap, or are there newer things that have already come up? So, I do think that if the vision is to be successful or a useful document, we should generally be sort of referring back to it, either that it is consistent with the vision or that it needed a change. So I don't know if that's helpful, but I thought I'd add that in.
Thanks. I believe that's right, Suresh. Thanks. Good comment. Who was, Elise, would you go through the list, please? I didn't write the names down in order.
Anelia, then Diane, and then Maureen.
Anelia?
I I actually wanted to say something rather similar to Suresh. If this is really a living document, it's going to be bound by what happens tomorrow as well as we move forward. I think that it's not unheard of for fields which do surveys every 10 years to, after 5 years, look at the recommendations of their prioritizing reports and say, well, in actual fact, this is what has happened. And let's just take a quick other look and perhaps we modify a little or a lot, but it gives us, if we indicate that we are willing to be open with the idea that if we see a lot of changes or a lot of modifications or a lot of successes, we will, after 5 years, think a little bit harder as to if we're still going in the right direction. And this is just a suggestion, but it seems to be used to effect in other areas.
I think you're spot on, Anelia. A roadmap is I mean, a guidance to one goal. Sometimes it's a rocky road and sometimes it's paved, and it may need to be revisited to see if there needs updating or a slight adjustment. Next, Diane. You're muted. Thank you.
So this is back to sort of an earlier stage in the discussion, but I would hesitate to give added responsibility to the executive committee for oversight of the vision, in that that's a statutorily dictated body that has a specific charge to it. I guess my own instincts would be rather to have a committee of committee chairs or a committee of committee chair designates, perhaps chaired by a member of the executive committee, i.e. maybe the vice chair of the board or maybe one of the 2 elected members of the executive committee, but not overload the specific charge that the executive committee has.
Thank you, Diane. Maureen?
Yeah, just to speak to your question about factors to be considered in prioritization of implementation.
Yes.
You know, I think at least at the beginning, we should strongly consider the biggest bang for your buck kind of considerations, because we really want to build on the momentum. And, you know, if we prioritized sort of a minority aspect that really only appeals to a few people, we're going to lose the momentum of the vision, which at this point is quite powerful, but is going to leave everyone with bated breath waiting to see what we're going to do about it. So our first step out of the gates should be a really strong one. Ideally one that could hit fast and could have big impact, and, you know, as I said, biggest bang for your buck might be one of the considerations for prioritization at this point.
Thanks, Maureen. Elise, would you call out the other hands up?
Bob Groves has his hands up, and Julia Phillips.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm focusing on your question to us, Roger. How would you set priorities? And it seems to me, as soon as we have a permanent director in place, one of our first jobs is to address the vision relative to that person's own priorities. We are a board. We have a teeny little budget. We can do some things, we can't do other things. And the priorities of the foundation will heavily shape what we're able to do on our vision. So getting that correspondence as early as possible, it seems to me, and make it centered around the vision would be very important for us in the near term, it seems to me.
Good agreement. Thank you.
Julia and then Ponch.
Yes, of course. Sorry, Julia.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Maureen and Bob, I agree with those comments. A third thing to think about is to have at least a few early wins in there. Things that are, I mean, there are some extremely heavy lifts here, which are also probably some of the highest priority things we could possibly take on. And clearly we want to go after at least a judicious set of those, but we also want some things that we can sort of check off our list and claim victory for, because that will also help with establishing credibility.
Thank you. Punch?
Oh, thank you. So a couple of things that I was thinking about was one of the things on the structure that you were talking. I think Diane's suggestion is what I was thinking about. We have an executive committee, which I think is a good group of people with the chair and the vice chair as part of that activity. So that might be a good group as a mechanism of keeping an eye in terms of how these things are evolving and moving forward. The second point I wanted to talk about is living, breathing document comment that Anila made is very true. It said that this will evolve with time, and what Suresh said. You would think that when something in 2020, as years pass by, things will evolve. And so we want it to be an evolving document rather than a static document. I don't think anybody implies that, but I just want to make sure that we are aware of that. Thirdly, I'm having been part of this over the last 2 years, I think the elements of the vision document are fantastic. And I think those are things that I think are very important for the nation, for the SNT community. And I think those threads are very important to advance and move forward with. The last thing that I wanted to talk about is just taking one element like partnerships, for example. When Vic chaired the skill technical workforce a couple of years ago, and what came out of it was phenomenal. And likewise, I find that if partnerships, and Suresh has brought this up, partnerships are not easy, particularly with industry. There are a lot of hidden layers of complexities. And so if you look at partnerships and how to effectively partner, there are complexities in that, and that can be, sort of a place where a task force can actually look at, because that's a significant part of what the vision document talks about, and I think will be good for the future. And so can there be a task force on partnerships, and how do we make that all work effectively? As just one suggestion, not to take too many of them into task forces, but some of those elements that we think that we can make significant progress that can be helpful would also be useful, I think. So those are just my comments.
Thanks, Panch. Are there others?
Suresh Babu and Jerry Richmond.
Thank you. Suresh?
I'm picking up on Panch's comment. So when you guys were talking, I already sent this 2030 report to the Executive Vice President of American Welding Society, which represents around 73,000 members. And he immediately said, wow, this is great. How can I help? So I'd like to kind of tell what you're looking from industry engagement so they can help. And in fact, they can volunteer. They are more interested in STEM workforce, how to build up the manufacturing ecosystem across the US. So let me know what is the feedback you're looking from the community so that I can ask them so they can help us out.
I think that's great, Suresh. Thank you. It's clear that if we're going to do partnerships, we have an emphasis on partnerships. We need to engage the partners early on in this discussion, or the potential partners, and draw them on board. Their voice on the Hill is far stronger than ours. And engaging those partners with us in a real meaningful way, whether it's in knowledge generation or in support for education, wherever we can find, I think will be to our great advantage. And it will benefit the Congress, the public in the ways that we want it to, if we do it in a way that the NSF would do it. In other words, with the public in mind, and open science, open education, and so forth. So this is something Kelvin mentioned in his remarks as well, and I think that's a very supportive part of this. Jerry?
So I just wanted to, I'm following on the conversation, the last 3 comments, but particularly Pontius with regards to partnership, because I think this is so critically important. And it may be, I like the idea of a committee that's actually focused on partnerships, and maybe that's part of EE. I don't know what, but on the other hand, we have success when we have more partners. It's all the things that you all have just said in the last few minutes, but I'm right on board with this.
Good, thanks, Jerry. I'm glad to hear that. Other comments? I have somebody on a chat. The hour is coming to that. We are to 3:45, which is about 2 minutes from now. I believe, Diane, this may be the final activity of this committee. Is that
I
correct?
think you actually have an
I mean,
opportunity.
I'm sorry, of the task force, pardon?
The task force will make its final report in open plenary tomorrow, and that becomes the last act of the committee. So this is their last committee meeting, and
I thank you. But it's still a place to thank everybody that did the work.
before you do,
on the
I'd like to say one thing. I've been thinking a lot as we talk about, as we have had this very fruitful conversation. It's interesting to look at the fact that if moving forward to implement the vision, partnerships are key. Partnerships at all levels. Partnerships we've talked about with industry, other government agencies. We're talking about partnerships within NSF. There's no limit to the kinds of partnerships we need. And yet we also have to look at also the central ownership of making sure that the vision is actually realized. And so as we look at it, I think one of the reasons maybe not to have the executive committee be the committee that's having the oversight is by statute, the chair of the executive committee is the director of NSF. And we shouldn't be charging the director of NSF to make sure that the NSB's vision is executed. That's not fair. The NSB has responsibility for making sure the NSB's vision is implemented. Of course, that vision is, however, completely connected to NSF and needs to be, and it needs to be a partnership. But I guess I would argue that that creates a need for, whether it's the kind of committee I was talking about or whether it's the kind of committee other people have talked about, but a dedicated mechanism to both explore and benefit from the partnerships, but also make sure that we know where the responsibility sits and we can't shirk it.
Yeah, thanks, Diane. That's a good reminder. And of course, our limitation right now is how soon Punch can find himself in front of the right committees. I mean, the group on the Hill to approve his nomination. And we will need to have, if that draws out too long, we'll hurt ourselves if we don't move or keep our momentum going. So we'll still head for a goal of a report out of the activity of a steering committee like function and next steps at the July meeting. So while it's the end of the task force, it's not the end of the task. So we can wish ourselves well for going ahead, but I hope you're all ready to buckle down and contribute to different parts of the roadmap development plan that will be laid out. Thank you all very, very much and for your participation in the task force in particular. But the task force assist group at the NSBO, and I think everybody at the NSBO has weighed in and been important. And the late Dr. Karen King was the one that came up with the phrase V2030, and we've used that throughout. So we've had engagement of absolutely everyone. And I could not be more blessed to have had colleagues that have made this task rewarding and very fruitful. Thank you all. So that, Madam, is at 3:46 or 3:47 concludes this session.
Diane, can we give a big round of thanks to Roger? He did a great job in shepherding this unbelievable task. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you very much, Ponch. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed. Thank you, Roger, for your expert leadership of this wonderful task force that had very hardworking members, and Julia and Vicky and Bob and Maria and Ellen and yourself. But it took an amazing amount of work and strong leadership to get us to this point. So we're very much in your debt. Thank you all who participated both in this conversation today and in all the various aspects, listening sessions with DDs and you name it, everyone has led to this point. And we'll have a great chance to talk about this briefly tomorrow as well. But thank you so much. We now have a short break before we'll conclude today's activities with the Committee on Strategy, which we'll also have a chance to see Roger. So we will be back at 5 p.m. sharp for our final event of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just an announcement for everyone. I'm not going to shut down the streaming because the break is so short.
Testing 1, 2.
Hey, Brad? Brad? Well, anyway, if you can hear me, I've been on a number of these Zoom things.
Yeah.
You did a brilliant job with this.
Oh, well, thank you, Steve.
I've seen a lot of less well done meetings lately.
Well, it's been a group effort for sure, and this was the easy day. Tomorrow, with all the closed stuff, will be the more complicated day.
We have confidence, though.
Thanks, James.
So Brad, this is Kelly Faulkner. A quick
Hi,
question
Kelly.
for you. As you put up the slides for our presentation,
Yeah.
I believe Bruce is going to run them. Is that?
Yep.
Great. So, you know, Bill has a few remarks to make at the outset. So, and I think, you know, he would need, I believe he shows the first two slides. So,
Okay. Yeah. Just have, as soon as Bill gets ready to go, just ask Bruce to show the slides. And then, you know, you'll just have to say next slide when you want the next slide.
Yeah, I'm listening in, and that was my plan.
Okay.
I mean, you'll start with the cover slide for the talk. That just comes up first, and then I'll ask for one other slide reasonably shortly thereafter, and then I'll ask for the third slide when I'm introducing Kelly or asking her to come to the podium, so to speak.
Great.
Asking her to come to the podium, so to speak.
Great. Yeah, sounds good.
Asking her to come to the podium, so to speak.
Yeah, sounds good.
Asking her to come to the podium.
got a little bit of a Groundhog Day thing going there.
I know. What is that?
I think it was an effort to discredit my last comment, Brad.
Exactly. You spoke too soon.
Hmm.
I didn't turn off streaming during this break because it was so short, so it may be reverberation from someone on monitoring YouTube or something.
Welcome back. We are now ready for our final session of the afternoon, and we will turn to Roger Beachy for an open session of the Committee on Strategy. Roger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome everyone to the open meeting of the Committee on Strategy. I'm Roger Beachy, Chair of the committee. At this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Teresa Good, the Executive Secretary to the Committee on Strategy, to call the roll. Teresa?
Committee members, please say here when I say your name. John Anderson.
Here.
Vicki Chandler.
Here.
Maureen Condit.
Here.
Suresh Garamella.
Here.
Amelia Moran.
Here.
Bud Peterson.
Here.
Julia Phillips.
Here.
And Steve Willard.
Here.
Thank you, Roger. You may proceed.
Thank you. The agenda for this meeting includes approval of the February committee meeting minutes, a budget update, and a briefing on the geopolitical role of the U.S. in the polar regions. And like other chairs have done, I'd like to provide some thoughts at the end near the end on my past years as a chair of the Committee on Strategy. These 2-year appointments are useful and very meaningful. Before we start, a quick reminder about using the hand raise icon or the chat function when you want to ask a question or make a comment. Unless you have clarifying questions, it would be great if you could save them to the end of the presentation while the staff will present. The staff of the NSB will monitor and call on you in turn. But don't forget to unmute your audio when your name is called. First, the approval of the minutes. I'll ask for formal approval of the open minutes from the Committee on Strategies meeting that took place on February 5th of this year. The minutes are in tab 11 of the Diligent Board Book. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Kathy, if you see anybody's hand go up, please let me know.
Move approval.
No one. Yep.
Hearing none and seeing no objections, the minutes stand as approved. Thank you. The first presentation this afternoon, we'll hear from Ms. Caitlin Fife, NSF's Budget Director. Caitlin will provide us with updates on fiscal year 2020, the current plan, funding from the CARES Act, and thirdly, the activity related to NSF's FY 2021 appropriations. But before Caitlin begins, there's an opportunity for Acting Director Kelvin Dorgemeyer or Dr. Fleming to make comments. Do either of you have comments you'd like to add before hearing about the budget? If not,
sorry. Thanks for all the folks that work so hard on this. We've been briefed on it, and you know, these are challenging times. And I think when you look at things like audits and so on, the NSF has always had an extraordinary staff, and we continue to see really high marks, high progress in the budget activities. So no, just my great thanks to the folks at BFA who do this wonderful work.
Thanks very much. Caitlin, the floor is yours.
Thank you all. It's great to be back briefing you again in a little bit of a different setting than we're used to. But for today, we're going to just cover the categories that were already reviewed by Roger. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the budget process. I know for some of you, this is the first time I'll be briefing you, and the budget process, while it seems like it should be pretty predictable, in recent years, it has proven that that is not necessarily the case. We'll give you an update on where we are with the current year, which is FY 2020. We'll talk briefly about the coronavirus investments, and then I'll give you an update on where we are with FY 2021. So first, where are we in the budget process? So right now we are talking about 2020. We are about at the midpoint for the current fiscal year. We are just initially starting some planning discussions about FY 2022. And we're also talking a little bit about the status of the president's budget request that was transmitted back in February. You'll see that we have quite a busy summer upcoming for us. And on the right side of the table, we've tried to highlight some of the major engagements that we will be having with the board as we move through the key milestones in the budget process. The thing to highlight here is that we are moving towards this September 2020 deadline, which is when we will be submitting the FY 2022 budget request to OMB. And normally during the summer, we start to get some insights on where we might be for the upcoming fiscal year of FY 2021. And we're hopeful that as we unfold throughout the summer, we'll be able to give you some more updates as those proceed. So on to the current year, which is FY 2020. As folks know, we are required to submit a current plan within 45 days after approval of the appropriations once those pass. So we have recently just gotten approval from both the House and Senate of our current plan. So what we're presenting in the FY 2020 current plan column reflects the most recent updates that we have. The current plan totals $8.3 billion, which is $130 million above where we were last year, and $1.2 billion over the FY 2020 request. As you can see, there's quite a significant difference in those two deltas, and that's why it's important for us to be mindful of what the base is when we're providing that comparison. I do want to highlight here that the numbers do include a transfer that was executed or was requested in our current plan to cover some increased costs for personnel compensation. As folks know, Congress had passed a cost of living adjustment that was not included. And so we had a request to transfer some funding from RNRA and EHR into the AOAM account, which is where we pay our federal staff. And so that's why there's a slight difference from what was provided in the appropriations bill for those who are tracking. On to the coronavirus investments. I know that you've heard quite a bit about these already today. And so I'm just going to highlight some of the numbers behind what has been included for us. And what I'm presenting here are numbers that are as of April 30th, 2020. So the first point that I want to make is, so NSF was providing funding in the CARES Act as emergency supplemental resources. And the first thing is to note that these came for a very specific purpose, which is to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. As such, NSF is tracking these separate from our base appropriations that were provided. NSF received a total of $76 million in supplemental funding as part of the CARES Act, and that included $70 million in RNRA, $5 million in EHR, and $1 million in AOAM to administer those programmatic funds. It's also important to note that these funds are available to NSF through September 30th, 2021. But you will note that given the current environment, NSF is trying to get these funds out as quickly as possible in order to support the research at this time. While the $76 million is the CARES Act funding that came to the agency in addition to our base resources, NSF was working even before those resources became available at the end of March. So as you've heard, NSF initially put out our DCL on March 3rd, and then a separate DCL for SBIR STTR in March 25th. We had these activities underway before there was any certainty about whether NSF was going to be receiving additional resources. To date, as of April 30th, we've awarded $11.1 million to support COVID-19 efforts in addition to those provided in the supplemental. We have another over $200 million that is currently in-house that we are reviewing. And in addition to the funding and for things related to the new awards, we're also working to maximize the administrative flexibilities to our existing grantees to ensure we're providing relief wherever possible. On to the budget year of FY 2021. This is just a reminder to folks that in February of this year, the administration sent up their most recent request to Congress for NSF that totals $7.7 billion. You'll see several comparison points here on the slide. The story that is not necessarily evident here is that this is the highest budget that the current administration has put forward to NSF. That is continuing to support NSF's mission and the value that we provide, while at the same time working in an environment where there are decreased discretionary funds overall and government-wide. In February, NSF briefed both the House and Senate Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Committee staff. And in March, we hosted the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology staff to go through both overview briefings as well as directorate by directorate specific briefings on our 2021 request. Currently, there's no hearing scheduled on the FY 2020 budget request. And given the current environment, we're not certain that there will be a standalone hearing on the budget. However, as you are very well aware, NSF did testify on industries of the future. We have also had several of our ADs go up and be present on other topics as well. So it is not that NSF is not going up and telling our story, it's just that there hasn't been a dedicated hearing for the FY 2021 request. So what's next? So obviously, like you all, we're watching the news and wondering what's going to be coming next on COVID-19 response and recovery. Is there going to be additional supplemental or stimulus? What will the scope of that be? And will NSF be included? There's a lot of technical assistance and support that we are being requested and trying to be responsive of, but right now there is not a ton of clarity on what might be happening there. On FY 2022, we are preparing, as we normally do, to host some leadership retreats coming up in June. We're awaiting specific guidance from OMB, and the OSTP OMB joint R&D memo is expected later this summer. As far as we know, the budget schedule has not been delayed, but as folks can imagine, that could obviously change as we get closer to the specific due dates in early fall. And that completes my formal remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have on the topics just covered.
Thank you, Caitlin. I'll ask Teresa or Teresa to alert me if there are hands raised.
Ellen has her hand raised.
Thank you, Ellen.
Hi, Caitlin. Thanks for the update. I had a question about the 76 million in supplemental approach, and there was 5 million in there for EHR. And I was curious if it was designated for a specific purpose or what that might be for.
Yes, so the 5 million for EHR, actually, the agency requested a transfer. So we executed our transfer authority in order, you know, Congress, these are very uncertain times and things are moving quite quickly. And so sometimes you try to get everything in right the first time, but luckily we also have some tools at our disposal to be able to put the resources where we think they are most needed. And I think, so that's what we did with providing 5 million for EHR. They are going to Rapids and eagers and other kind of fast-tracked research, similar to the other groups, the other funding that would be happening through the RNRA account. And again, this is just intended for us to be taking advantage of the unique research opportunities that currently exist and being responsive to the proposals that we're seeing come in for the community in a way that we didn't want EHR to necessarily be excluded just because of the unique nature of the budget structure we have at NSF.
Thank you.
Others, Kathy?
Not right now. No.
Other questions from the board? That, Caitlin, are we feeling any pressure or suggestions from outside about things like and how COVID-19 and the research that we're doing might impact industries of the future or other programmatic activities more specifically?
So I would say that we're still quite in listening mode, and I think some other folks talked a little bit about that. This is a really unique situation for us to be in because it's kind of unfolding as we're trying to respond to it. And so I would say, you know, surely there will be impacts not just to the additional research that we might be able to fund with additional resources or other direction we might get from Congress or outside. I think there were some mention to the letter that went up from various organizations to the Hill, and we're obviously getting some questions about that. But I'm sure we will continue to learn more as we hear from our communities and as we see kind of some of the opportunity costs of attention being pulled in one direction or the other. As far as specific impacts, it's really kind of too hard to tell right now.
Thank you. Steve Willard?
Thank you. I was thinking about your leadership 2030 vision statement, and I think we should apply leadership to this. You were talking about sort of listening to the Congress, but I think what they might really appreciate is a list of shovel-ready projects that we could do. So maybe we should lead with them rather than finding out what they think. How would you feel about that approach?
Is this for me or for Caitlin?
Oh, for Caitlin. Either one.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're the boss, right?
No. Caitlin's on the chair.
Okay.
So the only thing I would say about that is just that you know, there have been a lot of reflections based on what happened during the Recovery Act, and I think you were referring to shovel-ready projects, and I think that was one of the terms that was used when the agency kind of faced that similarly. I think we're working on a lot of fronts right now. You know, both being responsive to requests that might be made out of the communities. Also, I think you heard from Sylvia and Steve earlier today in the first kind of panel on COVID-19 about NSF listening to the community and what they might have, or all the other opportunities and lessons learned from our experience or others over the last 10 years. So I think we are trying to do all things to both be proactive and get our story out. I think OLPA is doing a really great job of highlighting the science that NSF has been doing that has allowed us to move forward in the current situation and also highlight opportunities for innovation. So we're both pushing and pulling, I guess, is what I would say in this open session.
Thank you, Caitlin.
May I have a follow-up, Roger?
Yes, surely.
May I ask the same question of you and our new member, Secretary Wilson?
I think Heather has a comment to make. Maybe she'll address part of that.
Perfect.
Mr. Wilson.
I actually think that the way you put it, Caitlin, of both pushing and pulling is an excellent idea. With respect to using that term shovel-ready projects, there are some downsides to using that because of the previous experience, and it's also a little bit more difficult doing it through the NSF because members will be thinking about, does this go to my district? And the NSF, of course, has to have competitive opportunities for grants. I would note, I think somebody already sent it around on the listserv, that that Markey and Tillis and 31 other senators have joined on a letter urging $26 billion for research relief funding into the next COVID stimulus bill. And there was a similar bipartisan letter by Fred Upton and Diana DeGette in the House with 182 members signing. So I think there is an opportunity. And there are some really strong supporters in both the House and the Senate for support for research in the wake of COVID, and telling the story of every one of these innovations that's happening. What are its roots in basic science funded through the National Science Foundation, and getting that story out, I think, will be really important.
Thanks, Heather. Vic sent that link to everyone, I think, on the board. Thanks very much, Vic, for being heads up on that. Next comment from Artie, or question?
In the past, we've been concerned about the NSF being understaffed for the various responsibilities that the staff have. The FY20 budget final seems to offer some relief for that. Is that real? Can you actually get the people that you need? It would seem that the staff's burden have only increased, adjusting to working away from the office.
Caitlin, do you want to answer someone else that you want to designate?
Sure, I can speak to it, and then others can, Fleming or others can jump in if they have additional comments on top of mine. So the first thing I would say is, it is promising that we got support for the transfer that we executed by moving programmatic funding into AOAM to cover our staffing costs. The majority of that transfer is for increased cost of personnel and compensation of the existing staff. And I will say that is important for us to be able to have them endorse that. We don't take it very lightly, moving funds away from the programmatic support into administrative expenses, but we do really feel we run quite a lean operation, but we need to make sure that we're able to provide, to make payroll and provide the supports necessary for staff. I will say what's even more promising to me is the fact that as part of our supplemental request, they did include $1 million specifically for AOAM. Now that is a nominal amount, but the fact that it is in there is significant. And so I again, also take that as a positive sign that the congressional staff acknowledge that there is an institution here at NSF that needs to be supporting the research, and you can't just infuse a large amount of programmatic funding without having the folks to support it. But of course, there is still challenges operating in this new environment that we're still learning. And I think Wansi touched on those earlier today, that we're doing our best to mitigate those. But it's a very dynamic situation. Just when you think you have it figured out, another challenge sort of arises. So we're doing our best to stay ahead of it, but it's really a full-time job, I'd say.
Fleming, are there comments you want to add to Caitlin's remarks? Perhaps he's not with us. Are there additional questions? These have been really helpful for clarifying the current and ongoing situation. It is, as Caitlin mentioned, quite a different time. And budgets will be affected accordingly. All right, thank you very much, Caitlin, for your remarks, your willingness to come and give us an update. A lot of good news to be had, a lot of challenges to be had, and we appreciate very much what you and others in the office do to keep this budget process underway and ensure that the research and education mission of the agency is successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One of the pleasures of meetings like this is that once in a while we get to hear about science and programs that are ongoing at the agency. That's a highlight for me in each of these cases because we all started in some way in research, and updates of this kind are really important for and today we're pleased to have a presentation on the NSF's geopolitical and science diplomacy role in the polar regions, and there'll be opportunity for questions as we go through. If you've seen the presentation, it's not in great depth, but a lot of opportunity to ask questions. Dr. Bill Easterling, the Assistant Director for GEO, will start us off with an introduction, and then Kelly Faulkner, the Director of the Office of Polar Programs, will present as well, will make the presentation. Instead, there's time for questions, so please hold them. Bill, I'll first ask you to introduce the topic, and then we'll turn to Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to introduce this information item. Today, we're going to focus on the National Science Foundation's geopolitical role in polar regions as an important component of our science diplomacy stewardship. So if you could advance the slide, please, Bruce. This group is well aware that NSF has a very broad mandate from Congress to promote the progress of science. And that is to advance the national health, prosperity, and welfare, and to secure the national defense. To fulfill this mandate, NSF has throughout its history helped shape international scientific norms and practices with impacts for the nation that extend well beyond science. So if I might say, science equates with diplomacy. NSF's support of international scientific engagement is a vital tool for diplomacy. It creates and sustains bridges of cooperation between nations, even when there may be tensions on other matters. At the same time, such engagement helps to ensure access to facilities and collaboration that keep U.S. scientists at the forefront of discovery. Science underpins the formation and implementation of policy in both polar regions. And that means that U.S. polar engagement depends heavily on civil leadership from NSF. It's a natural fit for an agency whose remit covers the very broad range of polar scientific domains and is viewed on the world stage as a trusted broker of highest quality fundamental research. So here to cover this topic in more detail with you is Dr. Kelly Kennison Faulkner, Director of our Office of Polar Programs. So if you would please advance the slide, and Kelly, please take over.
So we seem to be about one slide ahead of, so if you could go back one, that'd be great. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Easterling. I do want to say just at the outset that this presentation was precipitated or inspired by some great questions that our board visitors to Antarctica had this year while they were on their site visit. So a shout out to Dr. Kondik, Reed, and Garamella. So thank you very much for that. So the geopolitical interests of the United States in the polar regions have long been driven by science, economics, and security. In recent decades, challenges and opportunities presented by a warming climate and evolving world populations have really heightened attention to the polar regions. So just a brief reminder of things that you likely know. Both the Arctic and the Antarctic remain inaccessible and data sparse. Both hold the potential to drive global sea level rise through glacial melting, and both hold natural resources of great interest to many nations. Environmental protection at the poles is of high value to the global community, but that's held in tension with emerging commercial interests. And increased activities at both poles by other nations, notably Russia and China, elevate the need for US presence and global leadership. Okay, next slide, please. So as an Arctic nation, the United States is increasingly focused on enhancing fundamental knowledge and infrastructure in support of the items that are bulleted on this slide. And these emphases have been captured in the National Arctic Strategy and Implementation Plan. And development of both of those, by the way, was led by the White House with substantial NSF participation. And NSF is now also contributing to a refresh effort that's currently underway. So the Arctic includes sovereign territory of 8 nations, and it's inhabited by about 4 million people, about 10% of whom are indigenous. And there's no overarching treaty governing the Arctic. Rather, several international fora and agreements cover a range of aspects. And I'll return to that in a moment. Next slide, please. So in the Antarctic, a key concern is to sustain US leadership role in the Antarctic treaty system. This includes preserving Antarctica for peaceful scientific use and promoting environmental protection through setting an example and encouraging others. And now scientific and policy interest is focused on global climate trends and their implications for Antarctic natural systems and marine living resources. So in contrast to the Arctic, the Antarctic has no permanent human inhabitants and is governed by a treaty system. Next slide, please. So what is NSF's role? So drawing on contributions from throughout the agency, the Office of Polar Programs, or OPP, as I'll call it, in the Directorate for Geosciences, stewards the nation's polar interests by supporting and coordinating world-class science. Beyond this, we provide critical logistics and infrastructure, and staff throughout NSF contribute directly to the development and implementation of US polar policy and regulatory frameworks, which I'll illustrate for you in a moment. But these 2 maps here show the locations of permanent international research stations in the polar regions. And US flags mark where OPP sustains a strategic year-round presence on behalf of the US at 3 Antarctic locations and in Greenland, in addition to other locations. So we also operate research vessels throughout polar seas. Next slide, please. So let me give you a few examples of the globally impactful polar research that's been supported by our facilities. Examples include studies of the Antarctic ozone hole that culminated in adoption of the 1987 Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. We've also supported ice core-based reconstructions of global atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations spanning up to 800,000 years, and that provides critical context for current trends. We've been working on revealing the rules of life for organisms and ecosystems that are highly evolved in their extreme environments. And at a number of groundbreaking observations, or you have been party to them over the last couple of years, that have emerged out of our astrophysics and astronomy facilities at South Pole Station. So with that overview, I'll now summarize policy frameworks for each polar region and share some specific examples of NSF's engagement in them. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll start with the Arctic. So the Arctic Research and Policy Act of 1984 called for a comprehensive national research agenda in the Arctic and named NSF responsible for implementing this policy with 2 specific roles. The Interagency Arctic Research Policy Committee, or IARPC, is a working group of the National Science Technology Council in the White House. IARPC coordinates US government research and codifies the National Arctic Research Policy and priorities into 5-year action plans. So IARPC has always been chaired by the NSF director and currently includes principals from 16 other federal agencies and offices. Now, in addition, the NSF director serves as an ex officio member of the Arctic Research Commission, a 7-member body appointed by the president. The commission represents interests beyond the US government, including academia, private industry, and indigenous residents of the Arctic. And it provides recommendations to the US government on research gaps and priorities. And NSF is the only federal agency with an official role in the Arctic Research Commission. Thus, NSF has a key leadership role in development and implementation of the United States Arctic policy. Next slide, please. So once again, there is no overarching treaty governing the Arctic, due in part to the fact that it contains sovereign territories of nations, and each are subject to their national governments. The Arctic Council, formed in 1996, is the leading intergovernmental forum promoting cooperation, coordination, and interaction among the 8 Arctic states and Arctic inhabitants. So the Arctic Council sprang in part from international engagement by the science community. It does not handle military security issues. And the chair of the Arctic Council rotates every 2 years among the Arctic nations. The US last held the chair role in 2015 through 17, and the Secretary of State serves as the US representative at biannual Arctic Council meetings. NSF staff serve on working groups. Next slide, please. Now, in contrast to the Arctic Council, which is driven by the governments of Arctic nations, the Arctic Circle is a comprehensive international public forum focused on the future of the Arctic. And it was co-founded in 2013 by the then president of Iceland, with support of US business leaders and others. And it plays no direct role in national policy making or governance. However, its annual assemblies draw more than 2,000 international participants. And NSF participates in various ways. At the invitation from the former president of Iceland, the NSF director delivered a keynote address at the 2019 annual meeting on the topic of US Arctic science leadership. Next slide, please. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a car alarm going off out back, and it's not my car, so I can't stop it. I hope it's not too distracting. Anyway, all right, so now I'll turn to other specific examples of NSF's engagement in the US Arctic geopolitical realm. At a precedent-setting contribution to the US chairmanship of the Arctic Council, the White House Office of Science Technology Policy convened the first Arctic Science Ministerial in 2016. And that included the governments of 25 nations with active research programs in the Arctic. And NSF helped to organize that first science ministerial, and the NSF director co-led a key session. The NSF director then served as the head of the US delegation to the second Arctic Science Ministerial that was held in Berlin in 2018 and pictured on this slide. Both meetings resulted in joint statements affirming the importance of science, collaboration, and inclusion of indigenous peoples in setting the research agenda for the Arctic. And the Arctic Science Ministerial has evolved into a recurrent gathering of high-level science and education ministers focused on cooperative Arctic science opportunities, with the next one slated for fall of 2020, co-sponsored by Japan and Iceland. Next slide, please. So to date, the Arctic Council has generated 3 legally binding agreements. The first 2 cover search and rescue and oil spill preparedness, and they are led by the US Coast Guard. The third, the agreement on enhancing international Arctic scientific cooperation, was ratified in 2018. And that agreement was hard won, and negotiations took place over 3 years. I had the pleasure of leading the US delegation, whose membership included Peggy Hoyle from NSF's Office of General Counsel, among others in this photo. The US Department of State co-led oversight of the process with Russia and Sweden. And a meeting particularly critical to progress was held in 2016 at the NSF headquarters, where we used the board meeting room and reconfigured it to allow for real-time translation. The agreement represents consensus among the Arctic 8 sovereign nations to collectively lower the barriers to science cooperation by facilitating access to research areas and infrastructure, as well as committing to sharing data. And so that agreement's relatively new. I think its value is going to become clear over the next several years as new international research projects are proposed and implemented. Next slide, please. So now let's turn to Antarctica. The International Geophysical Year in 1957 through 58 established the modern scientific era in Antarctica and paved the way for establishing the International Accord for Antarctic's Governance that persists to today. So as a reminder, this was the timeframe in which the Sputnik satellite was launched by Russia, and the US responded by stepping on the science accelerator. So in Antarctica, we learned about the Van Allen belts and what gives rise to the auroras, as well as the massive thickness of the ice sheets. Next slide, please. So inspired by the cooperative success during the IGY, in 1959, the United States led 12 nations to craft the Antarctic Treaty to set aside the continent for peaceful scientific purposes. So on the left in this slide, you see the treaty signing ceremony, which took place in the original National Academies building in Washington. And I'd encourage you when you're in town, if you have time to get there, there's a commemorative plaque in a room for that event. And on the right, you see the flags of 12 original signatories. And today the treaty's grown to 54 signatories. The treaty holds prior territorial claims in abeyance, and it asserts that all areas, including the stations and installations of any country, must be open to inspection at any time. So I'll come back to that in a moment. So an important piece of the treaty system is the Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty that was adopted in 1991. And it identified Antarctica as a natural reserve and extended prohibitions to include all activities related to mineral resource recovery and set environmental stewardship expectations and responsibilities for human activities. Next slide, please. So the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting, or the ATCM, as we say, convenes annually to exchange information and consider recommendations that further treaty objectives. Only the 29 consultative parties, those that have significant research activities on the continent, may participate in consensus-based decision-making. The United States has been a consultative party since the treaty's inception. US delegations to the ATCM, led by the Department of State's Bureau of Oceans, Environment, and Scientific Affairs, include staff from NSF, Office of General Counsel, and OPP, as well as representatives from other agencies and non-governmental entities. And OPP furnishes the US representative to the Standing Committee for Environmental Protection, which meets concurrently. And I should also mention that the ATCM affords special status to two bodies that it routinely calls on for advice. One is the Scientific Committee for Antarctic Research, or SCAR, and OPP supports the Polar Research Board at the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine to identify experts from the US science community to serve as representatives to SCAR. And the other such body is the Council of Managers of National Antarctic Programs, for which I currently serve as chair. Next slide, please. NSF also provides a member of the US delegation to the annual meeting of the Commission on Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, or CAMLAR. So CAMLAR was established in 1982 in response to increased commercial interest in Antarctic krill and overexploitation of other marine resources. So it's cited as the world's first ecosystem-based fisheries management organization. CAMLAR is an international commission with 26 members that meets annually and agrees to conservation measures based on scientific evidence. So NSF and NOAA were major scientific contributors to the effort, which resulted in the 2016 designation of the world's largest marine protected area, the Ross Sea Region MPA. And that is pictured on the map in the photo surrounded by the US delegation. Next slide, please. So let me pause for a moment to explain that because Antarctica is governed by a treaty system and it's not sovereign territory of any nation, policy is first codified within the treaty bodies I just described. These policies are then enacted via domestic legislation and administered by the individual nations that are party to the treaty agreements. So on the US domestic front, NSF has played a key role in Antarctica since the IGY, when we administered the financial support for the science program that was overseen by our national academies. And as NSF has been continuously assigned a leading role ever since. Presidential Memorandum 6646, signed by President Reagan in 1982, directs NSF to manage the United States Antarctic program and called for year-round occupation of the South Pole plus 2 coastal stations. NSF's Office of Polar Programs is therefore responsible for both supporting the scientific research and managing operational logistics platforms used by all US agencies. Next slide. So now, much as I did for the Arctic, I'd like to illustrate some examples of how NSF exercises its geopolitical role. And so the first one is that the Antarctic Treaty, established during the Cold War, is referred to as the first arms control agreement, and it prohibits military activity for military sake. prohibits all nuclear detonations and storage of nuclear waste on the Antarctic continent. And it also provides for open inspections of all national facilities on the continent and vessels in Antarctic waters. So to date, the United States has conducted the most inspections of any nation. So NSF provides the know-how and the logistical support, as well as the critical inspection team expertise to enable pursuit of inspection responsibilities. And the most recent inspection effort by the US took place just this February 2020. And you're looking at the inspection team about to board an NSF helicopter. The team was headed by the Department of State and included 4 OPP staff members, and they inspected 3 stations in the Ross Sea region managed by Italy, Korea, and China. The inspection team is producing a report of their findings to be delivered to the next ATCM. Next slide. In another example, NSF OPP enables sister US agencies to fill their geopolitical responsibilities. So for example, the US Air Force fulfills comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty requirements through seismic stations and radioactivity measurements at the NSF managed US stations in Antarctica. So what you're looking at in this slide is the surface expression of a seismic CTBT site located in the so-called quiet sector at the South Pole. And we don't typically take visitors there, because even walking near the site can readily be sensed at one of the best places to monitor seismicity of the entire planet. So in another example, NOAA fulfills CAMLAR requirements for fish stock and ecological assessments in the Southern Ocean, in part through use of our research vessels. Next slide, please. So my final example, you're no doubt aware that tourism in Antarctica is increasing, and most tourism operators are allied by the International Association for Antarctic Tour Operators, or IATO, which commits them to high standards in complying with environmental protocol and providing educational opportunities. And this tends to foster citizen ambassadors for science and the treaty. But tourism is not without risks. And on the right is the RS Explorer, a tourist vessel that struck an iceberg in November 2007. Fortunately, the weather was calm, and nearby ships allowed all 154 people on board to be rescued before the ship sank. No national Antarctic program can afford that liability. And it took 15 years of deliberations among treaty parties, with NSF as a leading partner with the Department of State, to agree to measures that address the obligation of non-governmental Antarctic operators to undertake search and rescue preparedness and to respond to environmental emergencies and assume liability for related costs. As I mentioned a moment ago, once a measure is adopted under the treaty, it must then be enacted in domestic legislation. And NSF is now providing technical expertise. OPP is working closely with OGC and ULPA for this, to ensure that the provisions adopted under the treaty, namely addressing liability and emergency preparedness, are formalized in US regulations. So over recent years, NSF convened meetings with sister agencies and the leadership of IATO to solicit input and to inform the US government of stakeholder concerns. And NSF's sustained efforts have resulted in consensus that culminated in proposed legislation that was just in January 2020 introduced to the 116th Congress. So while that effort may be overcome by current events during the current Congress, we do remain hopeful that there'll be concrete progress in the not too distant future for this. Next slide. So through all of these examples, I hope you can appreciate how NSF has a leading role in working with other federal agencies to steward the geopolitical interests of the United States at both poles. And in closing, I would be remiss if I did not note that there are a number of challenges, but also opportunities that lie ahead with respect to continued NSF contributions to US polar leadership. Now, these include things you're familiar with, like addressing aging polar infrastructure, actively sustaining interagency and international partnerships during dynamic geopolitical times, and navigating international interest in great power competition, in particular at both poles. So we look forward to continue work with the National Science Board to tackle these challenges and appreciate your support of the AIMS project as a case in point. And we remain committed to keeping you apprised and working with you to meet our mission and exercise science diplomacy in furtherance of our national interests.
Kelly, that was a wonderful presentation, and it really sets a background for the visits that people take there. I really appreciate it. I wish I'd had this in advance of the trip that I took. Now, you had the request was for a presentation was made by Alan and Maureen. I don't know who the third person was on the visit last fall. Would any of you like to ask the first questions of Kelly or Bill?
Suresh and Vic
Suresh
there.
and Vic were the others.
Well, have their hands up.
Oh, sorry, can't see. Suresh, yes, please.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Roger. So it's hard not to be bowled over on a trip to Antarctica, of course. I think many of the board members have been there. We've said that before in introducing it to the new board members. And so the presentation by Kelly and Bill reminds us all of the grandeur of those places. So I think the program is in great hands. I thought the presentation was excellent in terms of the of introducing the geopolitical as well as the science elements of our presence in these very inhospitable places. So in fact, in the time of Corona, I worry of COVID. I worry about an already difficult thing becoming even more difficult. So I guess I'll share a comment which certainly Maureen and Dan and I had made to our hosts when we were there, and that is we encouraged the program managers and people leading it to clarify, to make it easier for people to understand the reasons we're there. It's an expensive, inhospitable, difficult place. Great science can be done. So to make the point that and to ensure that we're doing science there that can only be done there and not elsewhere, and that there are both geopolitical and scientific ramifications, and sort of to tease them out and to kind of keep them both front and center in presentations. And actually, this presentation goes a long way in pulling those elements together. So I congratulate the team. It was a good presentation, and I think we should continue to be vigilant about that.
Thank you, Suresh.
Vic and Bob.
Thank you, Vic. Could I ask if Dan or Maureen have other comments as visitors recent? Vic?
Okay. Hey, thank you, Roger. And thank you, Kelly. And also a shout out to Scott Borg. When I was there, you all were incredible hosts. And we had to go through many changes when we were there. Roger was one of the people, and Julia. So thank you. And Bill, thank you also for your leadership. Question to either Bill or Kelly. Your last slide, I think sustaining critical partnerships is important. Back when Nevin Carr was the chief of naval research, there had been talk at one time to add an additional COCOM command called the Polar Command, and talk about a lot about particularly what the Navy could be doing working in that environment. Fast forward, Dave Hahn is the chief of naval research, and they're doing a lot of things in the polar area in terms of technologies, as well as DARPA has just started a program called the Ocean of Things, where they're deploying sensors all through the ocean, on the surface, and also in the polar regions to look at wave activity. In terms of sustained critical partnerships, what is our dialogue right now with, say, for example, ONR, Code 33, ONR Global, both which, as we say in our Vision 2030, support kind of the more 6.1 and 6.2 research. Majority of their stuff is unclassified. So they're trying to do a lot of basic research and science. Just can you give us kind of a status, how much are we talking with them, and maybe trying to synthesize some of what we do with some of the research interests they have?
Thanks, Vic. And by the way, Vic and I were initiated to McMurdo and Antarctica on the same trip. So I think we both shared the same experiences. I'd be remiss without pointing out that we have, and this is for Heather Wilson's benefit, and she knows this as well as I do, we would not be as strong a presence in Antarctica, and our research would be nowhere near as robust as it is were it not for the strong partnership that we have with the Air Force. But I'm going to let Kelly handle the question about ONR and any of our relations with Navy.
So we work quite closely with ONR in a couple of ways. One is through the National Ocean Partnership Program, and that's where various agencies, typically for oceanographic purpose, would come together and co-invest in advancing technologies in particular. And for that, we're also coordinating quite closely with the Ocean Sciences Division in GEO. So that's a healthy relationship there. And that a lot of that has been played out in the Arctic. ONR has had ups and downs in its presence in the Arctic, but is back up there and committed to carrying out basic research. And through the Interagency Arctic Research Policy Committee, a number of agencies have become involved, including us, in some of the major programs that they put in play up there. So I would say it's reasonably healthy, and we continue to engage very productively with them. But I take your point, on making sure that that we're always thinking about what the synergies may be, and agreed that the range from very, very basic to applied is a continuum, and that we have a lot to do. We have a lot to gain by working productively together on complicated problems.
Thanks very much. It's a relatively, we have a few minutes left. Kelly, who was the next?
Bob and Maureen have their hands up.
Bob and Maureen, and then Steve.
Kelly, thank you so much. I really learned a lot about inter-nation activity, and I wonder if you could reflect over the years in those different groups, the lessons of conflict resolution among nations that you've seen, and what seems to be the most sustainable inter-nation organization for conflict resolution.
I want to make sure I understand your question. I think Bill had started off by saying, even when the tensions are high between the US and other nations, science can often be a way that we can productively engage. So the first thought I have in answering that question is along those lines. And if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm just thinking that each of these inter-nation groups must face conflicts of interest from time to time. And have we learned across them portable ideas about how you structure those groups to work through conflicts that are inevitable in spatially defined areas, right? Not everyone can be everywhere.
Well, I think with respect, let's just talk about the treaty to start with, the Antarctic Treaty. As I mentioned, it's a consensus-based body, so it's rather slow to develop ideas that everybody is willing to adopt. However, once you've gotten there, they're robust. So I think generally the construct is that you don't expect progress overnight on things, but you persistently work over years as we have. So Larry Rudolph, I hope he's around. He's been involved in longer in many ways than I have been in trying to work through issues that have come up where there isn't initial agreement, but we've managed to find our way forward over time. So is Larry there?
Yes, I am.
Larry, do you want to make a comment, please?
Yes, I'm glad to speak to that. So Robert Kelly mentioned that the consensus-based governance of the Antarctic Treaty System is an exceptional tool which allows any single country to void or stop any progress, initiative, or decision of the Antarctic Treaty System. So it requires all the parties, even during the height of the Cold War, if you wanted to see progress in the Antarctic on science or on any other logistical aspect of operating within that domain, it required a complete consensus by the parties. That's one of the most powerful tools you have that creates an overarching environment, which is, I think, the point you were getting to, Bob, that how do you manage that? Well, when everyone understands that any one nation who is an Arctic Treaty Party can deep six a project unless there's 100% agreement, that is a great crucible for folks to come together. And I have sat across from Russian colleagues at the absolute height of the Cold War, and we were actually joining forces collectively to move things forward, regardless of what was going on in the rest of the world. So that's one of the things that has always made Antarctic a very special place to operate on, and why the Antarctic governance has NSF being such a player. And my office, the Office of General Counsel, enjoys very much supporting that role.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say one practical element that's more recent is that the inspections that I mentioned, we were having difficulty, I think, with arms control issues, and State Department worked with us to use Antarctica and we conducted joint inspections with Russia in 2011 and 2012 as a demonstration that we have the basis to cooperate and work together productively.
Thank you, Kelly. We'll have two more from one question, comment from Maureen, and then Steve Willard, and then we'll end that discussion.
Yes, I'll keep it brief. First, just thank you, Kelly, for a fabulous presentation. Very, very helpful. What would be helpful for me, at least, as a board member going forward, there's so much really excellent science going on in the Arctic programs. And it's hard to keep track of it and to keep track of where it is and what the fruits of that research are looking like, particularly when it's far afield from what I do in development of the nervous system. So is there a resource or a way where I and perhaps other interested parties could become aware of the scope of research and aware of publications or hot off the presses releases of results that are happening in the program? Because I think that would be extremely helpful for us to keep these programs in context and understand the significance of them from the perspective of science.
Yes, I think, that's a really good point, and we'd love to keep you apprised. I want to point out that the advisory committee for the Office of Polar Programs went through an exercise recently where they pulled together the existing recent advisory documents about what are the important things to study in polar regions, and covered both polar regions, and pulled together a summary document there that's on our website. And that's a great starting point to give you the things that are really driving the community's interest right at the moment. But, and I want to thank OLPA for trying to help us better stay on top of making the very good science known to broader audiences as well. But I take your point. We'll go to the drawing board, and we certainly will provide you a few things to start with following this meeting.
And if I could just point out, the Geosciences Directorate has spent the past year tightening up its communications activity. And we've done this in tight coordination with ULPA. And we know we can do better really across the earth sciences, but you know, we know we have a real jewel in the polar programs, and that what goes on in both ends of the earth is there's no reason that it should remain out of sight, even though it is so inaccessible. So we know that this is a real opportunity for us to shine.
So can I just say one thing on that? So Kelly and Bill and the team have done a great job, and they're absolutely right. I mean, this is, even during COVID-19, this topic, Antarctica, is the most requested topic from media about, you know, what's going on there, what's not going on down there. And so she has been completely on top of helping us respond to all of those. Congress is very interested in this, just as you guys talk about your trips there. Program for us to highlight. So we've got a lot of plans in place to make sure that we're putting that great science out there. So
thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Amanda. That's really good to know that there's that kind of interest beyond just a few of us. Last comment from
Kelvin had his hand raised.
No, I think Steve did, I think. And then can we get here, Steve, and then we'll get back to Kelvin, and then we'll close the session.
Thank you so much, Roger. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Lawrence. As the outlier on this board, graduated from Yale Law School. I think arguably the Antarctic Treaty is the best thing lawyers have ever done. The second point is, this is going to be the first time that I disagree with Vic. I think in the last 2 years, I've been a pretty strong champion of national defense, and that there are no sort of bystanders. The one exception to that is the Antarctic. The fact this is a miracle of international cooperation. And so I would like to point out that I believe we shouldn't talk to the Department of Defense or anybody else. And then the final question was, is there a Faulkner Glacier?
Kelly? I think there is.
Not yet.
I see. I thought there was.
So I just want to point out that the treaty does allow for military involvement in Antarctica, but not for military sake. So many nations have their militaries, as do we, supporting the great science. I don't think we'd be anywhere without our military support, in fact, in a lot of ways, because they do provide that incredible capabilities that we have to remain number one in what we do.
And our
I do understand your point, but we're very careful to make sure that research is done, you know, that's open. That's another provision of the treaty. You need to share what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that's an important component to be vigilant on. And military for military's sake is not part of it. But in terms of the Faulkner Glacier, yeah, there is one, but I want to say there's also Borg Bastion, and Brian Stone has a feature named after him, and they're all more permanent than mine for good reason.
Roger Beachy.
You're right. Kelvin, you have the last word on this session.
Yeah, thank you. That's really terrific. Just very quick question. For the ship that sank, was there any environmental consequence to that, or has there been any spill of any sort down there that required cleaning up, Kelly?
Well, it did sink it completely, and I'd have to get back to you with the specifics on what they did on cleanup. We did have another ship that happened to be an Argentinian government ship that sunk very close to Palmer Station prior to that in the 80s. And that had an ongoing oil spill that we ended up participating in, trying to keep from you know, basically fouling the ability to do the science we do there. So this has been a long, ongoing challenge for us to manage these activities.
Was that also a tourism type ship, the vessel, the second one you mentioned?
No, it was actually an Argentine government ship.
Gotcha.
And it did have some tourists on board, but it wasn't the only thing that it did. So then it gets, you know, more tricky. But indeed, the other ship in that picture, by the way, I don't know if you heard about this, but the there was a tourist vessel, the last one that went down, which didn't get involved with any of our stations, but it had intended to. But it ended up being the one that went into Buenos Aires with more than half of the people down with COVID. So, that's an added element that we have to be vigilant for. So there are many good things about having tourist ambassadors, but right now it's very challenging to even think about engagement.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Kelly and Bill. Do you have a final word, Bill, before? I mean, it was really a nice program. Thank you very much for helping to put it together, and for those who suggested to begin with. It was really useful. And it's always a highlight for us to have science presented. So we appreciate it.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity. As I said, this is one of NSF's real showcases. And so we were just thrilled that we had the opportunity to share some of the history and how the history plays into what the current role is for the polar presence of NSF. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I know we're slightly over time, but I'd like to end the session, as others have done, with a few reflections. My term as chair of the Committee on Strategy is over after the past 2 years. It was really nice to see the continued increase of the board's engagement with NSF throughout the budget formulation process, which is a major part of what the Committee on Strategy does. And since the budget is the expression of the agency's strategy, this is an extremely important role for the committee and for the board. And I want to thank Caitlin Fife and Tony Giovanni and their team in the budget division for the really open and timely engagement of the committee and on the board. I know you work hard and make changes throughout the process and on the fly, and you guys have done a great job. During the past 2 years, the committee also continued the tradition of requesting directorate portfolios reviews. We've heard part of one today. And during this period, the ADs for MPS, EHR, and SBE, sorry, newbies for the acronyms, gave really excellent presentations. We also heard informative presentations on the NSF partnerships, the multipliers program, and the updates on big ideas. Obviously, one of the most exciting activities during my tenure as committee chair was leading the Vision 2030 task force and the release of the vision report today. We on the task force are confident that the vision roadmap will keep the board busy for more years to come. We also have lots to do as we consider the ramifications of the current pandemic on the research and education missions that we foster and through stakeholder institutions, and how we structure function and support for the S&E community going forward. Finally, again, I'd like to thank the members of the Committee on Strategy who are wonderful to work with: John, Vicky, Maureen, Suresh, Emilio, Bud, Julia, and Steve. I've appreciated your support and engagement over the past 2 years. And with that, that ends my comments, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you very much for this great session. I really appreciated the presentations of Caitlin and Kelly and Bill and Kelvin's remarks. And I want to thank you and your committee. It's been a very productive Committee on Strategy, and you've done a wonderful job leading it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will conclude for tonight. Tomorrow morning at 10, there's coffee, virtual coffee for board members. We'd love to see you at 10. And then the meeting resumes at 11. Thank you so very much, and have a wonderful evening or late afternoon, wherever you are.
Good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
Bye now. Have a good night, everybody.
Don't forget the Beachy Glacier.
I went to the breakout room in case any board member showed up, and nobody did. Thank you, everyone.